Hi everyone and welcome. We're so excited to have you here for Scrapbook.com's March 2026 SBC Fest.
Yeah, this event is one of our favorites because it brings together an amazing mix of instructors, some you know and love and some brand new, but they're all here to spark your creativity. And yes, it's still totally free.
Free, friends. SBC Fest has grown into something truly special. What started as Jill's dream of offering free crafting education has turned into a thriving, supportive community we're so proud of.
Yes, and that sense of community is exactly what Scrapbook.com is all about, and it's why we stand behind everything we do with our happiness guarantee.
From carefully packing your every order to getting it out the door fast, our goal is to make your crafting experience easy and joyful.
And if you ever need help, our happiness specialists are here and they're just a message away. They're real people who love crafting and are happy to help you out.
That's right. All right, let's walk through what you can expect during SBC Fest. Ready, Cody?
Yeah, you'll enjoy pre-recorded classes from our incredible instructors, and if you're watching live, you can chat with them as their class premieres.
And if life gets busy, as it does, and you can't watch everything live, no worries at all. Replays are available immediately after each stream with handy timestamps.
Yes. And we also love seeing what you create during the event, so if you share your projects online on social media, be sure to use the hashtag SBCFest and upload them to our inspiration gallery with the category tag #SBCFest.
That's right, we love that. Are you watching live? Snap a photo of your crafty setup and tag Scrapbook.com in your stories. It's one of our favorite parts of SBC Fest.
Oh, totally. We love getting a peek inside your space.
That's right, it's so fun.
Yeah, and if you want to show off your SBC Fest spirit, you can download our exclusive SVG file at Scrapbook.com/SBCFest. You can put that on shirts, totes, crafty accessories.
Everything. Put it on everything.
Yeah.
So fun. Notebook, everything. One quick reminder, SBC Fest is a positive, welcoming space.
Yes.
So please keep comments kind and encouraging so everyone feels inspired and supported.
Definitely, because that positivity is what makes these events so special, and we can't wait to continue it this year.
And if you have questions along the way, be sure to check out the FAQ on the SBC Fest page. You'll find complete supply lists organized by instructor for easy shopping.
Yeah, and of course, you can't forget about the giveaways.
Yeah.
So stick around after the classes for your chance to win some seriously fun prizes.
Seriously fun, Cody. Let's kick things off with our first giveaway.
Okay, we have something very special to show you all. You're getting a first look at the pearlescent pink Platinum 6 from Spellbinders and Scrapbook.com, and this is only available at Scrapbook.com and is coming very soon.
Yes, we are so excited about this, but one of you lucky viewers will win it today before it's even released.
Shall we show
it close up?
Oh,
Let's show this thing close up. It's so pretty.
I am so excited about this. It's such a great color, and is the camera doing it justice? Like, you can see the pearl.
The pearl. I think we need to turn it this way. So oh, look at that pearl right there. Look at how that shines. This is gorgeous. The pink on pink, love that. Scrapbook.com and Spellbinders, just a beautiful machine. We're so excited to be offering this to one lucky winner.
Yeah, so this is coming very soon. You can sign up to be notified when it's released. You know, today, go to the product page.
That's right. Look at that gorgeous box.
I was gonna say, even the box is so pretty. So,
it's so pretty. You can't even tell where my shirt starts and the machine ends. It's like very matchy on trend for SBC Fest.
Yes.
I love it. I love it. Okay, this is fabulous. What great, exciting news.
To enter, just leave a comment letting us know how long you've been crafting. Let's talk about this. The free gift.
Okay, this is the freebie for SBC Fest. It is a 8-piece die with strawberries, flowers, and leaves and sprigs. So cute. So make sure you grab this darling die free for SBC Fest. That's right. And so exciting.
And we have so many deals going on right now.
So many.
For SBC Fest as we celebrate. You can go to Scrapbook.com/coupons to see all of the deals. And don't forget to use the coupon code PARTY at checkout for extra savings during the celebration.
Yes, do not forget to use that coupon code. If you're excited to be here, give this video a thumbs up. We're picking a giveaway winner in the live chat right now.
Yes.
Congrats.
Yeah, lucky you.
Yes, all right.
All right, let's get started with our first class of the day taught by Laura.
That's right, Cody, it's me. I'm so excited. Okay, so I'm gonna just pull out my kit here so I can get all set up, but you guys pull out the Laura Graph kit that you have for my class, and all of your supplies should be together, which is the Treasured Garden, dies, the rub-ons, heartfelt blooms, the stamp and coordinating die, and then the darling heirloom paper pad. And then we are going to make these cards together. Okay, these are the cards that we're going to make today. This is going to be card 1. This is an interactive card with some fun nano spinners, and then it opens up and we've got a rub-on inside, so I'm super excited to do this card with you. This is card 2. We're going to do a shaker window card with some fun butterflies, and then this is card 3, this gorgeous rub-on design, adding some embellishments and a beautiful sentiment in the center. And then I just made a bonus card that we can talk about at the end. I'm so excited about all of these beautiful pattern papers that I just wanted to do like a quilted type of card, and so we'll talk about this at the end. All right, let's go through each of your supplies that you're getting in this collection. This is the heirloom collection, and you should all have received, if you bought this kit, this is the heirloom A2 paper pad. So let me open that up really quick. Get that open. Okay. And one more sticky on the side. Make sure you take your stickies off. Get those off from the side there. And then gorgeous solids and beautiful florals. Beautiful patterns, very vintage. It just is a beautiful, beautiful collection. I love this heirloom paper pad, so we're going to work with that. Then you're getting From the Heart stamp set with amazing sentiments. You get hello, happy birthday, thinking of you, larger ones, and then little ones that say, a note from my heart to yours. May your day be filled with sweet memories, always here for you. Sending a paper hug, that is so usable for cards. Another beautiful year to treasure, thank you. Little butterflies, florals and hearts, lots of stuff jam-packed in this 4x6 stamp set with the coordinating die. We all love a coordinating die. And then heartfelt blooms, you're getting 2 6x8 rub-on pages, and there is gold foil in this, which is beautiful and nice. I'll take those out in a second. And then Treasured Garden 32-piece die set with these gorgeous frames. So lots in this, beautiful florals to layer, add dimension, and I'm going to just show a close-up of these dies. There are so many details in the butterflies, in the sprigs and the florals, just really pretty piercing and embossing in these gorgeous dies. Okay, well, let's open everything and kind of jump right into it. I'm going to open up my stamp set. I typically open everything, put the plastic aside, and then keep this out where I can see it. So I'm going to do the same for all of my packages. This is a jam-packed kit too. So if you got this kit, you have so many supplies. We barely touched it with the cards that I'm making. So you can make so many other wonderful projects with this kit. Let's take out our 2 rub-on pages. Look at these, gorgeous with the gold foil. And then our big old die set. Open everything up. All right. I have all of my supplies here at my fingertips ahead of me here. I'm going to put it right up in front of me. And then let's talk about the homework. So, did everybody do their SBC Fest homework for each of the classes? If you did, you should have everything cut out. There were a couple things I added on that did not come in the kit. You do not have to get them, but if you got them, great. Where you're going to use some nano spinners, not necessary, but for fun. They are interactive nano spinners. This is what they look like. And then I also used the holographic mirror paper. I love this paper pad. I've used it many times in many live streams and in many classes because I love the foiling on this for die cutting. We are also using some acetate sheets. Okay, so we're going to do that shaker window. I'm going to use some Gina K disco ball sequins. Surprise, surprise. And then some Trinity Stamps Champagne Twinkle little embellishments. These are so fun. This is the same pack. I just have one new and one opened. So some fun little embellishments there. And I think these are the micro, the micro disco ball sequins too. We'll use those. Okay. And then of course, we're going to use some Scrapbook.com A2 card bases. They come in horizontal and vertical. 20 card bases in a pack. We also have packs of envelopes, great envelopes, and then card fronts as well. So if you need those, we've got you covered at Scrapbook.com, plus all my tools and stuff. Okay, first things first, homework. So we're going to start with card 1 homework. I'm going to show you, I even did the homework, so I am prepared to teach. So you should have in your card 1 homework these 2 sheets of paper cut. I think we have a graphic we can put up on the screen too. Okay, this is that pink floral. You can match it exactly so you know which one to use. And then this one we cut down to 2 3/4 by 4. And this one we cut down to 4 by 5 1/4. Okay. Then if you go to page 2 of your homework, put my homework up here. Page 2, 2 of these large white frames. This was in the die set. You've got 2 of them here. This is the outer larger one on the outside. And then you've also, that's a big one, and then you've got this one that cuts a frame. Not only does it cut a frame, but you get the inside piece too. So of this larger one that's on the outside, you're gonna cut 2 white out of white cardstock. And I just used our mixed media white cardstock. Use whatever white cardstock you have. Let me show you what I used for my white. I just used this mixed media white cardstock to cut mine. We have this in all different sizes, 6 by 8, 8.5 by 11, and 12 by 12. Okay, so 2 of those, and then we should be cutting 1 tan, solid tan from the paper pad. That comes in our heirloom paper pad right here. So we should have 1 of those with a large frame too. And then 1 white. Keep both the frame and inside piece. This homework is very well thought out. And then 1 pink frame. And this pink frame comes from this pink solid paper that's up at the front. Okay, so cut that out, and you should already have these all cut out. Oh, I think that goes to another, maybe that's the next page. Okay, let's put all these aside in our stack and sort tray because we have all of those done. Then we're going to go to page 2 of card 1 homework. This is all the fun little embellishments. So I cut all mine up and put them on mint tape. Okay, so I've got all of these cut. But you should have the butterflies cut with the 2 white pieces and a shiny gold body, and it should look like that. Butterfly 2, solid pink and a white layering piece with the shiny gold body. It'll look like that. And then all gold of the body, the layering piece, and then white of the body. So we're going to glue those together in a minute. But you should have that, and then you should have your Thinking of You stamped and die cut as well, right here from the stamp set. Okay, I think that's it for that. Okay, so that's card 1. So I have everything ready to go for card 1. Let's go through card 2 homework. Put this card 1 aside. I've got everything in my stack and sort tray. Okay, card 2. We have the small frame gold. So the small frame out of gold paper is this one on the inside that cuts out a frame. So we cut that out of gold. Then we cut up our butterflies, all the pieces that it needed for the butterflies, and we'll glue those together. But I've got them all on my mint tape, just so you can see here. I've cut up all my butterfly pieces. Make sure you cut all those up. Pink, gold, white, white, gold, white. And then 2 of the solid blue sprigs. Ooh, careful, careful. These are delicate sprigs. So out of the blue paper from your paper pad, it's all the way back here, this one. It's almost like a grayish blue. I cut 2 of those sprigs out because you get a bunch of sprigs in this die set. So it's this one and this one, these 2. You just need 2 pieces, okay? All right, let's put all of our pieces back here for card 2. And then let's move on to card 3 for homework. Card 3, we have a graphic as well. And there's just a few things for card 3. You're just gonna need your shiny gold hello, and then the backer shadow piece. We're gonna layer that together and glue that together. And then 1 white cardstock sheet. Oh, look at that, it matches perfectly. 4 inches by 5 1/4. So you should have 1 of those cut, okay? This really helps us get ahead so we can focus on putting everything together and creating some fun cards if you did your homework. Okay, All right, card 3, card 2, and card 1. We're going to start with card 1. Okay, we are going to start on our first card. Are you all ready? So we are going to need a card base, an A2 card base. So I'm going to pull one out of here, and we're going to do a cut on this card base. So let me pull out one of these. These are already scored for us, A2 size. Okay, and then we are going to fold this like that. Make sure that folds. And use our bone folder. Okay, but now we're going to cut a piece of the front of this card off right here. So let me tell you the exact dimensions. Let me get out my paper trimmer. So get your paper trimmers out. There we go. And I'm going to cut this going this direction because this is the front flap of my card. So I want to put it up at the top. And I want to cut this 2 15/16. And what that means is the little notch, push everything forward here so you can see. It's the little notch right before the 3 inch, okay? And we're only cutting to our score line because we just want to cut off the top of this. Okay, so measure that at 2 15/16, which is the one little notch before the 3 inch. Okay, I'm going to get my slicer down here, and I'm going to go straight to the score line. Just be careful you don't go over the score line. Yep, that's perfect. And then I'm going to cut it this way to cut off the top of it. So follow along. And is there a graphic for this? I think we did a graphic, didn't we? You know what helps me is if I fold this and then cut this one off. There we go. So fold back that bottom piece, and then we're going to cut that off. There we go. Okay. So there we have that. So you should have a flap like that on your bottom of your card like that. Okay. And you can just put this aside and use this for a scrap piece of white cardstock if you need it for something else. Okay. All right, now we get out all of our homework because we're going to need all these papers that we cut and all of our butterflies. We'll put those together in a minute. And so this piece is going to be this piece back here. So you can decide how you want the florals to show. I want to put mine up like that. So I'm going to mat it right in the center of the back of this card so that white goes around. There's a white mat from the card showing in the background. So we are going to do our roller adhesive. So if we have to reposition this, we can. It gives us a little time with this dotted roller adhesive. And we're going to mat that. So just eyeball it. There we go. Look at that, cute. Okay, then you had your other homework piece, this lighter pink color. And we are going to put that on the very front here like this, following the edges of our back floral piece, okay? So it matches up side to side. So we might want to flip that this way, yeah, so the bouquets are going up. All right, so I'm going to put some roller adhesive on the back of that. How's everybody doing? Cody, how are you doing over there?
Great. I'm excited for a full day of crafting.
I know. It is a great lineup today. So many great instructors. It's going to be fun. Cannot wait. When it's not me, I can sit back and relax and craft and watch everybody. These are fun cards, though. I'm so in love with this collection, so we are having fun. Okay, there we go. We need to get our snacks out, Cody.
Definitely.
All right, next, if you're looking at your homework, we have all of our frames cut, so let's put our frames together. So we're going to need this piece that has the frame with it, and then we need our pink outer piece. We're going to glue this right on top of this one, okay? So I'm going to use some liquid adhesive for that. So let me get out my liquid adhesive. I'm going to sit while I do this. What did we grab for snacks, Cody? What do you got over there?
Oh,
Chips?
Yeah, hot tamales. turtles, you name it, I pretty much have it.
What are you all snacking on? What's everybody? It's still early, huh? Breakfast. Pick-me-ups. Okay, I'm just taking the artiste glue and dotting along the edge here. I'm gonna grab my tweezers. We're gonna put this right over this white one, right over the frame. Match it up, glue it on there. Use your fingers to kind of match it up with that liquid glue. It helps you have some time to move things around and get it right on there. Okay, and then we're gonna adhere this right to the top of this tan solid one that we have. So we're gonna wanna make sure this stays together. If your little frame is falling off the back, you can adhere it with a little bit of Scotch tape, mint tape, like even just a little piece of mint tape will keep that together on the back. So if I wanted to, I could go like this just to keep this frame connected and adhere right over that with my adhesive. Because I see it's falling out just a little bit right there. There we go. Just a little bit. Oh, I'm off camera. And then we're gonna put this right on the back here. So I'm gonna use a little bit of liquid adhesive back here. Put this right in the center. Pretty framing right here. Look how pretty that is. Stand up, make sure it's centered. And then I'm going to use my acrylic block to adhere this down. And let's start putting some butterflies together. So if you have your homework piece, if you put them all together, great. I didn't put mine together yet, so I'm going to use that guide to tell me which ones go together. I think I have them all glued together too here on the mint tape, or on the mint tape tacked down. So let's start with this one. This looks like our white one. White on white, which I love, with a little gold body with the antennas. So, do I have a little grip mate? I do. I'm going to use a grip mate to help me put these butterflies together. If you don't have one of these, this is the best. We have them in 6x8 and the smaller size, and they go perfectly inside the MISTI, or you can use them for ink blending, stenciling, putting dies together like this. And all it is a photopolymer mat, and it's sticky and washable, which is great. Let me get this plastic cover off. It's a fresh new grip mate. There we go. Okay, move this over. Okay, we're gonna put that there. I'm gonna put adhesive down the center here. Put this on. It's white on white, but it adds some texture, which is nice. And then I like to flap up these little back wings, so it's just glued right in the center. There we go. Then let's put our little gold body on. Adhesive on the back of him. All right, put that right here. Whenever I see butterflies, I get so excited, like in real life. I don't know, there's something special about butterflies. I think just the lure of them, they're special. I like them. Okay, there's our little white one. Oop, let's put that way. Then let's do this other one. This is our pink and white and gold. Okay, so we'll glue on the bottom half of this butterfly. Cody's my timekeeper too, to make sure I stay on time, right, Cody?
Yeah, we are good.
We're good? Okay, I'm gonna keep going, putting these together. Just have one more after this. So these nano spinners were introduced to me recently from Dress My Craft, and I had never used them before, and I got super excited and think they are so fun to make these butterflies interactive. So they're gonna like spin, 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 around, 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 around. So if you're looking to make a card that's really interactive and you want things to move, these nano spinners are great. Okay, here's our gold butterfly with our white body. Okay, put Put all this mint tape aside. Can reuse that later. We're going to put our glue in here. Put that down. Okay, and then, oops, get on there. You could make so many different butterflies out of this die with so many different colors. I can't wait to see what you all do. It's a great die. This is just the little die too. It comes with a bigger die that we're going to use on the next card. Give that a second to dry. Oh, I didn't give it a second. See that? You got to give it a second. Got some on my finger there. Come on down. Bring that little body back. I'm going to give this just a give this just a second to dry. The little body wants to come off. It's sticky artiste glue. Okay, we'll give that a second. Let's see if this one's dry over here. It is. Okay. This is going to go right here. Nope, not that one, this one. And then this is going to go on the back of this. And then one's going to go right in the center for our sentiment. But before we put this on, we want to put our rub on it. Okay. Let me see if this is dried enough to pick up. That grip mate is grabbing that. Good. Okay. Let's put that grip mate aside. And I'm going to put these right on top to dry. We'll put our little rub on the center of our frame. Okay, so you should have 2 sheets of rub-ons, and we're looking for the sentiment that says, a note from my heart to yours. You can use any of these, but I love the sentiment that says, a note from my heart to yours. So we're going to cut that with some scissors right around it. You can go really close to it if you want to. Okay, get a ton of rub-ons in these sets. And we're just going to center this right in the middle. And that heart is in gold foil, so it looks so pretty. Take that off, use my tweezers. And we are going to put this right in the center so that we have room to write to somebody around it. So just center that. And that looks about right to me. And you can use your bone folder or your die cut machine to put the rub-ons on. We actually learned the die cut machine with rub-ons from SBC Fest, didn't we, Cody?
We did.
Somebody had shared with us, have you tried to get your rub-ons off with your die cutting machine? And we were like, that's not possible. Laura said that. And then we tried it and we were blown away. And then we started experimenting, remember, Cody, with the fuse?
Yes.
And then we saw that you could do it with the fuse on setting 3. So let me get my poker tool to get this off and see if I got everything off here. Look at that, like butter. That comes off and it's on there really nicely. Okay, so there's our little sentiment. So you can use your die cut machine, you can use a bone folder, you can use the popsicle stick that comes in the package of rub-ons. You can also use the fuse, but look at that heart. It looks like I embossed it with gold embossing powder, and I didn't. It's just a rub-on, so nice. Okay, so let's put our little card together while we're waiting for our butterflies to dry. This is going to go centered right here, and I'm centering the center of this on this bottom line, or this top line of where we've cut, and it's going to adhere onto the front of the card to make this frame. Look how pretty that looks with the 2 pattern papers and then this frame right in the center that's layered and matted with the 2 colors, the pink and the tan. So I'm going to take, I'll use roller adhesive just because I may change my mind. Make sure I get it placed in the right spot. You can use liquid adhesive or permanent adhesive as well. But I'm going to center that. And I am just using these bumped scalloped edges as the trying to find the center of that. I feel like that's about right. That looks good. Pretty. Okay, and then we're going to match up. Make sure this goes on the back and matches up. Oops, wrong way. I realize I keep going down too far on the mat here, as you can't see. I need to move up. Okay, roller adhesive on the back of your other white piece. And we're gonna match this up right here on the back of this one. So it matches perfectly. So when you open the card, it's showing just a little bit, so I wanna move it down just a tiny bit. When you open up your card, there's a solid white piece on the back, so it just looks a little more polished. Clean. Let's see how that looks. Yes, there, matched it up. So you can't see it. And then this one that we did, we're gonna match that up right here by going like this. So I'm probably gonna do a little bit of liquid adhesive because then I have some wiggle room. So add your liquid adhesive to the back. And then let's make sure there's no glue on your fingers. Then I just hold it against this. Let me match it up and then put it down like that. There we go. And it's right there, right in the center. Look how pretty that is. Looks like a Hallmark card to me with the gold foil. Not that I can make Hallmark cards, but look at that. Looks so pretty. All right, so now we're gonna decorate the front. The front of our card has the thinking of you and the nano spinner butterflies. Okay, so we're gonna do that. Right now, let's see if our butterflies are dry. For this thinking of you, I want to pop it up with some foam adhesive. So I'm going to use our 1/8 inch strips of foam adhesive. This is the 2 millimeter foam, and I'm just going to do it in a few spots. We don't need it all over the back, just enough to pop up our sentiment, thinking of you, because it's a skinny one. So we just want to use these skinny strips, okay? All right. That in a few spots. I love these 1/8 inch strips of foam adhesive because they're nice and skinny for these little intricate stamps and dies like this. And they're great for shaker cards too, going around things. All right. That's good. Okay. Let's take off all of our backers, pull those off, and then we're going to stick this down right in the center of our frame. Okay. So I'm going to use my tweezers, and we are going to put this down right here. Just put it right in the center. I'm eyeballing it. There's really no wrong way to do this. There you go. And then it pops up and has some dimension, which is nice. Now we're going to add those nano spinners, okay? So let me get those out. If you don't have the nano spinners, no worries. You can put your butterflies all over your card on the front here and the back. It's okay. You can do either or. So let's open up these nano spinners. They come in a cute little plastic box, and then they are in a little baggie. So I'm going to pour mine out into the box. Okay, so the little nano spinners have a top, and they are the skinnier little piece. I can't even show you, it's so tiny, it's so nano. The skinny top piece is going to be what's the little, like it looks like a little hat on top of the longer piece is going to go on the top. So the solid bigger piece is the part you glue down first. That's the way I understand it. So that's what we're going to do. Okay, so we're going to put one up here. So I am just going to, you can use your tweezers, but I'm going to get my little fingernails in here to hold it. We're going to put a little dot of glue on here with our Artis glue. You'd want to use a strong glue. So I'm going to use the Artis glue, but there are other glues that are stronger, or a glue dot may work. Experiment. But let's do it right up here by this flower in the corner. I'll do that there. Make sure that's gonna fit my butterfly to spin around. So I'm gonna move it up just a little bit. Push it down with my tweezers and let that sit and glue for a minute. Then we're gonna do another one. I'm gonna use my fingers, guys. You use your tweezers if you can. And then we're gonna do another one on the corner here. Right up here in the corner of our sentiment, just right there. Push that down a little bit. And then one more down at the bottom. So it's kind of like the butterflies are flying in a zigzag. We're gonna do one more down here. There we go. And we'll do that one down here. No wrong way to do this. Put your butterflies wherever you want. I'm just gonna make mine kind of like do a zigzag around the sentiment. So the white one is gonna go up here in the top left corner. Bend these little wings out so it has some dimension. That one will go up there. Then the pink and white one will go on the sentiment right here on top of that white frame so it pops. Just bending up those little wings so there's some dimension. So that one will go there, and then our gold on gold down here will go in the bottom right corner of your card. And that is your finished card. So after I put these on, I'm not gonna spin them, I'm gonna let them sit and dry, and then we'll come back to it after we do card 2 and 3. Okay, so let's do a little bit of glue right on top of the nano spinner. We're going to put our butterfly on there. I'm going to use my tweezer. Right there on there. Put that there. He's already starting to spin. Then let's do this one. And we'll put a little dot of glue on the middle of this one. Okay. So our pink and white will go up here. But don't drop it. All right, I might have to use my fingers. Use your fingers if you need to. And then gold down here. Now this is where you'll need to be very careful and let it dry. So I'm going to put this aside so that it dries. My butterflies are already starting to move. So I'm going to let this dry. Look at them going. Okay, we're going to put our card over to the side to dry, but it's got some fun interactive dimension on this card. Look at how fun that is. Okay, we're going to put her over here. No touchy. Put it in a safe space, friends, so nobody touches it while it dries. Okay, now we are going to move on to card 2. So let's show that homework again for card 2, a graphic if we can. And card 2 is going to, put this over here. Card 2 is the shaker card. So let me put this over here and grab our shaker card, which is this one, which is beautiful, shaker. And we're gonna need some papers out of our paper pad for this one. So for this one, for the homework, you should have the gold frame cut and your butterflies, and we'll put those together in a second. But let's get out the papers that we're gonna need. We're gonna need a solid pink, so that's up at the front here. That's gonna be our backer. Then we're gonna need this floral that has this pretty blue vine going all the way down. And those are the 2 that we're gonna need for this one. You get so many papers in here, you guys. Look at the stripe, so pretty. The polka dots. There's so many good designs in here. All right, let's put our little butterflies together first. Let's do that. So we're gonna do white, gold, and a white body. These are the bigger butterflies that are in your die set. So now we're getting into this one and this one, and the bigger butterfly body. So here's the bigger butterfly body down here, and here's the smaller one. We're using the bigger one for this and these two. Okay, so the white and the dimension on this is gorgeous. I want to show this close up. Look at the pierced lines and score lines in here. It just adds a lot of dimension. It's so pretty. And then we did it on the gold foil, which looks so pretty. Look at that. Okay, we're gonna glue this together, put our butterflies together, and then put them aside so they can dry. Just using a little bit of liquid adhesive in the center, put this down, and that fits perfectly over that backer butterfly so that the wings show the color. Be so fun, again, to make butterflies out of so many different papers. And then we're going to do the white body right in the center. And we will put this right here to dry. And let's do this next one, which is the pink, gold, and white. This one's my favorite because you know I love pink. So we're going to just put a little bit of glue in the center here. Put that right in the center of this one. And then I only glue the center so that the wings pop up to add dimension. All right. There we go. Look at, that's pretty. That gold, so we'll put that aside. All right, now what we're gonna do is we need to cut the frame, where's the frame die? Right here. We need to cut this out of the center of this vine blue paper. So we're gonna center this. Okay, and then tape it down with some mint tape, and we're gonna run it through our die cut machine. Ooh, Cody, do I get to use the new die cut machine?
You do.
You guys, I'm so excited. Just use a little bit of mint tape. Okay, it's the new pearl, pink pearl, right?
Pearlescent?
Pearlescent pink. Gotta get me straight, Cody.
I mean, it's new, so.
It's new. And somebody's winning one today.
Yeah, they
already
won
did?
it. Yeah.
Yes. Okay, so here is that new gorgeous machine. Move all my stuff out of the way so we can see it. Oh, it's so pretty. It's just pretty. It matches this collection perfectly. Oh my goodness. Okay, I need my new, oh, look at this, you guys. Fresh, out of the package plates. How does that feel? Feels really good. Fresh magic mat, fresh platform, never been cut into before. I'm nervous. I'm the first one cutting into this gorgeous thing. But here we go. We're going to do it together, friends. Here we go. Make sure that's straight. Hold on. Make sure that didn't move with that mint tape. Okay. All right, let's put that through. Ooh, I can hear it cutting.
I can't wait until that's available.
I know. Machine. Do we know when it's available? Not yet?
No, yeah, so you can sign up to be notified, and then you'll know as soon as it's released.
Yeah, that's awesome. Okay, this you get a frame out of and this piece. So put these aside and use them for something else because look how cute those are. All right. Then we're going to take this piece. This is the piece we want. And it's going to go layered on top of this. And then this pink is going to go down inside. Or this gold, sorry, is going to go down inside this frame right here. Like that. So let me put these aside. It looks so pretty, that gold with this paper. Looks so pretty, that pink. Okay, so what I'm gonna do is turn this over and then put this frame inside here so it fits perfectly. I have to hold it for a second. There we go. To do that, just pick it up and put it right back on top there, and then I am just gonna do a little bit of mint tape to hold that in there. So it stays. Okay, and then probably down in this corner because we're going to use foam adhesive. Okay, this one down here. Okay, just hold that in there, and then if you flip it over, you can see how pretty that is with the gold foil. So pretty. Okay, then we're gonna need our foam adhesive, and I'm gonna use 2 millimeter thick. That's 1 millimeter, we need 2 millimeter thick. But before we start cutting our foam, we need to add our acetate piece. So we're gonna need 1 piece of acetate. These are the Scrapbook.com. What size is this, Cody? This is like the
5x6.
5x6 size. And we're just gonna cut a piece to go over that. Is that big enough? Yep, perfect. So I just cut a piece to go over that. And then I am going to use the Pink and Main static, just a little bit on there, just a little bit. So my sequins don't stick to it too much. And then I'm gonna take my permanent roller adhesive, which is this pink ergonomic one, and just do adhesive along the whole edge here so that that acetate sheet will stick down. Okay, so then just line this up. Let me flip it over so I can show you. Look at that. A nice window that's going to go up on top of this for a shaker card. So pretty. Before we do that, though, we need to get out these fabulous rub-ons again. We're going to cut out this gold one, Thinking of You, and I'm going to cut around it. You can also add florals in there after I lay this down and show you. If you want to add more things behind, you can add more florals, but I like just the gold sentiment because the front of the paper is floral. If you want to add some little hearts or some little of these fun embellishments with butterflies, hearts, you can add those around your sentiment as well. But I'm going to use this to help me guide where I'm going to put Thinking of You. So this goes in the center there. Let's see if that's right in the center. So if this goes here, is that where I like it? Kind of just put the bottom down and look, and then see if it's centered. Push it. That looks, oh, don't stick to my thing. Get that right where you want it. And then just hold your window over it to make sure it's centered. That looks good to me right there. Okay, so I'm going to take these off. I'm just going to put this right down. And we're going to use the die cut machine to put this down. Does that look good? That looks good. Okay. You don't want to fuss too much over it. Just make sure it's kind of centered in that window. But look at how pretty that's going to be. Okay, we can go to front camera because I am going to show you how to use the die cutting machine to do a rub-on if you're new here. I know a lot of you already know this. So we're getting this gorgeous pearlescent pink Spellbinders and Scrapbook.com machine. And we're going to put our rub-on, we're going to put our platform, 2 platforms, B and A, then our magic mat, then our paper, then our rub-on right on top there with the plastic topper. Then we're going to put our plate down and we're going to just run this through our die cut machine once. And I'm going to go back twice. What was a good measure, Cordy? 3 or 4 times? It was 4, huh?
Yeah,
just for good measure. We
better
did 4.
safe than sorry.
Better safe than sorry. Okay, 4 times. Let's check it out. Here's the reveal. Oh, look at how gorgeous that is. Pretty. It looks like I embossed it. It took me, what, a minute to do that? Less than a minute? That's awesome. Okay, so now we have that gorgeous sentiment out of gold that's going to be the center of our shaker card. And we just used our die cut machine to put that on there. So we didn't have to sit and rub it all. Okay, now we need to start putting our foam on here. So I'm going to add foam across the top here and use our stainless steel scissors. Do it down here as well. This one might be easy to do a shaker card that you don't need to put another piece of acetate on the back. You can if you want to, but you don't have to. I think I have 2 millimeter thick 1/4 inch, which is helpful here to start doing this. All right. Nope, I gotta see where I'm cutting there. And one more over here. Just lining up along the edges so that it gives sturdiness, like that. Making sure there's no like hollow pieces. That looks good. And then I think I'm going to do just a couple pieces here so it doesn't dip down. Yeah, that's good. Okay. I think this will be easy to line up like this. So I'm going to be brave here. I'm going to not do the second piece of acetate like we normally do, Cody. Do you trust me?
Yeah, we're living on the edge.
Living on the edge. Okay. Let me make sure my vines are going the right way. Okay, this way. Okay. Let's put in some of our doodads. So we have our Gina K micro disco ball sequence. Let's do a little bit of that. Here's where we're cooking. We're adding a little spice. There's a little spice. What else should we cook up? A little bit of these Trinity stamps. Champagne Twinkle, why not? Should we add a little bit of those?
Yeah.
Let's add a tiny bit of those. Okay. Then let's add some more of the bigger sequence from Gina K. These are the regular disco ball sequence. Let's add some of those. Yeah, that looks good. Add in whatever you want, whatever embellishment shakers you have. We're just adding a little bit of sparkle because we want to see that gold thank you, or not thank you, thinking of you, to pop through this window. You can use gold sequence if you want to add more gold, pearl. I imagine you could get really creative with your sequence that you're going to add in here, embellishments, shaker bits. This is always the tricky part for me, pulling off the backers of all the stickies so my sequence don't go flying. Okay. We did it. Okay, now I'm going to put my head over. Where's my thinking of you this way? Okay, so I'm going to line up. You could do this with the Misty, but I'm going to give myself the challenge. Do I dare? Did it, did it, nailed it, nailed it. I did it, you guys, I did it. Look at how cute. And then we've got shaker bits in there. Okay, but we're not done yet. We gotta decorate the front of this shaker card, okay? Now we're gonna add our cute butterflies and our sprigs and then some of those champagne twinkle Trinity stamp beads. And get those out. Okay, so we've got our 2 butterflies made. The pink one's gonna go up here. This one's gonna go down here with the blue sprigs. So I just like to go like this to make a little corner. Look at that. And then my butterfly would go right in the center. So it looks like I need to poke out some pieces of this still. There's one piece. Make sure you get out all the little pieces that need to be poked out. And we're gonna just create right around the edge of this corner, this. You can make it smaller, you can cut them apart if you want. I feel pretty good about this down here. So then I will start gluing. Just gonna add a little bit of liquid glue on the back. May want to take off our stems, not sure yet. Let's see. So this would go just right here. I think I am going to take off this stem. Let me snip it. Ah, let's snip it first then. It's in control. Okay, let's do that. Okay, and then this one will go right there. Collaged right on top of it. You can cut the stem as well, but I think I'm going to cover that stem because it's going to go right up along the other one, just to add a little bit dimension. Let's see. Oh yeah, that's cute. Yeah, okay. Where's our acrylic block? Let's put that down for a second. While we're doing that, we can glue on this butterfly. So do a little bit of liquid adhesive on the back and just put this right in the corner up here. Make sure you can still see your sentiment, thinking of you, but put that right in the corner. I do it straight, but you can tilt it if you want, because this one's gonna be straight too, so it's 2 straight butterflies. We're gonna do the same with this one, a little adhesive in the center, and then we're gonna put that down straight right here in the corner. So they're diagonal from each other. Oh, so pretty with dimension. I'm gonna put this down so it dries, but we'll pull those little butterflies apart a little bit so that they look like there's dimension coming off the page or the card. Put our pin back in our glue. How you doing, Cody? How's everybody doing? How are you all doing? Stacking?
Great, yeah.
Crafting? Following along? How are we doing on time? Did I do good on this one?
Yeah, we're flying through.
Yes. I love it. Okay, so then maybe I can show that bonus card at the end. All right. Yes, let's pull up our little butterflies so that they're popped up a little bit. And then we're going to add some of these embellishments. So I'm going to take these Trinity Stamp Champagne Twinkle. They're like half beads. They're like flat on one side and domed on the other with a little bit of crystal in there, like sparkle, the champagne color that matches this collection perfectly. And there's all different sizes. See this? I'm going to take some glue and I am just going to do a dot of glue here and a dot of glue here. And then where else do we want some? Let's do 2 down here, 1 here, 1 here. And then let's do some on these leaves. Right there, right there, right there, and right there. Okay, don't forget where our dots are because now we're going to start adding them. And this glue dries clear. So it's white right now, but it's going to dry clear. And I'm going to need my tweezers for this. All right, so you want to make sure that the flat sides are down on these. I'm going to just start grabbing them and putting them down. There's one right there. Let's do... Which side is the flat side? There it is. Let's do that one there. Then let's do a couple down here. And a little guy right here above it. Go down. There we go. And then we have some on those leaves, don't forget. So let's put some, I need to clean the glue off my tweezers. Let's see which ones I can grab. The little guys are harder to grab, but those are the ones I want for my leaves. Come here. And one right there. And another one right here. This just adds a little bit of sparkle and interest to the card because you've got some beads on there. Okay, they're gonna dry, but they look white right now, but they are so pretty. Let me show you close up. All right, friends, look at that. Gorgeous. with the beads in there, and they'll dry clear, so you'll see the little bit of sparkle coming through those. Just did a couple up here, a couple down here, and then some on the leaves. Pretty, and then it's a shaker card. This would be a fun card to hand somebody in person. So then we'd add it to a card base, and it is done. Where's my card bases? Let's grab a card base. Okay. Oops. Okay. And then I like to use the roller adhesive for this part as well. Oh, Cody, ouch, it's gone. It's all right, I can try and use permanent. Do we trust me? Let's see if I can do it. I wonder if I need to get some of that. I'm gonna stand up. All right, so line up your card. We are braving it here, you guys, with permanent. I don't know, I'm nervous. I like the roller adhesive that's dotted when I do this so that I can move it around if I have to. We did it. Trust in thyself, you guys. We did it. Look at how pretty. What a pretty card. Okay, there. We have 2 cards done. We're gonna go back to that other card after we're all the way done so that we can check out those nano spinners if they're dry. All right, now we're gonna do our last card so we can show that graphic for the homework. This one is fun because it's using the rub-ons again, and we're gonna do it with the new die cutting machine that's here at Scrapbook.com, the pearlescent pink. So I'll get that machine ready. Okay, let's take out all of our pieces that we did, our homework for card 3, and that is, oh, what was this? It was 4 5 1/4 white piece of cardstock, 4 5 1/4, and then the gold hello with the backer in white, and we need to glue that together. So let's glue that first because we're gonna need that to dry. So let me get my tweezers. So I love this gold. This is in the holographic paper, the gold. There's so many pretty metallic papers in this set, but this gold is my favorite. So I'm just gonna dot, 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 because this is a thin script. So we just need a few little dots of this Artiste glue or whatever liquid glue you're using, and then put it right in the center of the shadow piece, that white. And that gold is gonna pop. Oh, pretty. And we're gonna use our acrylic block to put that down. Then let's grab our heirloom paper, and we are gonna grab that solid tan piece. I imagine you could use any backer for this card if you want. I wanna see you guys get creative and see what else you do with this paper pad, but you could use any of these for the back of this. You could use this gorgeous green, the blue, the brown. There's so many pretty, look at that, like vintage look is so pretty. We're gonna use the tan though. All right, I'm gonna put this aside to dry. Put our pin back into our glue. That aside, and then I need those rub-ons. So let's get this sheet of rub-ons that has this oval floral frame, and we're gonna cut it out and cut around all of these fun other rub-ons that you get to use for so many other projects. We're passing the gold butterflies, the gold hearts. Go like that. Okay, there we go. Let's put these aside. And then we're gonna take this, take that waxy piece off the back, and then we're gonna center this right in the center of this white piece that you cut. Okay, it should fit right on there. I like this cream floral down in the bottom right corner. And we're gonna center it. Be careful because you took off that backer piece. So once you put this down, it will start to stick to the paper. Okay, turn that a little bit. There we go. Commit. I'm committing. Okay, and then I just rub it a little bit. Then we're gonna put it through the die cut machine. So we can go back to front camera, and I'm gonna use this gorgeous die cutting machine again. Not for die cutting, but for rub-ons. Let's take that, put that in our sandwich here. We can show overhead really quick how it's on our sandwich there. There's a piece of paper. Oh, it feels so good to have a fresh Magic Mat and a fresh cutting plate, Cody.
It always does.
Okay, here we go. Remember the trick? 4. 1, 2, 3. So it's only back and forth twice. 4. Okay, let's see how well that did. Ready? The reveal. What a gorgeous rub-on. Now your paper is going to curl, and that's okay. It magically goes back flat, I promise. Cody and I have tested this many a times. Okay, look at how pretty. Oh, so pretty. And oh, it's already flat. See? The paper went flat. Look at that. It's already flat. That's crazy. I don't know what that juju magic was, but it just happened right in front of you all. Look at this. It's like part of the paper. Looks like we printed that or something. It's gorgeous. Okay, now what we're going to do is we're going to take that tan backer piece and we're going to adhere this to that. You can pop it up if you want. I am just going to adhere it right on there because I want that tan piece to be right against the white, but popping it up would be pretty too. So you're just matting it. I do eyeball this, but make sure you get it matted same width on every edge. Okay, put that down. And then this is where we'll add some dimension. So we can take that 1/8 inch foam adhesive strip pieces that we had. They fit right behind these letters. So we're going to take one there. We'll take one here. And let's do right in the center of that where there's a spot. And then over here on our O. That should be enough to pop up our sentiment. Okay. Look at that. Look how well those go together. So pretty. It looks like we spent hours on this. Those rub-ons, they make life so much easier for paper crafting. And we're not done though. We're going to add some more dimension to this. I'll show you in just a minute. Okay, let's center this. Hello. Right in the center. I feel like these flowers are my center. I'm going to put that right there. What do we think? Is that good? Yeah, I like that. It looks good. Okay, remember our little Trinity stamp champagne twinkle pieces? We're going to do the same thing that we did on the last card. We're going to put some dots of glue everywhere. And what a difference it makes, because let me show you this card finished close up. Let me show that close up. Look at the sparkle all around that rub-on with the little Trinity stamp gems in there. It's just so pretty. It looks so good. It's pretty. Oh, right there you can see them. That's good. Okay, we're going to do the same thing. So let's do that. We're going to do one here, in the center of here. We're going to do a cluster here of these 3. Right there. And then let's do one right in the center here. We'll start there. I might need to make sure I can grab all of these. I'm going to do a medium-sized one for this bigger guy up here. Okay. Then we're going to do the little ones. All right, guys, gotta cooperate today. There we go. 1, 2. I know you all talk to yourselves when you craft too. I know everyone does. Okay, and then we have one down here. Right in the center there. Look how pretty. Can you see that from overhead? Okay, we're gonna keep going. We're not done there. We're gonna do one right in the center of this guy. Then let's do one right in the center here. And then let's do this one. And that should be enough. Okay, let's take this bigger one and put that right there. And then let's take this bigger one. There's like 3 different sizes of these gems, so you have a lot to work with here. Let's get a little guy for up here. And when the glue dries clear, oh, that one flipped, so I gotta flip it back. When the glue dries clear, these really sparkle because they have just like a little bit of glitter inside of them. It's very hard to see, like I'm sure on camera, but each one is like got champagne glitter inside of it, so it's so pretty. Okay, I think that's good. If you wanted to use a glitter brush, you could do that too to add some sparkle to it. But now we've got those gems on there and it just makes this whole thing kind of pop and have some dimension. Make sure you're experimenting with those rub-ons and making some fun stuff like this. It's so easy to create a card to give to someone, and this one will be somewhat flat. If you wanted to not put this up, pop it up, you could send this in the mail easy, this card. That's what rub-ons are so good for. If you're looking to send flat cards in the mail or send cards in for creative kindness, rub-ons are great to use. Okay, we did 3 cards. Let's bring our nano card back over here. Ooh, look at, I'm barely even moving my card and my butterflies are flying. Look at that. Ah, look at that guy. He's
just showing off.
He is showing off, Cody. Look at that. Crazy guy. Look at how cute. This is going to be a great card that's interactive to give somebody. Fun, huh? Okay. Cute, 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 cute. Okay, I love it. So we did this card today. So fun. Put this one aside to dry. Then we did our shaker card. So pretty. And then we did our rub-on card with adding dimension with a foam sentiment in the center and then adding some of those Trinity stamp gems to make it pop. And then I have one more card. Cody, can I show it?
Yeah.
Where'd it go? There it is. It's up here. Okay. This card is fun because we have a lot of pattern papers in this set. You guys, I feel bad because, I don't feel bad. Sorry, not sorry. I'm not sorry. We gave you a ton of product in this kit and I barely scratched the surface, as you can see. There's so many more things you can do with these. We didn't even use all the stamps and the dies that go with them. We didn't use all the rub-ons. You still have sheets of rub-ons to work with and tons of dies. I didn't even hardly use the florals, just some of the sprigs. Look at some of these florals. I want to show you. I cut the stems off these because I was going to do something else with them, but I wanted to show you like the dimension with these florals and how pretty they are when you ink blend and stuff. Can you see those in my hand? I wonder if I use a tweezer. Hold on, let me grab these with a tweezer because I want to show you this. Hold on, hold on, hold on. Don't lose, I don't want to lose you. Hold on. But look at how pretty, oh, Cody, I don't know how you hold them with tweezers. There we go. Okay, let me see. Let me see if I can show that close up. But look at the dimension when you're ink blending and layering them. There's so many fun things you can do with these and we didn't even use them. So I can't wait to see what you all do. You can cut the leaves and stuff out of gold foil paper. Just so many different things you can do that we didn't even scratch the surface. So on top of that, you get all of these pattern papers. So I wanted to just kind of showcase and display the pattern papers. So all I did here was this is our new nested stitched A2 rectangles. This is from all of you. You guys asked for this die. You wanted something that was A2 size that kept matting in and in. You get 12 pieces in this set and they are stitched. So I just took the third one from the center and cut out 6 different papers from this paper pad and then quilted them on a card front like this. So you can use any of the papers, you can get creative, and then just took that frame and then took the stamp and stamped it in brown. It's the stamp here, thinking of you. Took this stamp right here, stamped it in brown and put it right in the center. But just a fun, quick, easy card if you want to display some of those pattern papers. So one quick bonus card for you all. And like I said, I didn't even scratch the surface. There's still so many products in this bundle that I didn't even get to use. So I can't wait to see what you all do with it. I hope I inspired you. I had so much fun creating with this collection. It's a fun one. The team and I had fun putting it together for you. It's so beautiful. Lots of butterflies, lots of florals. Cannot wait, again, to see what you guys do with it. All right, Cody, It's a mess up here. You want to join me up in my mess?
Yeah.
It's so messy. I don't even know where to start.
Well,
Ready?
I mean, good thing we'll have a second to clean up and,
Yes. Okay.
before we go to our next class.
Okay.
Classes.
Yes.
But this is such a great way to kick off SBC Fest.
Thank you.
The inspiration is just here, it's flowing, the fun is going on, the chat. I mean,
Yeah.
and we have so many deals at Scrapbook.com
I know.
as we celebrate SBC Fest week.
So many. So
So-
many. Take advantage, friends.
Yes, Scrapbook.com/coupons is the place to be and see all the deals.
All of it.
Yeah.
All right. Well, who's next?
Okay, so next up we're going to Justin Adkins' house, and then from Justin Adkins' house we're going to Lea Lawson.
Oh my gosh, what a great lineup. I'm so
Yes.
excited. Okay, guys, buckle up. Here we go.
Let's go.
Hey everyone, it's Justin Adkins from Just a Note by Justin. I'm so excited to be back teaching with you all again for another SBC Fest. SBC Fest is one of my most favorite times of the year when some of the most talented instructors in the industry get together and provide some fun and free inspiration for you all, and I'm so excited to be part of it once again. You are joining me in my craft studio in the Chicago suburban area, and I wanted to just give you a little bit about me and my crafting journey. I have been making cards since 2019, but my paper crafting experience comes from even before then. Going back to my days as a resident advisor at the University of Illinois, I used to have to make bulletin boards, I used to have to make door decorations, and I also used to have to make program posters. And whenever we were making either a bulletin board or we were making door decorations, I had a boss who always encouraged us to include a 3D element whenever we were making something. And that just sort of fueled my fire to want to make just the best stuff that I could given the materials that I did. I used to go shopping at dollar stores. I used to find little bits and scraps. I remember I used to, back then, I used to use a die cutting machine where you would have the big old like 4x4 blocks of die cut letters that had the foam pads on the back that you really had to crank. That's where I started. So I'm really appreciative that a couple years later, when I walked into a paper crafting store, I found a whole other world of crafting and inspiration with rubber ink pads, with all the fun stuff just to help make everything come together. So one of the things I love to play with is color, and that's exactly what today's card is going to do. We are going to utilize a couple different really fun inking techniques, some of which may even put you a little outside of your comfort zone. But I think that's just game for a super fun project to make together. So join me for a really fun celebratory card that's going to be perfect for really any occasion that you want to send off a cheers to a friend. So let's go ahead, let's flip the camera down, and let's get to some crafting, and I'll see you right there. All right, friends, let's get into our card making. So what I'm going to start out with is we're going to do some ink smushing using some Distress Oxide ink pads. Now, for my class, I am using the mini ink pads. You can find these in the various kits of sets of 4 that are available, and I do have the sets that these come from listed in the product description for this class. The colors that we're going to be using primarily are Shaded Lilac, Mermaid Lagoon, Prize Ribbon, Kitsch Flamingo, Mustard Seed, Candied Apple, Cracked Pistachio, and Spiced Marmalade. So what we're going to start doing is a smush method, and we do need to get a couple pieces of mixed media paper ready. I recommend for this, you're going to get some extra backgrounds because the ink's going to be on our glass mat or whatever sort of medium you are using for your smushing. I am going to recommend to have 3 pieces ready, and this is going to help you utilize as much ink as possible, give you a couple options when it comes to which one you would like to use for your background, and then also give you a couple additional backgrounds for you to use on another card. So like I said, I do have 3 pieces of the white mixed media paper ready. These are A2 size, so about 4 1/4 by 5 1/2. All right, so let's move in our Distress Oxide pads, and we're going to use these throughout this next portion of our card. We are going to use our glass mat to assist us with what I like to call checkerboard smushing. So we're going to kind of create a checkerboard of colors using our glass mat as a guide, and we're going to want a space that's between about it's about 5 by 6 inches to help accommodate for our A2 size panels. There's going to be about 30 spots that need to be filled, and we have 8 colors. So some of them are going to get smushed 4 times, some will get smushed 5 times. It'll all work out. Actually, now that my math I'm thinking about, it's going to be more along the lines of some will get 3 and some will get 4. So it's all going to be about good, and we'll just get to work. So let's start going light to dark. Yellow is a good color to start with. And I'm just going to start by smushing on our panel. So we're going to start yellow in the corner up here. And then let's see, we're going to do here, skip the middle one, there. And then let's do it down here like that. Awesome. Let's move on to Kitsch Flamingo next. Now I'm trying to move from lighter colors to darker colors because it helps with the smushing, where this way by us smushing light to dark, it doesn't matter too much if we get some cross-contamination of color because it's a lot better to get lighter ink on a darker pad than darker ink on a lighter pad, just because it's gonna really sort of tinge that color. And we'll do right here. Let's do some spiced marmalade next. So we're gonna just start smushing. 1, 2, let's do 3. Next, we'll move on to some shaded lilac. Let's do, keep it kind of away from yellow, just not to get some muddiness. We got 1, 2, 3, 4. Next, we're going to move on to some cracked pistachio, which is also a good lighter color. All right, you might have to kind of dab a couple times just to make sure you're getting a good transfer. 2, 3, 4. And it doesn't have to be perfect. Don't worry about that right now. It doesn't ever have to be perfect at all. We'll move on to some Mermaid Lagoon next. Let's see, let's do 1, 2, 3, 4. We'll do some prize ribbon. So we'll do 3, 1, 2, 3. And finishing this off with some candied apple. We're just going to fill in those gaps. 1, and that one's got to get a little extra love. 2, 3, and then 4. Just like that. All right. So now what we're gonna do is we're gonna take our spray bottle. I'm using a distress sprayer. I think it works really nicely for this sort of application. Use whatever craft sprayer you may have on hand. So I'm just gonna spritz this a couple times and you're gonna see that ink start to react to the water and spread out. And without letting too much time lapse, I'm gonna line this up, push it down, and start to soak up that ink. Trying to make sure I get a nice good contact, try to smush as best as possible. We should only need to do one application. I'm gonna pull it up and here we go. We've got a nice sort of paper going, but we're not gonna use this one for our card. I'm gonna spritz this again, just to kind of still keep that ink moving. Next, what we're gonna do is we're gonna smush this again. And this is gonna start to blur the lines of our checkerboard, but we're still gonna get a really sort of nice tie-dye effect going. All right. And there, see, this is perfect. And this is exactly what I'm going for our card, that fun sort of multicolor rainbow tie-dye effect. So I already know this will be the one we'll be using. However, we still have a little bit more on our mat. So let's go ahead and we're gonna just sort of splotchy pick this up. Just sort of get it onto our panel. And that way we can set it aside for later. Why waste all of this beautiful ink? All right, you're gonna get a little bit of muddiness, and that's okay. We're using a lot of different colors, so it's near impossible to avoid, but you can just use portions of this if you would like. You could also trim off the edges. Lots of options, but we're gonna clean this off. You could even go a fourth time if you would like, but I kind of want to show you the differences of the backgrounds that we created. So what we have is, this is the first one that maybe doesn't have a full coverage effect, but you can see a lot more of those defined marks of the checkerboard. Here's our second one. You can see a couple harsher water lines on it, but it's a little bit more of a muted tone. And this is the softest one, which was the last one where we did true ink smushing to pick up as much extra ink as we could for coverage. So I'm gonna take these two panels and I'm gonna set them aside for a future card whenever I want to at another date. And we are going to focus on using this panel right now. As you can see, we've got a lot of fun colors going on with this panel. We are going to do a little bit of drying and then actually re-wetting the panel. So I'm gonna get my Heat It tool just to sort of clean off these edges and make sure that they're nice and dry. And what I'm actually gonna do, since this didn't perfectly happen on camera, which is totally okay, I am going to take our shaded lilac ink, which is the lightest color I think that we're using, that or the yellow, but I think shaded lilac is gonna work nicely. And I am going to smush that just for a second, really wet it, and then we're gonna see these little corners. I'm just gonna make sure I've got that shaded lilac filling it so that we don't have any white spots. So if you have any white spots, feel free to sort of do this method just to kind of pick up that extra ink, and it'll work really nicely for you. So like I said, we're gonna just make sure everything is nice and dry. And then what we're gonna do is a little bit of embossing. And when I mean embossing, I mean a dry embossing using our streamers embossing folder. So when you're doing heat embossing, that's the time when you use like an embossing powder. When I talk about dry embossing, it's when we're gonna use a folder to add some embossed texture into your project. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to hold my spray bottle maybe about 10 to 12 inches away from my panel, spray a couple times just to sort of mist. That's why we're holding it further away, and we are spritzing the backside that's white. I'm gonna place this into my embossing folder, wherever it fits, whatever sort of angle or design that you may want. Let's just kind of make sure it's all lined up. And then I am going to pull in my die cutting machine so we can get some embossing going. Now for die cutting, I'm gonna process this through my machine, and it should work nicely with just a standard C cutting plate with my Spellbinders Platinum 6 embossing folder. So I'm just gonna process this through the lovely crack. And then, let's see, this is a good sign. We've got our embossed banners, embossed design. I just love how this looks, and this is gonna add so much fun texture for our card. We're gonna come back to our die cutting machine later on. Now what I would like to do is start kind of working on preparing our background as we go. So I do want to trim this down, and we're going to trim it down to about 4 inches by 5 1/4. I like to trim down my embossed panels because I feel like when you emboss them, you do to whatever minuscule measurement sort of warp the measurements, that it's not going to be as perfect as what you started with. So I'm going to trim off some of the edges, and I just like making it a little on the smaller side. So we're going to do, let's see. I kind of pick what my favorite edges are. So we're going to go with cutting the bottom off. So we're, like I said, that's 5 1/4. And then we're going to trim it to, let's see, 4 inches. Just like that. And next what I'm going to do is, because I'm kind of trying to prepare everything with my background along the way, I am going to use a piece of holographic mirror paper to frame out this panel. So I think it would be really good to use this sort of silver iridescent panel, because the iridescence captures all of the different colors of this panel that we'll be using. So we're going to go in and trim this down to 4 1/8 inch by 5 3/8 inch. And I am using my Gina K trimmer because it does have 1/8 tick mark measurements. So trim that. Down like that. All right. So what we'll be doing is using our Misty Precision Glue Press on the back of this panel very easily. And then we're going to put it into place so that there is a nice iridescent frame for when we pull this panel in later. Just like this. All right, so we're gonna set this aside and we are gonna work on some other elements for our card. So we are gonna need an additional piece of mixed media white paper. And what we're gonna do is we are gonna do a little bit of ink smearing directly onto our panels. So I'm gonna cut this into like 5 kind of evenly sized strips. Even as I'm just kind of haphazardly going to be cutting these. Let's see. Because we're going to be die cutting from them. And I can probably cut this one in a chunk like that. That works. Okay. So now what we're going to be doing is I'm going to start separating my colors, because we're going to use all 8 colors again in our card, but for other sorts of elements. So we're going to need shaded lilac. We're gonna need candied apple, prize ribbon, mermaid lagoon, and we're also going to need mustard seed for our sentiment. And then we're gonna keep spiced marmalade, kitsch flamingo, and cracked pistachio for a later element of our card as well. So what I'm gonna do is I am going to take each of the colors and just take my pad directly to the paper and just sort of dye the paper. Get as best coverage as I can, and then when you've got your coverage, set it aside, and then you're going to want to also clean up just to make sure you're not getting any sort of cross-contamination with colors. Yep. So next, let's go in. We're going to take Mermaid Lagoon, and I'm going to take my ink pad and just sort of smush it. If you got any cross-contamination of colors when you were doing your checkerboard, this is also a really great opportunity to sort of reset those colors so everything looks nice and clean. All right, next let's go in. Let's take some candied apple and just sort of smush, smush, smush. Like I said, you're gonna want as best of complete coverage as you can get. That's pretty good. Wipe this off. Next, we're gonna go in, let's do some mustard seed. I'm just gonna kind of dye this the best that I can. All right, and clean this. And then we're gonna do it one last time with some shaded lilac. So I'm gonna hold it in the corner and just sort of dye this paper. Just like that. All right, and I kept this open just to kind of keep my finger somewhere nice and clean, but that's kind of the gist of what we're doing. So now what I'm gonna do is I am going to lay out each of our strips that we have cut, and I am going to heat set them before we die cut them. And the reason because these oxide inks don't immediately sink into the paper. They sit on top. So it's a really good idea to sort of heat set them to make sure you're not going to deal with a bunch of smudging. So I'm going to pull my heated tool out again. This is a great low energy, well, I say low energy. I don't know what the actual energy consumption is, but it's like a really like low blowing hair dryer of sorts. It's just a slower, lower, constant speed of hair. There's just an on and an off setting. This is not something that you're going to want to use for heat embossing. It's not going to be strong enough to do that, but it's going to be great at applying a nice constant bout of hot air onto your projects to help just sort of dry up anything that might be wet. I actually use this a lot. I used to use an embossing gun for all of my drying. Ooh, spinning. Now I use this for all of my drying, and this has been a great addition to my craft space. So I'm just kind of going in, getting everything as dry as I can, using these inks. And then we're actually going to set these aside for later to do some die cutting. Let's just kind of take advantage of some nice dry time. So I'm going to put those off to the side. Let's also take a drink of water. All right. Next, let's do a little bit of ink blending. So for my homework, I had said to die cut a couple of the shapes from the nested round balloons, and I've got them all ready to go. And I'm just going to get this ready. Okay, and I am going to start ink blending each of these panels. Let's see, we're gonna put this right here for now. And what we're gonna do is, this is gonna be cracked pistachio. The middle-sized one is going to be Kitsch Flamingo, and the smallest is going to be spiced marmalade. So let's go large to small. And I am gonna use some cracked pistachio and just sort of go in and start to build up this color. I am using a foam blending tool with a flat ink blended foam applicator. And I'm just kind of moving this from the corners in. What you can do is, if you're afraid of getting anything blended, you can grab a acrylic block from your stash, an acrylic block. Let's use proper grammar. And I'm just sort of bringing those inked edges in. I want the center of my balloon to be lighter. I also think that this works really nicely for balloons as well, because balloons are generally have lighter portions. In this nested round balloons die set, there are little highlight pieces that you can use to actually add little white highlight details to the balloon. I'm not going to be using them today because I'm going to be stacking these, and I thought that I'd kind of be losing that detail, but I do like that we're going to still have the light of the center of the balloons. So like I said, I'm just kind of lightly bringing in that ink towards the center, and then once I'm happy with the blend, we're going to set that aside. do a little bout of cleanup, and then move on to our next color. So let's do some Kitsch Flamingo with our medium balloon. This is the middle of the 5 balloons that's included size-wise. I had said to utilize the second largest, third largest, and fourth largest of sizes for our card. You can, of course, use whatever sizes you want for any of these. You can also change up the colors if you'd like as well. Whatever works. So I'm just kind of going in. Just inking this balloon up. Right. Okay, keep going. Keeping that nice lighter center for using the white of the paper, but making those edges darker. All right, so we've got our Kitsch Flamingo balloon already. And then lastly, we are going to utilize the spiced marmalade after I do a really quick wipe of our workspace. All right, and then let's bring in our last blending tool. Now I do have a designated blending tool per Distress Oxide color. So that's what I'm operating with. That's why I keep reaching and grabbing for a new one. At a bare minimum, I recommend that you have a blending tool per each color family. So like a designated orange or red, a pink. I do consider red and pink different color families when it comes to ink colors so you don't cross-contaminate. Blue, green, yellow, purple, browns, and grays. Those would be the ones I recommend to start. All right, there you have our third balloon. So we are, I think, done with those for now. So I can set those to the side. And then we can do a quick bout of cleaning up. All right, you know what we're gonna do? We're gonna put these in a tray just for now. Okay, so now that we've got most of our inking done, let's go ahead and use these panels and we're gonna die cut our letters from them. So I do have all 5 of these ready to go, and we're gonna die cut 2 sets of letters from each of them. I'm gonna be pulling in the Cheers banner shape dies, and I'm going to very selectively choose which letters will be for each of the colors. So I'm kind of going to arrange these where like these are the order of letters we're gonna go in. So because our sentiment's gonna be cheers to you, we are going to die cut the shadow pieces. So we're going to do the C, and we're gonna do the S from the shaded lilac. And I am going to use a piece of mint tape to just tack this down. Now, because you are using a wetter inked paper, your mint tape may not 100% work the way that you want. So just take note of that. That's not abnormal. We're gonna take the H and also the 2, the TO, that's a little scripty. We're gonna die cut that from this red. We're gonna use a new piece of mint tape. We're gonna try to see if we can die cut as much of this as possible in one go. Next, for the prize ribbon, we're going to use an E. And then we're also, this is the first E of cheers. We're also going to use the Y from you. Just like that. Next, from the mustard seed, we're gonna use the second E from cheers. And then we're also going to use the O from you. And then lastly, from the Mermaid Lagoon, we're going to use the last 2 letters, which are the R from cheers And then the U from you, which sounds so repetitive, but it's not. All right. Now, if you wanted to do a shortcut for this card, I wanted to have like a rainbow of letters, but if you don't mind that, there's also a die that has all of the shadow combined that just has all the cheers to you. And you can just die cut this from whatever color you would want. And it gives you a really simple way to do your letters. Or you can also reverse what I just did. You could do like this example, the shadow is in white and then each of the letters is a color. You could do it that way or die cut all the letters from the same color, whatever makes the most sense for you. So let's go ahead and arrange this on our cutting board or our sandwich for our our die cutting machine. So let's see, I've got my die cutting machine. We're going to arrange all of these, hoping everything stays nicely in place. That would be incredibly helpful. We're gonna have to be extra careful. So I'm just arranging these on my die cutting sandwich. Like this. Open this up. Put this in. Try not to move it too much in case your mint tape can't fully latch onto the wetter paper. I think we're good. Let's make sure. I think we're there. All right, so I'm going to very carefully start to take out each of our letters as I want to start to kind of spell out our sentiment as I'm going. This will just kind of make things easier for me later on down the road. Pop out the little centerpiece from my cheers to sentiment, the T-O. Let me grab my tweezers. That. All right. And then our prize ribbon is next. I'm already seeing something that shifted. So I can fix that. See, I've got a little bit of white, but we'll grab our prize ribbon pad and just sort of correct it. We'll just have to hit it with a heat embossing or the heated tool. All right, so we've got cheers to you, just like that. Awesome. And then you may have to kind of wipe off your dies before you store them. It is possible that you may have some residual ink. So just kind of keep that in mind as you're doing your cleanup today. All right, set that aside. Perfection. Okie doke. So like I said, I do have to kind of correct this Y a little bit. So I'm going to grab my prize ribbon ink and just sort of blend it in and then do a little bit of cleanup so I don't get cross-contamination. And then just kind of get my heated tool once again, just to sort of set it. And there is a little bit of a noticeable ink line right now. Once everything dries, that's going to be incredibly less noticeable. So we're just going to go ahead and get everything all set with this Y. And then we're going to start working on getting all of our letters situated. Now for this next portion of our video tutorial, it's going to make a lot of sense to have a piece of scrap paper ready because we're going to start playing with our adhesive and it's going to just make sense to be able to dab off excess adhesive onto a piece of scrap paper. So I've got this random piece of scrap paper that I've been using that's been on my desk. It can be of any quality. You could also just use a generic printer paper, whatever makes sense to you. Now, I do have my Cheers to You that's been all die cut from mixed media white paper, and we're just gonna start adhering each of these to the designated letters using our Misty Precision glue press and putting it on top of our letters. So this is gonna be a little bit of a repetitive process because we do have to do all of these together. That also gives us time just to sort of catch up, sort of go over some fun techniques, and then get everything situated. So I'm gonna tap the excess off before adhering, and then I'm going to very carefully put it into place, trying my best not to get too much of a cross-contamination of any inks or getting too much ink, liquid adhesive that's gonna peek through. And then once I'm done, I'm gonna move this. I'm gonna kind of very carefully move those. And then I have this large Scrapbook.com acrylic block that I'm going to just put on top of it to help keep everything in place. Next, let's work on our H. It's really funny, my relationship with acrylic blocks. I don't really use acrylic blocks for stamping at all, but I use them for so many things in my craft stash. And I usually use them for pressure and then to also go ahead and to keep my fingers clean when doing inking techniques. So I don't know, I love the oversized ones. I know some people love them for stamping. For whatever reason, whenever I stamp with an acrylic block, I feel like I'm so accustomed to using tools like the Misty that I don't get a perfect impression. And I just always default to using a Misty first. And I use my acrylic blocks for other things. But let me know in the comments, what are your favorite uses for an acrylic block, or do you have a craft tool that's intended for one item that you've actually found it's really helpful when you do something else? All right, so we're going to do this E. All right. And by tapping off that excess liquid adhesive, you know when you use a little bit too much liquid adhesive and you put your papers down, and when they smush, the liquid adhesive comes out from the sides and then it dries and it looks like you've got like dried wet spots around your die cut. That's what I am trying to avoid by tapping off excess adhesive before I put it onto my panel. So let's see, so just tap, tap, tap. I also made sure when planning which letters were going to be die cut from which color. I wanted to make sure that everything was kind of staggered so that it didn't look like we were using too many colors close to one another. I don't know, just little extra details to really make things look like they were well thought out. Because they were, of course, right? Tap, tap, tap. And move this very carefully up. Why is this E sticking? All right. Got that. Let's do our S. The S can be a little on the tricky side because I think one of the loops is a little bit more open than the other, but then again, that could just be my eyes playing tricks on me. But I think, let's see. So just kind of make sure with your S that you're happy with how everything is placed. And actually, I think that's how it's supposed to go. Tap, tap, tap. This tapping off the excess ink tool, not only is it good with using little layered die cuts, it's really any sort of die cutting that you're going to want to adhere down. So it's nice to have little techniques like that in mind that just kind of make everything a little simpler and well thought out. All right, after this one, we're going to take a brief water break. All right. We're getting there. We're more than halfway done. I originally thought about using all of the colors that we had done for our background, but I really like that when you look at the Cheers to You, it's a set of 10 letters. So I'm like, well, I could use 5 colors twice, and then with our 3 balloons, use the other 3 colors. So all the colors are still getting, I think, appropriate representation, which is something I try to be mindful about in the card planning process. Kind of killing me that these are just very lightly sticking to, like, they're like clinging to the block, but they're not actually sticking. So like, that's a good thing. It's talking about tools that maybe have different uses. I know a lot of us use tweezers to sort of pick up smaller items and put them into place, which of course is the primary concern, but I've been using them when I'm making like 3D sort of craft projects, and there's like folded sides that have to touch, like a treat box, for example. These are really good at like holding pressure so that 2 sides sort of nicely connect to one another. All right. Gonna tuck that in. See, it's not supposed to move, but it does. That's okay. Just trying to be very careful and mindful to not move things too much around as we move on to our final letter, which is U. The English language is very funny because we have a word to spell out to say you, Y-O-U, but we also have just a single letter that is pronounced the exact same way. But we also, like when we use A as a letter and also as a word, is it technically a word? I'm not an English teacher, but like you say it as A, but when you use it as a word, it's ah or So interesting. No wonder why some people say that English is a very difficult language to learn. All right, we're going to put our U in there. I think we've got that all situated. So let's start moving on to, I'm going to let this set off to the side. Let's start getting our balloons into place for our card. So let's go in, and I'm going to very carefully sort of move this up just to give me a little bit more space. And we're going to start arranging our balloons. So what we're going to do, I like to have a little bit that's going to overlap. So I'm going to take some liquid adhesive. Let's see. Just going to move this up. You know what? We're just going to they're all set. So we're just going to let them all sort of chill. They don't have to be fully arranged. I can do that later. And we're going to start putting our balloons together. And I'm going to let them be a little offset. So they're going to kind of go off the side of our panel just a wee bit. All right. And then I'm actually going to take my orange balloon and push that so that it is nestled underneath, kind of like that. Maybe a little bit down, just like that. And then our pink is gonna sit nicely on top, our Kitsch Flamingo balloon. And this is gonna sit like that, just to kind of nestle all 3 of them. Kind of move the unit just a little bit, just to get all of our space. All right. And then let's move this out just a wee bit. Nice. let's take our oversized acrylic block, add a little bit of pressure, and then we're also going to pull in our little balloon strands that we had die cut as part of the homework. All right, so what we're gonna do is I'm gonna use my tweezers, of course. And this is also gonna be where you might wanna tap off a little bit of excess. And then just sort of put it that it goes down right here. And then let's do our little loopy one. Just like this. Try to tuck it so the string is behind the balloon. And then lastly, we're just going to take the simple drop down one. And that one's going to be just sort of right underneath the orange balloon knot. All right, just like that. And then once everything is nicely adhered, I am going to take some scissors and just sort of cut off the excess. Now, if you wanted to do so, you could trim the edges of the balloons. I'm going to leave them so that they go off just a little bit, but by all means, you do whatever you would like. All right. So now what we're going to do is we're going to work on our sentiment that says cheers to you. So now I've got to go back and I've got to rearrange these. So I'm going to kind of just start to spread everything out. So it's going to say cheers. This. Let's see. And then I'm going to take some 1-inch mint tape. And we're going to pick that up just like this. We're going to move this to the side for now. We'll come back to it in a second. And then we're also going to, kind of using the size of that as a guide, lay out the to you. All right. And then we're going to take another piece of mint tape and pick these up. Yeah, that was a little too small. You want to have a nice size of mint tape so that your fingers have ample room on both sides to pick this up. Kind of like this. Awesome. So now what we're going to do, oh, phooey, that one needs to stay still more. I don't know why it's curling up, but whatever. If we have to redo it, we'll redo it. I'm also going to take some 3mm foam strips and use them on the back of our letters. So like, for example, I'm going to go in, pull the backing off, and of course it comes undone. That's my own doing. I'll fix it. It's easy to put back into place, luckily. like I said, easy to fix if you need to. You might just have to use a little bit of pressure from like tweezers just to kind of get it to stick again. But other than that, we shouldn't have too many problems. Now, in addition, I know I'm using these larger nonstick scissors. If you have a smaller detail scissor, those will also work really nicely. If they're nonstick, of course. Just kind of putting that foam tape on the back of each of the letters. Trying not to do too much with foam tape because it's really easy to kind of put yourself in the mindset of like covering the whole letter, which is not a problem. You do what you got to do. But also sometimes it's helpful to use a little bit of less because it makes the process just go simpler. So what we're going to do is I'm going to pull off the backing for each of these. And then we're going to utilize our grid mat to kind of help us get everything nicely into place. So I am going to put this like here, and then I'm going to kind of eyeball, kind of bring your eyes a little over just to make sure. All right, and we're going to do like right there, as level as we can. And then I'm going to take this acrylic block, which is a little on the trickier side. If you have a flat edge, it might work a little better. This has got the wavy edge, and we're just going to kind of make sure that this all fits real nicely to spell out cheers. Alrighty. And then we're going to finish up with these. All right, where else? This one just wants to curl on me a little bit. Makes my life a little difficult. That's okay. That is a-okay. Let's do... just like this. And then we're just going to kind of line this up. Like that. And I'm looking at this, and it might actually be a little better before you press it down to sort of move the two, just so it's maybe a little bit more centered since it's a different font than the rest of them. But there we go. And then we can take our acrylic block and press it down, just like this. Now, using some more liquid adhesive on the back, just like this. I've got our prepared A2 size card base ready to go. And we are going to put this into place right on the card base like this. Now remember, we did trim down the panel so that there is going to be a little bit of a white border. And I love how this looks. It gives it such a nice look. We're going to press that down. Just like this. I love how that textured background looks, and we're almost just about done. But I thought that it would be nice to utilize a little bit of embellishment to help put everything together. So I have grabbed the 4-ounce bottle. This is the Glitter Snowflake Pops of Color. And we're gonna add a little bit of these to our project. So I'm gonna do 2 on the orange balloon. And then I'm gonna do, kind of making them various sizes, 3 on our cracked pistachio balloon. And I'm gonna go in and I'm gonna tap the back just like this. And it looks a little opaque right now, but it is gonna dry on the clearer side. So that's gonna add a really nice embellishment to our final card. So here you guys have it. The final card we made is part of my SBC Fest session, where we have used some really fun stamps. Well, no, we didn't use any stamps. We used dies. We used the different dies to help create this super fun little Cheers to You card. We used the cheer banner shaped dies, the nested balloon shaped dies. We also used the banners embossing folder. We did some really fun ink blending techniques. We did an ink smushing technique, and I just think that this turned out really, really fun. So we're gonna switch it back and we're gonna see my face and we're gonna just close out this video. Well, I hope that card didn't put you too outside of your comfort zone, and I hope you had a bunch of fun playing with a bunch of different colors. Don't forget, this is a card you can never really replicate. Every single time you make it, it's gonna look a little different. So don't worry and get frustrated by that. Use it as inspiration to go play with some fun new color palettes. Maybe just play with some warm tones or all the different shades of green ink pads that you might have in your stash. Even if you don't have oxides, you can pull in other types of ink pads that you do have on hand. Maybe they're even different sizes as well to put onto your mats and to try to smush down patterns that are going to work for you. Don't waste that ink, y'all. Use as much of it as you can and save those extra backgrounds for another day and another project. Thank you all so very much for joining me once again. Be sure to follow me on all socials at Just a Note by Justin. That's, of course, Instagram and YouTube are the most important ones for more crafty inspiration. But you can find me on Facebook as well. Thank you to Scrapbook.com for hosting me once again and for putting on this fantastic event. I hope you guys are getting loads of inspiration, and I can't wait to see what you make. I hope to see you all and craft together again really soon, but until then, have a great day. Goodbye.
Hey friends, this is Lea Lawson, and I'm so excited to be teaching a card class with you guys today with my really fun class kit. I currently live in Anaconda, Montana. We moved back last year to my home state, and we are just loving it. Hopefully, by the time SBC Fest is happening, we will be getting really close at breaking ground on our brand new forever home. So, how about we get this camera flipped around and let's get going on our 3 cards. We are going to create 3 cards together in an hour. So, we're going to take about 20 minutes per card approximately. I did post a homework video, so I am going to assume in class that you have done the homework. But don't stress. If you weren't able to get the homework done, that's okay. Do what you can with me, and then of course, once the replay is available on this, you can rewind, you can pause, you can do all of the things so that you can finish all 3 of these really fun cards with me. So how about we get going? Okay, so here are the things that we need for card number 1. Now we need your homework, which was uh, portrait style card base, these die cut butterflies, and then, pardon me, the die cut sentiment. Um, for reference, that is, I am using the essential sentiments and the heirloom butterflies. We're not showcasing the nested vintage labels, pardon me, on this card. But all three of these items were included in the kit, but we did the die cutting as homework. We also need the watercolor patterned collection, the small paper pad, and we need the butterflies stencil that's included. We will also need Versamark or an embossing style ink and a blending brush that you use for embossing ink. And then we'll need some type of embossing powder. I have like an iridescent sparkle powder here. You can also use clear if you prefer not to use sparkle or if you don't have a sparkle type of embossing powder. So let's actually start with the embossing first. So we're going to use the pink paper. So it's the very first paper in the watercolor collection. And you have an option. You can use the dark pink or the light pink. I think I'm going to feature the light pink, but either would really work. So feel free to pick the color that makes the most sense to you. And then grab that really fantastic A2 stencil and adhere it. And then I'm going to use a little bit of mint tape because the paper is the same exact size as the stencil, so it's not going to adhere down to your grip mate mat. So I am just aligning it here. And you know what? Actually, go ahead and, no, that's fine. Align it to the paper. Sorry, lost my train of thought there. And then just tape it in place, or however you have your stenciling set up, do it that way. Okay. So then we are going to use Versamark ink, and we're not going to ink up the whole thing. We're going to start at the top, and we're just going to daub embossing ink. And we're going to kind of, and it doesn't have to be perfect, but we're just going to kind of make a curve down. And it's okay if some of the butterflies aren't fully inked up. This is just, we're wanting to add a little bit of shimmer to our pattern paper. And this is a really fun way, it's a really fun and easy way to add a little bit more to your paper. I think that heat embossing or daubing embossing ink through a stencil and then using some type of embossing ink that will allow the paper to shine through. So you don't want an opaque embossing powder. You want something that's a little more clear or just has a sparkle to it. That is the look we're going for here. All right, I feel like that is good. You'll notice I did not prep my paper with the anti-static powder tool, and that's because I'm okay if a little bit sticks here and there, so it was really unnecessary. So then gently take away that stencil and set it aside. We can clean it later. And then we'll need to take this off of our grip mat. And then I just have some scrap white paper. And I'm going to grab the side that doesn't have any ink included on it. And then go ahead and cover those butterflies in your embossing powder. And whatever kind you're using is absolutely fine, whether you're using clear or if you have one with a little sparkle, they will both look really lovely when all is said and done. So let's see, I feel like we have a good coverage there, so I'm going to give it a little tap. Just get off any excess. Oops, I made a mess there. That's okay. I can clean that up with my little lip-free cloth there. Okay, so now that we have that done, let's go ahead and heat set our embossing. Okay. And just look at how pretty that adds to your card. Like it's just a lovely, subtle difference, but it does make those, even on the lightest shade of paper, those butterflies really do pop and just really add something nice and extra to that paper. Okay, so we can clean off some things off of our desk here. And then let's go ahead and trim this panel down because we are going to mat it within the confines of our A2 card base. Plus, of course, we have that little border there. So we don't want to leave that border. So I'm just going to go ahead and trim down to that border so that we will meet our little butterflies edge to edge, like so. And then we want this to be mat just about 1/8 inch off each side. So we want it to be 5.25 inches in height and then 4 inches in width. And now we have our perfect little butterfly, iridescent butterfly patterned paper. So that first technique is one that I really love to do. It's super simple, it's super easy to add, and most of us have different types of embossing powders in our collection, and it's something that you could really play with. Maybe you have an embossing powder that has like a pink tone, or gold would look really pretty on this as well. The sky is the limit with background stencils like that and pattern paper. So often we get stuck in the rut of only stenciling our stencils onto white cardstock. So I always love this little option of really dressing up your more patterned paper with some really easy and fun embossing. So go ahead and grab all of the elements that were part of your homework. And let's go ahead and assemble our card. We are also going to need some type of liquid glue and also some foam adhesive as well. So I have just I have this thinner um, foam tape from scrapbook.com. You can use anything that you have on hand, however. So first things first, let's get our panel adhered to our card base. So I am just going to add, oops, come on, some foam strips to the back of this. And I'm going to add them pretty close together because I did heat emboss this. So I don't want the little bit of warping that happens with heat embossing. I don't want that to cause the panel to look saggy or, kind of warpy on the front. So I am going to adhere these a little closer together. Now if you have thicker uh, foam adhesive, that would work as well, like the 1 inch kind. I realize I actually need to place a foam adhesive order. So I will be doing that here shortly after I finish up this class here. So, but I'm having a make it work moment with what I have on hand, and that's perfectly okay as well. So almost done here. Right. So there's that part. So then go ahead and remove all of the release paper off the back. If you're using thicker foam adhesive, you won't have as many pieces to remove as me. And then make sure your fold is where you prefer it. I'm a top folder, but if you have a side fold, just make sure your fold, basically just make sure your card's not upside down. And then go ahead and adhere that panel directly to the middle of your card base. And look at how beautiful that is. I can't get over the holographic glitter. It would also look really pretty and clear if you're not a glitter person. Totally understandable on that. So then let's go ahead and create our butterfly. So first things first,
we're just going to kind of fluff the butterfly. Now, I'm going to be honest, once this is sent in in a card, sent in the mail, that butterfly is going to be flat as a pancake. But it's pretty for visible purposes to fluff it like this and also for photographs. So go ahead and glue that middle piece directly to the orange piece. As mentioned, cutting the butterflies was part of the homework. So if you haven't done that yet, you can go ahead and cut that larger butterfly from the orange pattern or the orange watercolor paper, the middle butterfly from white cardstock, and then the butterfly middle I cut from ivory glitter cardstock from Pinkfresh Studio. But you can use any specialty paper that you might have on hand, whether it's gold glitter or gold foil or gold, I mean, anything. You could use any type of glitter cardstock, or if you prefer, you could also just go ahead and use black cardstock for the middle. So whoopsies, get those glued together, and then we're going to hold it for a minute to let that glue set in so that my cute little butterfly middle doesn't fall off again. And then go ahead and add some liquid glue just to the back of that butterfly and adhere it down just kind of where you have enough room to put the sentiment down here in that lower right corner. If you want to, you could always put a little bit of foam tape, little thin foam strips underneath the wings if you would like them to stay up. I kind of prefer not to do that because then it does make it a little bit easier to slip into an envelope and send in the mail. So keep that in mind. All right, finally, also part of your homework was die cutting the thanks word twice from white cardstock and then the shadow layer from vellum. And let's just go ahead and stack and glue those together. I am just lightly using a little liquid glue here. It doesn't have to hit every surface of the cut, just enough. And then stack those two. Now, if you didn't want to add this added dimension to it, you could do just one layer of the white. That is totally up to you. I just like to have a little bit of added dimension, and also the two layers just makes it a little bit more rigid, so a little bit easier to handle and adhere to that vellum layer. So then once you have those stacked and they look the way you want, go ahead and add glue to the back of the scripted thanks word. Once again, I'm just getting glue here and there. I'm not hitting every surface of it. And then take your time to adhere it to the shadow. Keep in mind though, liquid glue does dry clear. So like if you have to do some shifting and there's a little glue that seeps out or moves on you, that is totally okay because it's going to dry clear when all is said and done. Like I have plenty of it kind of seeping out underneath. So don't worry about that at all. And so then, time to just go ahead and adhere your sentiment down in that corner. So, and I'm okay if it overlaps the butterfly a little bit. Let's see what I'll do. There we go. Perfect. I'll just kind of pop that wing up over top of the things and also just trying to make sure that the sentiment's not totally crooked. And there is card number 1. Now, I'm going to move on to card number 2. I think at the end of creating all 3 cards, we'll bring them all back together and we're probably going to add a couple of jewels here and there. But there is our simple thanks card number 1. Before we move on to card number 2, let's clean our stencil really quickly. This is just a spray bottle of isopropyl alcohol. And then I'm just taking one of my cute little pink tidy towels, I think is what they're called, from scrapbook.com. They're the ones that you can rip off and I think they offer them in black and pink. And let's just go ahead and get our stencil clean. We're going to use the stencil again on card number 3, but let's just get it clean and ready to go. So I am just using some isopropyl alcohol to clean mine because then it's basically ready to go. You can also just wipe it down with a cloth if you feel like that's enough, or quickly run it to your sink and clean it as well. So we will come back to that stencil for card number 3, but let's get going on card number 2. I'm going to move this guy out of here. And let's bring in the items that we need for card number 2. So for card number 2, we prepped a landscape card base. Mine's top folding. You can use yours however you want. And then we will also need one of those A2 sized white cardstock panels that you cut as homework. So, and then we have all of these items that we also prepped as homework. And so we've got the label frame that we turned it into a frame by using 2 dies. We've got these butterflies cut out along with their middles. And then the sentiment. And don't forget, we have those little tittles right there that we want to use. So make sure you don't brush away or throw off the tittles. But the first thing that we need are the strips and the cardstock panel here. So let's go ahead and actually something that will help because we are going to die cut this is grab the nested vintage label die set and grab that biggest die. And right now we're just going to use it as a guideline because we are going to cut this panel with this die once the strips are added to it. And I want to get a good, because I want the strips to go at a diagonal. So I want to make sure that they're all going to fit. So I'm just going to grab the strips, and you can grab more than one at a time. And we're just going to place them there. Now we're not gluing them yet because we may have to make some adjustments as to where they go. Let's get this little label out of our way first. And so all of these strips were cut from that watercolor paper that was in my kit. So as you can see, I'm getting down a little too far and I have more strips. So I'm just going to have to make some adjustments here, which is why I did this first before I started gluing, because I want to make sure that I have an accurate placement for these strips. So I want them to be at an angle, but they need to move up a little bit. So about there is right where I want the strips to go. So we will start with the pink, and I'm going to leave the die there for now, but then we'll remove it and then we'll start adding the rest of the strips below the pink. Let's just get that glued in place first so I feel comfortable with its placement. And then we can go ahead and remove the die so we don't get a bunch of glue all over it. And then you can move these down, and this is where we're going to start the strips. And now we just need to do them in rainbow order. And so for that, basically the 1/4 inch strips, which are the ones that are just a little bit thicker, are the lighter tone of cardstock. And then the 1/8 inch strips, or the much thinner piece, is this darker tone of the same paper. So it's the back side of the paper. Now I did skip a couple of colors. We went over that in homework, but basically we skipped one whole sheet of green, and then we skipped a couple of the purples. There was just a few too many in that blue to purple range. So now it's time to add the yellow. And I am doing my best. I see I don't want to have little, let me fix this real quick. I don't want to have little places where the white shows through, but that may just have to be how it goes because That is stuck there, friends. Oop, let's move this. And the great thing about it is we're going to die cut this and then we are going to put the label over it. So I think my little whoopsies there is not going to be a big deal. But I am trying to butt each strip up as close as possible so no white pokes through. But I also am a true believer in this is handmade, not Hallmark. So if there are little imperfections here and there, that's okay. All right, we just have a couple of strips left to adhere down here. Okay. Some purple. This is just the start of the purples. And we get into more of an indigo type of purple. One more strip here. Good. Now, all right, we have those in place. Let's close up our glue. So now we need to die cut this. So go ahead and add your die to the front. And so you'll notice I have a little bit of white gap right here on the side because I'm trying to even out the angle. That is okay because we're going to have a frame over top of that. So nobody's ever going to notice that I have a little bit of space where I didn't cut it exactly right. Okay. Let's grab some mint tape. So I have an electronic machine which is off camera but right next to me. So I'm going to use that to cut my panel out. So go ahead and die cut your panel and come back here with your cute little rainbow striped label. Let's see how that cut. It cut, oh look, it cut perfectly. And look how fun that is. And yes, so if we weren't going to have the frame, I probably would have paid closer attention to evening out those so I wouldn't have that little bit of white showing. But I did because we are going to put the frame over top of this. It is not a big deal at all. All right, so let's do a little cleanup here and get the cut away, or paused, I mean. Okay. And we can put away the label die. All right, so let's go ahead and grab our card base. And this is going to be a horizontal card. Now, I do want to cover the back with one of the patterned paper covers. And you could really, let's turn this the right way. You can really use any of the colors included in the rainbow because they will all match. So I think I might do this pretty shade of purple, which is that thinner piece right there. It's kind of a pinky purple, which I love, and I think that the rainbow and the ivory glitter label will really pop off of that tone. So let's go ahead and use some glue and cover the front of our card base with that. Now this is how I have actually been doing card bases lately because white cardstock is a little bit less expensive than colored cardstock is. So I have been creating white card bases lately, and then I just cover them with whatever color I want on the front. And then you get more use out of your colored cardstocks and pattern papers. And the little A2 size paper pads from Scrapbook.com are perfect for this because they are exactly the size you need. You don't have to do any trimming, and you can just cover your cardstock right up. And then you also have white on the inside for writing your message. Sometimes it's a little hard to write your message if your cardstock color is a little darker. Okay, so then we need to glue the label to the front as well. We are going to pop up the um, frame label, but we're going to just glue this, the one with the stripes directly to the front. Okay, there's that. So glue this directly to the front of the card. So it is pretty edge to edge from left to right. So you'll just want to do your best to center it from top to bottom so that you have, as much uniform color around as possible. And then finally, let's grab some of our thin foam strips from Scrapbook.com. These are my favorite adhesive strips or foam strips. I have like an entire drawer of them because I use them so much. These are the 1/8 inch pieces of foam, and I believe they are the 2 millimeter thickness. So let's do the straight edges first. And then I think if we remove that release paper, we can kind of curve and just add a little bit into the curve as well. And then I'll just do the same with this little piece that I had left over. Like so. Stick into me there. Let's remove the release paper from the longer strips. And then we want to just adhere it over top of the striped panel as best we can. And then that little boo-boo I made over here in the corner, you would never know. Okay, so let's start with our sentiment first because we are going to arrange the butterflies around it. So same as card number 1, let's just glue the elements together. And like I said, you don't have to have glue on every piece of it, just, enough that it will glue together, basically, like so. Okay, and just, I can see I have a couple of paper fibers coming out, but I can work on those here in a minute. Okay. All right, that looks pretty good. So then let's do the same thing and adhere it to the vellum shadow layer. And this will just help it pop off that stripe ground it's going to have. Okay. All right, so then just kind of work it into place there, like so. All right, so here is where we need the little tittles that we have. So I'm going to grab an embellishment tool for that has a wax tip. And there's 2 eyes in thinking. And I am not going to do 2 layers of the tittles. I saved them all, but I'm just going to do the one. They're so tiny that I think the one makes more sense. I got a little bit too much glue on there, but that glue will dry clear. So no worries about that. And just kind of move the tittle into place like so. And then we're going to glue our sentiment directly to the middle. We're going to do it the same way as the last one. I'm just adding a little glue underneath. So go ahead and center that in the middle like so. And then we go ahead and grab those butterflies that you cut for homework. So we have the larger butterfly in orange, and I did cut a little bottom piece for him. And then the bigger butterfly in pink. And once again, I am just going to kind of glue at the middle to give the wings some movement here. So this one makes a little bit more of a dual tone butterfly, where this one just gives it a little bit of like a flutter to bottom. And then go ahead and add the butterfly middles, whatever you cut them from, whether you did a glitter cardstock or black, both would look fantastic. Okay, get that to stay. So then go ahead and glue them to your card, just trying to avoid the sentiment, like so. And look at how cute that turned out. And that is card number 2. We just have one more card to do together. Okay, so as we're going to go ahead and set aside card number 2. I'm just going to go put it with card number 1. Let's clean up our desk a little bit here so we can have a little reset for card number 3. So card number 3, here was the homework, and it was probably the most die cutting homework because we cut the butterflies 7 times so that we would have a rainbow of butterflies. We also cut the middles 7 times, and then of course the high sentiment and its little coordinating label. We need a portrait style card base that we prepped, and we also need that last A2 size cardstock panel. We will come back to these pieces later or after we do the ink blending. But now we need a grip mat, our grip mate mat. Gotta figure out where I put it. There it is. So we need that grip mate as well. As you can see, mine is very well used. And just go ahead and adhere that. Oops, you know what? I must have had ink on my hands. So let's just flip this over really quickly. And no one will know that there was a smudge there. Let me see where that might have been on my hands. Let's just do a quick wipe down here. Okay, grab that butterflies stencil that we cleaned previously. And we're going to tape it down again. Like so. And we're going to do a 3-color rainbow on this. If you use a pink, a yellow, and a blue, you can create a 3-color rainbow. So I am using Ballet Slipper from Concord and Ninth, or I'm using all Concord and Ninth inks here. So I've got, let's actually put Ballet Slipper for the first tone, Buttercup for the yellow, and Harbor for the blue. So let me do all of those. So then I have blending brushes for each tone. But we're going to start with the Ballet Slipper, and we're going to do it in the about the upper third of the stencil. So we're going to do some overlapping on this. So it's okay if you get it a little too far because we want to be able to overlap these colors. So there is the start of our pink. Next, we're going to come in with Buttercup. So yellows always are deeper, or one of like the deeper tones. So then we're going to come in with the Buttercup. You do want to make sure that you go over that pink area, and you may have to come in with the ballet slipper to help create the orange tone in the rainbow as well. So start with the yellow and blend it through the middle. And then if you feel like you're not getting enough of that orange tone, come back in with the ballet slipper to create your orange area. So after you feel comfortable with the start of your rainbow here, you can start coming in with the blue. Now I want to get that yellow so I don't accidentally mix any blue in there. Of course, you can always come back and refine your rainbow with more colors, but this is always a good start, right? So then you want to make sure that your blue overlaps a bit with the yellow, so you make a green layer as well. And you can soften that line if you come back in with a little bit more yellow here. And that helps soften sometimes the harsher line that might happen when you're blending. And you want to have blue all the way to the bottom here. Goodness. Because then we're going to come in with ballet slipper over the top. And you know what? We need a little more blue. There we go. With that a little deeper tone here. And then come in with some ballet slipper. Although ballet slipper may be too light. We're going to try it though. We're trying to make a purple, but I'm thinking the ballet slipper is just a bit too light to really affect that blue. So you know what? I'm okay with that. We will leave our rainbow at this. If you chose a little bit darker pink, I bet you could turn that into a purple. I don't have a darker pink ink pulled out, so we are just going to leave it there and call this our mostly rainbow gradient. And look at how fun that turned out. You've got the little bit of orange that was created from the combination of the pink and the yellow, and then you have the little bit of green that was made from the combination of the yellow and the blue. And then had I chosen a darker pink, we could have made a purple, but I am totally fine with this as is. Okay, so you can go ahead and clean off or put away ink your inks. We're not going to use those again, nor your blending brushes. Let's go ahead and take this off. Before we do anything with this, though, we're going to use this grip mat to assemble our butterflies. I have found that grip mats are great for assembly line of smaller die cut pieces like this. Scrapbook.com has a ton of fantastic die sets, and I have really truly found that the grip mat is really great for assembling. So I'm just going to add some glue just to the bottom of those butterflies, and then we can come in with its corresponding color and just glue it down in place. Like so. And then you have your beautiful rainbow of butterflies. And so we cut these butterflies as homework from all 7 colors in the watercolor paper. The only color we omitted was the gray, which is at the very back of the watercolor paper. So then we want to add middles. Oops, hey now. Stay there for a minute, friend. Okay. So then go ahead and add their little middles to them. Make sure they're not crooked. like so. And so now, oops, you know, must be sticking. I must have glue on my finger. So now we have all of these fantastic butterflies in a nice little rainbow. Look at how cute those are. Oh, I just love them. They're so adorable. Okay, and I'm just giving them a little fluff. But look at that. Easy as pie, we have all of those cute butterflies. Okay, so let's go ahead and we are going to trim this down a little bit. So first thing, let's actually, I'm just going to move this up here. So let's trim it down so that we don't have the cut off butterflies. So I'm basically just trimming, I'm using the little guide on my trimmer where the way that falls off, like so. So that just trimmed this down a little bit. But now I want to trim along this edge because I want to keep the rainbow included, but I need a place to run the butterflies along. So, and I want to make sure I have a little bit of all of the rainbow included in this. So we're going to go all the way to the corner and then just about, not quite an inch from the top here. Let me get that a little bit more in camera view. Not quite an inch from the top, but close. And we're just going to do that. So then we have this fantastic little angled piece. This you can set aside. We're not going to use it today, but you can go ahead and use it on another card, or you could make a similar card to this one and use up that little piece. Oops, sorry about that. So go ahead and grab the card base now. And we are going to angle it up here at the top. You'll see there's a little bit of excess right here, but that's okay because we're going to put a butterfly on there. So no one's going to know that because we needed to trim around the edges to trim off the area where the butterflies kind of cut off from the panel. Not a big deal. So let's go ahead and glue this down. Oh, wait. I forgot about this little part. I always like when I do something like this so that I have an anchoring element for the butterflies. I like to take a piece of thin foam strip and only adhere it along that longer angled edge, like this. And then use liquid glue on the rest of it, like so. And then we have a little anchored edge that the butterflies, let's try that again. There we go. We have a little anchored edge that I can glue the butterflies to. Okay, so then we are going to put the butterflies just along this. And so that little area that we have up here, we'll just, oops, we will cover up with a butterfly wing. And no one will know that it got a little cut off, right? And we're just going to layer the butterflies along this edge in rainbow order. And you can kind of tuck the butterflies under however you think they work best. You will want to give these a little time to set up for sure. Let's kind of angle him in like so. This way, I think we're gonna maybe put more on the bottom here. Yep. And you can layer, on the top of the thing. On the top, you can layer underneath. we're just wanting to make sure we fit all of these beautiful butterflies in here. Okay. So that one I think we're going to just layer like that. This guy we're going to layer like so. And then finally this guy's going to finish it up. How cute is that, friends? I just love these fun little butterflies. And they look so lovely cut from that watercolor paper. Right, and I'm going to make a couple adjustments here because I kind of think I clustered them a little bit closer up top. So just make a couple adjustments there. And look at that. So while the butterfly glue is sitting, let's go ahead and assemble our um, sentiment. I accidentally cut two white. I only needed the one white layer actually, because I wanted this to be a glittery sentiment that kind of shows, pops off that white background. So we actually only need one of these layers. Now, if you want to stack all three and give your sentiment a little bit more dimension, you sure can, and not waste that little extra piece that I had you cut in homework. I think my brain was thinking I only had the two layers when I was doing the homework. I calculated incorrectly. Okay. And then go ahead and add it to the shadow layer like so. Now you want to find the glitter tittle piece. I'm only going to do the one layer. And I'm going to just add that up there. Okay. And then you'll see I cut this little label out because I really wanted the sentiment to pop off the page here. So we are going to we're going to pop this up with a little bit of foam. So it just has a little bit of added dimension to it. Like so. Okay. What? And then let's go ahead and glue the sentiment down. Directly to it. And I actually see that my tittle kind of moved on me, so let's push it back into place. There we go. Goodness, I am making a mess here. That's okay. Anyone else super thankful that liquid glue dries clear? I know that I am because I make little messes of it all of the time when I'm crafting. And so that is card number 3 with our beautiful rainbow of butterflies. Okay, so I'm just doing a little bit of quick desk cleanup here. Let's grab our other 2 cards and look at how fun that is. All right, so I feel like we need to add a couple of jewels here and there. So I am going to grab my some of my favorite jewels. These are the self-adhesive jewels from Spellbinders. These are the Aura AB. You can use any jewels you have on hand, however. These are like kind of iridescent. They have a warm tone. Well, they're not orange. They just have that kind of warmer tone, which does match the fact that I did choose a little bit warmer toned colors. So I just feel like we need to add a couple jewels here and there. So let's do a couple here. And I have found with these little tiny self-adhesive jewels that like a pokey tool like this is kind of nice to help adhere them into place. Right. there. Oops. That. And then maybe one down here. Okay. All right, I think that works for card number 1. So then let's see here. Let's do just a little Rio up here. Actually, you know what? I have a fun idea for this one. Let's go in line with these ones. Like so. And we'll do the same thing on this side. That one doesn't need, I don't need to use my little picker tool for. Poker tool, not picker. Okay. Maybe. Oh, goodness. But look at that. When that happens, you can just grab it with the tip and then put it right into place. Okay. All right. I like that one. So then for this guy, let's see. I think what I want to do is I want to add just a couple around the sentiment here. Maybe like so. Do I want one more? No. Actually, I think I'm going to put this down here. Yeah, I like that. And then I think I'm going to take some of these little teeny tiny guys and on a couple of the ink blended butterflies, we're just going to add them right to the middle. Like so. We'll just do that on a couple, just to jazz up that ink blended part of the panel. So I like it on that guy. And then maybe this one right here will be a good option. And that just adds a little bit of bling and shininess to that somewhat pastel. Oh, let go, please. Stick to my finger. There we go. Right. Like one more. Just like so. What do you guys think about that? I'm feeling like we need one more. I think we need 3. We got to have an odd. So I think I'm actually maybe going to do this guy right here too. And of course, you can skip this part if this is getting to be a little too blingy or a little too jewelry for you. Actually, I'm going to go up here. You can absolutely skip this part if you'd like. All right. And that is the 3 cards that I have for you. Now, I was looking at these. We don't have time to do it in class, but if you wanted this to be a little less white, you could always cut another thanks layer from matching glitter cardstock or maybe a more bright color to just give it a little something more. So definitely an option there. Rather than just white, you could always cut this from glitter, kind of like I did over on this one, just to give it a little bit something more. So those are our 3 fun butterfly cards. Very rainbowy, colorful, super fun. Well, I hope you guys enjoyed creating these really sweet butterfly cards with me. I had a blast with these products. Thank you so much to Cody and Laura and Scrapbook.com for having me as an instructor at this SBC Fest. I have really enjoyed my time and I really enjoyed coming up with my class with the kit that we pulled together and thinking up fun, easy techniques that you can use to really
get the most out of these fun products. And they're also techniques and ideas that you can use with all of your goodies from scrapbook.com, whether it's different die cut sets or stencils or pattern papers. Keep in mind that you can take these designs, these ideas, and these concepts, and you can use them with all of the goodies in your stash. So, um, that is everything that I have for you guys today. These will be in the scrapbook.com gallery. If you have any questions, you can also leave your questions if you're watching on replay in the video comments, and I will check them here and there. Um, Other than that, um, I hope that you guys had a fun time in class. And I am going to go ahead and send it back to Laura and Cody for the next part of SBC Fest. Enjoy and happy crafting.
All right, friends, time for a giveaway.
Yes, it is giveaway time, and we're giving away a $100 scrapbook.com gift certificate.
That's right, super exciting. So tell us
how you would describe your crafting style in one word. Is it clean? Is it simple? Grungy?
That's hard.
I know, we love, because there are so many different.
Yes, I'm different all the time.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm grungy, sometimes I'm clean. It just depends. But what do you guys say? Tell us in the comments, and then we'll be back to talk about Justin
And Leah's classes.
and Leah's class. All right.
Oh, 2 inspiring classes. So now we're 3 classes in. Woo! The inspiration, it's overload.
It is overload. How are you all doing with all of this amazingness? Leah and Justin were amazing. Let's start with Justin.
Yes. He used those ink pads in so many different ways. He smushed, he did the, he
Custom
made
cardstock?
Yes.
I mean, that was like, we have so much mixed media white paper, we should be making custom cardstock. I love that. Such a good idea, you guys.
Yes.
And then the mint tape to line up his letters.
That's what I had too for mine, my second one.
It's like we're in each other's heads, Cody.
Yes.
I love it. So we're on the same page. So yeah, so many great techniques and tips and tricks.
Yeah, and just seeing like how his mind worked with where each ink was gonna go on the square, and then how he was gonna ink up all of the letters, or like what letters he knew was gonna go with which color.
And then
so good.
Gorgeous birthday card.
Yes.
Just like that. He's amazing.
Yes.
So talented.
And the inking around the balloons.
Yes.
Add dimension that
He's
way
like
too.
an inking genius,
Oh,
I feel.
totally.
I love Justin's inking techniques. So thank you, Justin. That was amazing.
Yes.
Okay, and then we're on to Leah.
Yes. Oh,
Love Leah.
yes, and her cards were gorgeous.
The blending brush with the embossing ink inside the stencil.
Game changer.
Game changer, Cody. You are correct.
I can't wait to do that all the time.
I know. Such a great idea. So everybody try that technique. That was amazing.
Yes, I know. I'm so excited. And then I love how she used the die as a guide for her strips.
Yes, and then using the watercolor paper as strips, so pretty. She's so talented at making everything just flow and look good together. She's such a talented card maker. Yeah. So love that technique.
And I was thinking, I'm like, you know, she did it with the watercolor paper, but that would look good for any occasion. You can switch up the paper pad.
Oh my gosh.
And it's so, those designs are amazing.
You can use any of these techniques for anything.
Oh,
like
yeah.
That's what's so great about SBC Fest.
Yes.
We're learning so much and you can use them for so many different paper crafting projects.
Yes, it's amazing. So my mind is always blown.
And are you guys taking notes? We're taking notes.
We are. So,
we got to remember this stuff. This is awesome.
yes.
Okay, now we're on to somebody new.
Yes, we're going to Vicki Boutin's.
Let's go.
Hello, it's SBC Fest time, and I am so happy, excited, thrilled to be here with you at another SBC Fest, and I'm going to be making layouts with you guys, and it's not going to be a speed round, but if you know me, I'm Vicki Boutin, by the way. I feel like I'm crafting with friends, and I always forget to introduce myself. 3 double-page layouts. Because I have a problem, and when you have a beautiful, huge, great value curated kit like my friends at Scrapbook.com put together for you guys, using my collection cut and paste from American Crafts, I want to use as much of it as we can. So we're going to be doing some really beautiful layouts. We have 3 double-page layouts. We did the homework and the prep, and we did some mixed media and stamping and die cutting, and now we're going to put it all together. And guess what? It's recorded. So even if you only want to watch through this part and come back and finish, you can. But I always say you can always do the gathering of the pieces, what I call like clip, flip, and sip. So grab your pieces, get everything set up, ready. You can watch the video again to do all the little fine detail bits. Lots of clustering, all of the things. If you love my style, you know I like to put lots of stuff on the page, do all the things, make all the things, create all the fun, lots of color. You're going to get it in this class. So like I said, I'm Vicki Boutin. I live in St. Catharines, Ontario, Canada. I have been crafting for over 20 years. I have created a ton of collections with American Crafts. I am working with 49 and Market, and I do exclusives on VickiBoutin.com, lots of things. I have been working with and love Scrapbook.com for many, many moons, and was super excited when they invited me back. And I don't really have much more to say. I want to get into it. We have a lot of work to do. So let's flip the camera. Let's get these layouts rolling and let's have fun. If you have any questions, just let me know in the chat. I'm here with you. Happy to answer, happy to be spending the time with you, and happy to be doing all the things. So let's go. Okay, so let's get right into this. These are the products we're going to be using. We have the paper we already cut. So I have my whole stack here that we did in the prep class. We are going to be using the foam sticker set. We have the 6x12 stickers. We're going to use the stamps again. I'm going to stamp just some stars on the back of a layout. And then we will have the chipboard, or actually they're not chipboard, they're paper titles. And then the ephemera set. And then we have our prepped little leaves that we did in our pre-class. And then I have sorted all of my pieces out, so it's just easy to find everything. You just need basic tools for this class. Like I said, your ink for your stamping, a stamping block, your adhesive, foam adhesive, scissors. And we're going to start making some layouts. So I'm really excited because we're going to create 3 double-page layouts. So we have lots of work ahead of us. But we've done most of the heavy lifting by prepping everything ahead of time. So we're going to be making that page. We're going to be making this page. When my fingers work, this page. And you could do it on either side, whatever you want. There, I kind of like that. And that's where we're going to do the little bit of stamping. and then this page. And we have enough left over that I already have product laid out for 2 bonus layouts that I'll post somewhere on my social media and put them in the gallery at Scrapbook.com. But I'm so excited to do this with you guys. So let's get right into it. I'm going to clean off my desk, and we'll start making half of a layout at a time. So 1 page at a time, because it's easier to see on the camera. But I'm all ready. I have prepped all of that paper with you guys ahead of time. So all of our cutting is done, because like I said, it might be a little crazy for us to try to get 3 double page layouts done, but I am never afraid of a challenge. So let's start with this one. We're going to start with this page, and we will do the left side first. So I'm just going to take a seat. Oops, dropping stuff on the floor. Because it's how it is, right? When we're excited to get working. Let me grab that. I never feel like, I don't know how you guys feel, I never feel like I have enough space. Do you guys feel like that? Is there enough room to get all of the things done? I could have probably a table twice the size of what I'm working on, and it still wouldn't be enough space. So let's start with this one. I'm going to grab the pieces that I need out of our pre-cut stack. So we're going to be using paper number 1. We're going to use the larger size, which is a 7 by 12. We need the little border piece from number 4. There's 2 of those. So we need 1 of those to piece that together. And then we need 1 of the purple pieces from number 2. 1 of the purple pieces from number 2. It's the smaller of the 2. And it is a 5 by 12. Let's grab that. We will lay the base out first. Get rid of this because we don't need that right now. And what I like to do is I'm going to take a 12 by 12 from the paper pad, one that we aren't using, just to use as my base. So I can put my pieces together to create a 12 by 12 paper piece background. So I'm going to move this for a second. So we have room, and I'm not gluing it to that background. I'm just going to put those pieces together, right? Because when you lay it down, this one was a 7 and this was a 5. So they're not going to make 12. So we have to use that pink piece to cheat. So I'm going to glue it to the back of the lined paper, this beautiful circle here from the cut and paste, and then I will attach it to the polka dot. So I'm going to use glue for this one. I think will be the easiest to just put a little band of adhesive. I did not cut this piece very straight. I'm looking at it now. So we're going to do that. I'm going to lay it so that I know that it will cover the purple piece. And then we can lay this piece on top. And if you're like me and you did not do the perfect job cutting, because I was not very straight with that cut, you can always get a piece of scrap paper to add to the back of this as well to give it a little bit more support. And then you can use the line on your grid to make sure that's straight. Okay. So we've lined that piece up. We'll trim a little bit of that overhang. Oop. And then we're going to glue it to the purple piece. Just put a little bit of adhesive there. Like I said, mine was not the straightest cut in the world. I like to do this to stretch my paper so that I don't have to use 12 by 12 or full sheets of paper to make my backgrounds. I'll paper piece them often. There we go. Okay. And that makes our 12 by 12 background. Looks like I might not have cut something perfectly straight, but it works, right? It'll work. Let's see. We can see what I did. Eek. 12. And up here. Let's come in a little bit. But it's not bad. Just go with it, Vicki, right? We're not about perfection. It's about getting it done. Get your photos scrapbooked. So now we need to add our mats. So I'm hoping you can see most of that layout, but it's more important that you see the one we're working on. So I'll add that there. Just double check that you guys can see it. Move it up a little bit. There we go. And then let's throw our mats on there. So we need out of the blue, which is number, let's find it in the stack. Number 9, when we did our cutting, number 9, we need a 3.5 by 3.5 and a 3.5 by 4.5 and a 5 by 5 3/4 or 5.5. Let's see. Let's see what we used here. Okay. There's that one. The square. We'll go down there. And then, I'm not sure, let me double check before that we didn't use that on another layout. I don't think we did. No, the square is, so it is the longer one. And we'll just cut what we need off of it, okay? So it is 7 by 5, and we're just going to put it on the bottom of the page, and we'll cut the extra we don't need, because we need that square for another page, okay? So it's going to go on a little bit of an angle on your page like that, and then we can just trim the overhang off. So I'm going to go ahead and adhere. The mats are all flat on your page. So let's put this first one about a 1/2 inch from the bottom of the page. And this one about a 1/2 inch from the top of the page. And this one on an angle, foam dots are going to go in the top corner. My adhesive at the bottom. Okay. When you see your color on your circle, the top of it just goes around that purpley red one. And then I could pop some foam squares in the corner. And then we can embellish this side. So we need out of our, I separated everything so that it make it a little bit faster. We need story. This is it here. Okay. And let's open up our foam. We need, remember this, And then also in the collection pack, the paper pad, there are 2 sheets of stickers, which we're going to find a lot of our ephemera from those stickers. So remember, this is going to go right up here in this corner, right by the double lines there, that little ledger line. So let's stick that guy on there. Story is from the title pack, that foiled one. And we can go ahead and put some foam dots behind that. I love this page. I love all the color. I love the clusters and the texture. This is probably one of my favorite collections that I did with American Crafts. And it's just going to go like that, right between the H and the I. Might as well stick that down. There we go. And then we have some butterflies out of the ephemera pack. I'm going to just bend it to give it a little bit of interest. And one is going to go here. And then these are going to come out of your stickers. And that is a foam butterfly, so we can get our pieces. But that's what we need so far. And then this little strip is also out of your titles. So it says, remember this story. This was just the very best. And it's going to go right here. And I'm going to put a foam dot under each corner. So I find it's super helpful to sort all of your embellishments when you get multiple packs of ephemera. Sometimes you're using chipboard, sometimes multiple packs of ephemera, that it's helpful if I go and sort everything by like things. So when it's time to put your layout together, you can find it quickly, because that can be frustrating, right? When you're sorting through all of the things. So I'm not going to glue these down yet. I'm just going to kind of position it. Let's move these extra titles over. I don't need those right now. I need happy, actually. We can start our cluster here too, because there's a cluster of title and flower. So happy is also going to have foam dots behind it. Pop that up. I like to cut my foam dots. I love the little squares, but not the tiny, tiny squares. For some reason, I just like to take these. I don't know. Am I alone? Do you guys cut your foam dots? Or foam tape, right? Scrapbook.com has some great foam tape. You can cut those strips. That would work perfectly with this title. I probably have some behind me. I should grab it. But happy is going to get popped up. And then I put our happy. So that's going to go there. Here, this is an ephemera piece, so we can grab that and put some foam dots with that. But it is literally just layering it to add some interest on your page. And I love the colors. I love the purple polka dots with the blue and the orange. Really works beautifully together. So it's going to kind of go like this. Boop. Like that. And then we have the pieces that we did in the prep class. And I'm going to add a little bit. I love my foam dots. So not too many. I don't like double layers of foam, so it's not too bulky in your page protector, but enough to add interest, right? And then that's why stamps with the leaves and the florals are always so much fun, because it adds lots of interest. And then that is going to go here. So let's grab the other pieces that we need as well. We need some stuff out of the stickers. We need some stuff out of the foam. So we'll grab that. So on your foam sheet, we need the pink butterfly right here. Right? And that's going to go like this. And I'll just tack it down so I can still put this guy underneath it a little bit, like that. And what else do we need off the foam? There is that orange flower. Grab that off your foam. And it's going to go right here underneath this. Like that. Stick that guy on. And then let's get the sticker sheet. So the project pad, right, has lots of fun in it. And we have those 2 sticker sheets. So let's see, was anything off of that? This one. I'm just going to go right up here under story. And don't forget, we have 6x12 stickers as well, right? So let's grab that sheet too, because a bigger butterfly is right there. We have one of the banners. And it doesn't hurt if you want to put a little extra adhesive on these. You can put some of your liquid glue on, because I find sometimes the stickers need a little bit extra. But that's going to go right there. And we need the bigger butterfly for right here. And now I'm going to glue this guy down and this guy. And then we can put some foam dots behind it as well. Come on, glue. Under that, tight a little bit, on a little bit of an angle. I like my butterflies to look like they're flying around the page. Put a little foam dot there. And we need to glue this guy down. And then we'll get some of the other pieces. There's some circles that were used with numbers. I love to use numbers. And then it ties the black in as well. Right, so that your eye continues around the page. And again, I'm going to cut my foam dots, because why not? From there, you can take the backing off later. Right. I love this page, makes me so happy. One of my favorite things are clips. I love clips. They're in all my collections. So that one, peel the backing off because it didn't come off. And I'm going to put extra foam dot on that. And pop that up right here at the top of my page. You notice that I forgot the purple mat. So we do have one more mat on this mat, so we'll grab that as well. And what number is that in? Let's see. Got to keep my stuff organized so I can find what I need. So in number 10, stack number 10, it is a 4 1/4 by 4 1/4. And we're just going to put that right on there. Love it. So pretty, ties the color in. Just putting it back in order. Right, so I'll put that one down. Looks good. And then we have to glue this stuff on this side, right? Look at the clusters, ties all that color in there. It's super pretty. And the other thing that I added were some, the stickers. So let's just glue this stuff down. Do, 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 do. I love bright colors and mixing pattern, and that works really well on this layout. So where do we want that? About here. I'd say halfway up in the flower, but I haven't glued this guy down, so let's do that. Oops, that's glue. I thought that was the little pin I put in it. It was not. So I'll put some glue on that. Stick it back behind. And then the whole concept too with this collection was that it kind of has a paper pieced look, like a quilted effect. I was super excited when my friends at Scrapbook.com were like, do you want to do a class using cut and paste? And I'm like, yes. I have used this collection quite a bit, and these layouts are completely different than anything I've done because I think that it's quite versatile. So I put "are happy." We probably could put another word with that if we wanted to. We'll look in our words because you could put "our happy place." Our happy. And then you'll see these are the little circles off the circle or the sticker sheet, and then the numbers, and then a couple of the little gold dots. Okay, let's find them. There's the circles, and I put a foam dot. So the purple one, the light lilac-y color. That one with a foam dot. I guess it's a foam square, isn't it, Vicki? And then just here, the orange one. I love circles. Simple shapes. Add lots of interest. There. And then here, the turquoisey one. Okay, and then you just add your numbers on there, 1, 2, and 3. Okay, 1, 2, and 3. I'm going to leave that for you guys to do, but it's right on there. 1, 2, and 3 to put on there. And then we'll just put our last couple of pieces, which is off the foam sheet. Always remember this. It's going to go along the bottom. I might have to move my mat up a little bit. That's better. And then I can fit that guy on there. Always remember this. And then some of the gold dots and the hearts. Okay. A heart. And 1, 2, 3, 4 of the gold dots. 1. I just find that creates some movement with the little dots, and also carries that gold around the page because we have the foil on the little circles and on the clip. There we go. Just need to trim the bottom off, which I'll just put my paper trimmer and trim the bottom. But that is the left side of the page. Okay. Don't think I forgot anything, just have to add your numbers, okay? Very nice. And let's do the right side. Once I find where I put it. So we have to put the page together again. So I'll use this sheet. And I'll tell you the pieces that you need. You need the other side of number 1 and the other side of number 2. Get rid of my clips, get rid of my numbers. Okay. There we go. And then that piece. And then this little strip, the pink strip from number 4. So paper number 4, we have that pink strip. Okay, we'll go ahead, add this again. And you can use the lines on that graph on the paper to put that on straight. This piece I did not cut crooked like the other one. Go ahead and add that. I'll trim the extra. And then we're going to glue it to the other side. And these pieces were, this one was a 5 by 12 and this one was a 7. Very good. And I'll put my adhesive. Like I said, you can totally, if you feel like you want a little bit more support, you can add a piece of scrap paper to the back of the layout, and that will give you a little bit more support where the you've created. See, that paper was not straight. Whatever I did there. One of them isn't straight. My cutting was a little wonky. Okay, and now we have our paper pieced background. And we're going to add the embellishments that we need to finish this page. We need that other blue mat, which was from number 9. And the size of that is, let me push that up so you guys can see, is a 5 by 5. And I'm going to glue that down. It's just adhered flat. And right about here. Looks good. Doesn't have to be perfect. Okay, and let's get our embellishments for this one. We need 2 of the leaves that we did the mixed media and stamping. I love these. This is one of my favorite stamps ever. I love anything that is great for layering. We have this floral out of your ephemera pack. There's going to be some foam dots on that. And it's going to go kind of like this. And then photo, the word photo, which we're going to put some foam dots behind. It is in your titles. Photos in your titles. We can add some dimension to the back of that. Like I said, if you use the Scrapbook.com, they have the thin foam strips. Perfect for this. And like I said, I have them. Just have to reach behind me and grab them. I'll show you what I'm talking about. That's going to go here. We need some other pieces. I have the butterfly out of your ephemera. It's going to go right here. And we have this out of the titles. So this photo, let's just kind of place it. I like to lay my pieces out and then I can confirm and then live in the moment. I love these stacking trays, are my favorite thing. I own a lot of them because they're perfect when I'm working on a project. Let's get that foam tape. I can find it quickly. I put it somewhere. Does your space, are you a clean and tidy crafter, or do you have stuff everywhere? I have stuff everywhere. I can be honest about it. I can't find my foam tape right now. I am not. I want to be a clean crafter. I start out sometimes as a clean crafter. It just doesn't stay that way. So that's going to go there. Okay. And let's get some of our other pieces. So there is that big purple flower on your foam. 12 by 12 foam pieces. So I'm going to glue down this and this leaf. I'm going to glue these pieces down and then I can add this foam piece. Stick it on the corner. Oh, I know that blue leaf is going to go like this. That looks good. Glue this guy behind. Like that. Glue this guy down here, and he goes on top of that flower. And a little bit onto your ledger. So kind of covers up the little orange flower a little bit like that. Okay. And then that flower, the purple one's going to kind of go like this. You could put a little bit of foam if you wanted to. I'm going to put it just under the one green leaf so it just doesn't lay flat. And maybe on the angle a little bit. Looks good. Love it. Perfect. Got a nice little cluster going on here. We have the little banner sticker, so it carries over from the other side. We had one on the other side. Let's see. Perfect. And I'll just put it on an angle like this, slide it under that leaf a little bit. And then glue this. And photo. There we go. So what's nice is if you find that you need a little bit more time to position and create, that it's all recorded. Even if you're gathering just your pieces right now, and you have to come back to finish, That's the nice thing with these videos. With SBC Fest is that you can come back and watch again. Or if you get interrupted while you're working. Some people just watch the first time and then come back and do it. Whatever works for you is perfect. I'm going to put a couple of the hearts down here. One and a smaller one. Go with this little one. Okay, that one and that one. Okay. And then there is a title up there. Let's see if it came from this one or the sticker set. Doing all the things. It's going to go right up here. Doing all the things. Which I love to do. No limitations on your creativity, right? We'll glue our butterfly. That one is going to go in the blues. And I tried to do that with the colors where the blues stay with the blues and the purple with the purple. And then went up into the pinks and the orange. So that guy is from your foam. It's going to go like that. And then we can get a couple stickers. This blue butterfly is from the project pad. And that can go right down here. And then some of the little black and white ones, there's one here. And then the other ones will be in the 6x12s. So we'll put this guy here, kind of on an angle. And there's these two. One up here. I love butterflies. And then we'll continue our gold dots. So there are 4 of them on here. So one down here. One here. One here. And one right there. Very nice. Prepping everything ahead of time makes that go off without a hitch. Oh, our circle. Don't forget the circle. It is the pink striped one there with a foam dot. And then you're just going to put number 4 from your number stickers. I will let you do that. I'm not going to do it live with you because I feel like I don't want to rush that because I won't put it on straight. Okay. Love it. And I will put in, when I'm watching this with you, your photo sizes in the comment section, okay? Very nice. So that's one double page layout. Very good. That went very well. I think timing wise, right friends? So let's work on this one next. How about that? This is a fun one. Capture the details beyond expectations. Can you guys see all of that? I'm going to make sure it's in the screen. So this is going to be the second page that we're going to work on. And we're going to do some piecing again. But they're bigger pieces, so it's not bad at all. And then that is a full sheet. So let's start like we did before with the left-hand side. So with that, we need the yellow and the daisies. The daisy piece that you need is from number 3. And it is the 7x12. So the bigger of the two. 7x12. We need the yellow piece. Okay, it's the big piece. And that's from number 12. It is a 10-ish, 10 by 12. And it's going to get glued together. And then let's grab these two pieces. So a piece of the pink grid and a piece of the pink patterned cardstock. So your grid is from number 8. From number 8. It's the bigger of the piece. I will give you a measurement for that. It is a 10 by 5 1/4. 10 by 5 1/4, and it was from stack number 8. And then let's grab the pink mat. From stack number 11, it's the bigger piece. That does not look like I cut it the same. We'll see. This on here is 6 1/2. This one is 6 1/2. 6 1/2. Let's put that together. I'm going to use my orange piece here to make it a 12-inch. Okay, stick that down. Make sure you guys can see it. Okay, and we're going to adhere this. Make sure your words aren't upside down. I put it there, and I'll put it on this side. And then we will attach that like that. There we go. That does not look straight again. So just make sure it's square. There. Okay. We have created another paper piece background. And we are going to put the pink mat kind of centered on the right-hand side because it will match with the right-hand side of the layout. So the right-hand side of this page up a little bit higher so you can see a lot of the little circle flowers, and then it finishes there. I just wipe my glues. Get messy. There we go. Line that up. Perfect. And then your pink mat is going to go just about 1/4 inch up from the bottom and centered on the grid. Like that. Very good. Now let's get some of the embellishments. I'm going to say that we're going to put these 2 foam mats on, but I wouldn't add those until you get your photos in there. So I will leave that space on the layout open, but when you go to put your photos in, that's when I would add those 2. And those are on your foam stickers. Okay. So we have some embellishments here. Out of your titles was capture. The is stickers. So I'm going to put foam dots on this one. and foam dots on the details. So that is going to be capture, and then we'll get the stickers. Details. Capture the details beyond expectations. I really love the foil mixed with script and those bold letters with the capture. It's a really fun set, and you have lots left over. Lots of title opportunity left over. So just pick an H, an E, and a T. And if you feel that you need it, you can always add a little bit more adhesive on the stickers. Like I said, it is almost the norm. I almost always put extra adhesive on my stickers. Capture. And I can slide the other ones under. Put the H on there, and it's going to go right underneath the T, pretty much. Use your lines as a guide. Capture the details. I love these stickers too. That kind of book paper effect is very fun. And black, I find, adds a little sophistication. Almost couldn't say it. A little sophistication to the design. So capture the details, and then beyond expectation. Just going to get glued on top of there. I'll put one foam dot in the middle for support. Very fun. I love the foil detail in the project pad, because you will see that there are, I think, a couple different project pads that you can get from Pages collection and from Chamel's too. So if you really like this one, you have a couple other options when you're shopping. And we need, so the two foam frames, focus on this and picture this, are going to go there. We need one of our stamped leaves. It's going to go kind of on an angle. So we need to just put that right close. We have lots of space here, so you won't have to worry about that. You won't run out of space. This is from your ephemera, and it's going to go over here. We need this black foam circle. And that's right here. Okay, it's going to go right here. So let's glue this guy down again. Well, it's a different one, but we're going to glue the leaf down on an angle. So it's going to go kind of sideways like that. We'll put our foam circle. Is going to go like this. And this one went over a little bit more. Like that. And then the little pink flower is going to go in there like that. I love that little frame. This piece is, I think, a sticker. Let's look. I think it's a sticker. It's right here. Now you can put this on if you have a powder tool, like anything that has powder, those kind of, I think you use to take the static away from your paper when you're going to emboss. I will often put a little bit of powder on that. If you have something like that, you can use cornstarch. You could just use a little bit of baby powder. But it's because I want to use it more like a raised ephemera piece rather than a sticker. So I'll just take some of the stick off, and it's going to go right here with some foam dots. So I'm hoping, friends, that I stay on time, because remember, Vicki's crazy, and I'm like, let's do 3 layouts. So we'll see how it goes. If we don't have enough time, I will just show you what I did. And that's going to go like that. And it can just be a bonus, right? We can just have bonuses. More like this. So I have room for my hearts. Perfect. Very good. I love scrapbooking. I love memory keeping. So you could put 1 big photo on here, 2 small ones, whatever you want. Like I said, there is a lot left in this very generous kit. I had this over a little bit further originally, but it's okay. It's okay. Love it. And then a couple of the gold foam hearts. So 3 hearts like this. So just different scale. Pick a larger one, a medium, and then a small one. And that's it for this side, right? I didn't miss anything. Oh, here, that's a sticker. That's a sticker. Sticker, okay? And there we go. Okay, so to finish this page, just so you can see the detail on that. Very pretty. Love it. And then you can put your photos in there and then put the mats down. Otherwise, if you stick it on, it's going to be kind of hard, right? To get them off, to get your photos in. So let's take this page now. And you need the full sheet of orange. The full sheet of orange. We need the other half of the floral from number 3. So we'll grab that. Number 3. We need the other half of the pink grid from number 8. Pink grid from number 8. And then we have that yellow to carry the yellow in from the other side from number 12. Okay, I'm going to give you some sizes. Oop. Okay, so that yellow strip is 12 by, obviously 12, Vicki, about 12 by 2. The pink grid is 3 3/4 by 10. And then the yellow piece is 5 by 12. And we are going to add them. Let's trim the piece off the top. So grab your paper trimmer. You don't need it for much, but we need it for this piece, because it came out of the project pad. So just trim off the tear strip at the top. Very good. And then your yellow. Just make sure when you put that on that you lay it so it's matching the other layout. All right. Perfect. perfect. And this piece is going to go underneath. So we'll attach that first. Decide how much you want to see of that. And I would say a healthy inch. A healthy inch. So we can attach that. And then that can get adhered to the orange. Right on the left-hand side. I can clean up later. A little bit of overhang. Lovely. And then we're going to attach the grid piece. And you will need the other half of your layout to line that up, right? Because it does meet in the middle. There we go. And we need 3 pink mats from number 11. Number 11, we have those mats that I think are about, look, 3.5. Let's see. 3. And they are going to lay out on that strip. So go ahead and adhere those. There we go. Perfect. So on this side, it's a big cluster, right? We need 2 of the green leaves that we stamped. 2, oops, that's more than 2, Vicki. And we need, from your ephemera, you need the bird. We need the pink flower, pink and cream. This pink one, it's going to go here. The big daisy, it's going to go here. And then the acetate, or vellum, I guess this is vellum. That piece is going to go here. And then the 2 flowers with stems, they're going to go in that jar. And then the large jar is actually from our 4x6s that we cut out. So number 14, we have a 4x6 with a jar in it, and I just cut the jar out. I love that paper piece jar. Isn't that pretty? So we're going to make a piece of ephemera out of it just by fussy cutting, or as I lovingly call it, fussy cussing, because I know a lot of you do not love this part. These scissors are magic. They are Scrapbook.com scissors. And oh my goodness, they cut like butter. I love them. I have 2 pairs. What a great pair of scissors. Okay, you don't have to cut it like it's surgery because it is kind of paper pieced and wonky. So if your cutting is a little wonky, it's totally okay. I like to leave a little bit of a border around it. And you turn the paper, not the scissors. And we have our little ephemera piece. And I'm going to glue this down first. That's going to get glued first, about 1.5 inches up from the bottom. And about 3/4 inch from the side. Perfect. I'm going to glue this acetate piece, but just near the bottom so I can still put the leaves underneath it, or the flowers underneath it. And it's going to go a little bit further down on the page like that, but overlapping, because it is a glass jar, so it's kind of cool that you can see the other through it. And we'll put that on there. Okay. And let's add our flowers. So foam dots, because we have already established that Vicki loves her foam dots. So just a little bit under the top of this flower. Like that. We will cut this one in half. Put some at the top of that one. Go like this. And then this guy is going to be coming out of the top of the jar like that. So throw a couple foam dots on that. And go ahead and adhere those flowers. So I'm going to just put a little glue. Move my backing. Looks good. Put this guy on. Like that. And then I find, right, just lift up part of it, and that's perfect. And then we have our little leaves are going to go like that and in the jar. And then behind that one like that. Kind of like that. So I will just cheat and put my glue underneath it. Well, I can do this one first. Don't have to cheat that much. Perfect. I love doing the mixed media background technique that we did for these, and then using your stamps and dies. I find that it adds interest rather than just plain stamping by doing the little kissing technique. And then if you put it underneath that flower, but then lift one of the leaves so they look a little intertwined. It's pretty. And then a foam dot at the top of the peach one. Put some adhesive. And like that. Very fun. Foam dot under this guy and some adhesive, and then our title is going to all be layered here as well. Okay, very fun. And I like my birds to perch, so when we go to put fun times, I'm only going to put a foam dot under the T and the S, and then we'll pop up fun. And then the bird can perch on the, right by the M and the E. right? So that's going to go right beside the jar and right above kind of the bottom of the paper piece jar, like that. And then Fun can sit on that like that. And then we'll put the bird under it. And then underneath that says Fun Times Awesome right here is from your foam stickers. So Fun Times. And then Awesome right here is from the foam stickers. A little foam underneath the top of the bird. And that adhesive just at the bottom. And then slide him underneath Fun. And he's just perched. Okay. And then Awesome right here. And this is from your foam. And then 3 of the foam hearts. So the black arrow. Gonna go right there. And then Awesome right here. Awesomeness. Awesomeness. Vicki. Awesomeness right here. And then 3 of the foam hearts. 3 foam hearts. And then the stickers say Good Times, Love This Life, and Love It. And you have tons of the word strip stickers, so you can customize that any way you want. And then we have the border piece. Let's throw that guy on there. And that is going to be on your 6x12 stickers. You have that border. So we will throw that on there, and then that ties the black in nicely as well. Very nice. And your hearts. I love foam stickers and chipboard, adding that little bit of dimension, and like I said earlier, with the foil on it is super pretty. But now by putting that on our put a little adhesive here now, layering the title on here, it's not floating in space, it's nice and grounded. And then we have this lovely cluster, so we had lots of interest but still lots of space for your photos. So that is layout number 2 done. I love it. Let's move on to the next one. Okay, friends, we are on the home stretch, and we have, I think, about 20 minutes to finish this one. So I think we can do it. I think we can do it. So let's get everything we need for this layout. There is a little bit of stamping on here, but it's pretty quick, just black outlines. So again, we are going to create a base. Now this one I did use a piece of scrap paper to support it. So probably will be super helpful to just grab a piece of cardstock to back that. Let's do this side first. Sure, this side first. So you need your pieces from number 6. Which is a 6x12. Okay. You need your grid. That is the blue grid from number 7. Because those 2 pieces, right, are going to equal your 12 inches. And then your borders from number 5. So we can just put it, let's just do it a little different, and I'm going to glue it right on top instead of behind, and then we don't need to have the scrap paper. we'll just use that as our base or our securing piece. Okay, it's up a little too high. Let me move that down so you can see. There. So I'm going to lay that out like that. Line that up. There's two 6x12s, right? Let's put our adhesive right across the seam. Make sure it doesn't move on you. And I'm going to put the adhesive on the strip as well. And then we'll line it up like that. Use your grid as a guide. There we go. Okay. Take a little bit of extra adhesive off. Perfect. So there's the base for this layout. There we go. Just be cleaner with your adhesive than Vicki Boutin was. Love it. Okay, we need green mats from number 13. There is a 4x6. And then these squares, 2 squares, which are 4x4s. One there and one down there. You can go ahead and add those. So I love to do all kinds of crafting. When I spoke to my friends at Scrapbook.com, and they said, would you do layouts for this year's SBC Fest? And I'm like, I most certainly will, because I love to do cards. I love to do mixed media, but I have been scrapbooking. Well, it's how I started, right? It was pretty much what got me into this with my kids now. My son is 24, can't even believe it, but I've been doing this since he was 2. And I still love it. I love creating collections. I have worked with American Crafts, with 49 and Market. I do product with Sizzix, and I have exclusive collections as well. And I still love it as much as I did when I first started. And I love clustering and layering. And now you're going to find that just doing a little bit of black stamping will make this interesting. Let's add some ephemera pieces, the orange, the scissors, and the tape, and the glue. I missed the glue. I have to grab the glue bottle, the scissors, and then today and enjoy. So you have kind of like a rough idea of where you're going to put some black stamps down. Let's find the glue bottle and the glue bottle out of my handy dandy tray. Love them. Okay, and the glue bottle. So just for time's sake, we might not glue everything down. I just want to make sure you get 3 layouts, pretty much, at least, even if we have to just clip for now. I want you to be able to find all of your pieces and do this. Because like I said, it's crazy. It was probably crazy doing the 4 layouts, but I wanted to give you more, right? So I am going to stamp a little star off the page down here, and then one beside it, like that. And I just find that carries that fun black pattern up here. Let's do one right here, one above it, and then one over here. Okay. And again, your ephemera pieces down here are the orange, the glue bottle. We're going to pop the top of the glue bottle up, pop the top of the orange. So you see, I kind of stagger my foam dots, the scissors are all popped up. I love the paper piecing effect with this collection. I'm going to glue that guy. So our orange is going to go like that. Like I said, the scissors, you're going to put some pop these up with some foam dots. Just put one on here for now. And they're going to go kind of like this. Your tape is flat. You could pop the top of the tape roll up, and then your glue bottle is going to go underneath there like that. I love it. All that kind of paper pieced art. So you could take some photos from this weekend. If you're enjoying this on your own or with a friend, I think it's very important to document. I think even my friends out here who generally do cards, but maybe you're going to partake in this because you really love these layouts. Maybe gifting. Some people do them for grandkids. But that's going to go like that. Enjoy. And then today is popped up, and you're just going to blend that in like that. Okay. And then the little word strip under here is enjoy today. Snapshots of life. Ties the green in. That's going to go there. We have 1, 2, 3, 4 of the foam stars. And as well, the little foam flag banner, the orange one right here. And it's going to go right underneath there like that. And then fill in some space with the stars. And then you need Imagine and 2 of the foam clips. Imagine is a sticker, and then these are off your foam. And there. The foam clips. Like that. Boop. And one up here like this. And Imagine. There. Like that. Okay, and like I said, the foam stars are right here, and there's 4. 1 here, and then 1, 2, 3 like that. So I'll just give you a close-up of that little cluster in the bottom corner. And now we're going to build the other side of this. Which looks like that. So again, you need the rest of your orange, circles, your graph, the blue graph from number 5. And then the strip that we cut with a border punch. And I'm going to attach it again. I will use my other layout to make sure it's lined up. Just a second. I had 2 pages there. Very good. Put the tape on so it's at least a little secured. That glue works really well. My fingers were stuck to the page. I love the mix of colors, and that little rainbow strip really adds interest to the page. Use your graph or grid to line everything up. All my collections, grid ledgers. I love that. I love pattern like that because I don't generally use a lot of cardstock, if you've noticed, if you have crafted with me, because I would rather have something with a little bit of pattern. So go back to your 4x6s and you have a card, number 14, that looks like a little clipboard. We're going to put that there. We're going to get our green mats, which we have the 4x6 and then 2 3x4s for number 13. Okay, like that. And up there like that. So go ahead, you can adhere those. Like I said, friends, be checking out. I do Friday Night Lives on YouTube, and I am going to, there's lots left over, so I've already laid out enough to do 2 bonus layouts. And I will do those on a Friday Night Live, and I will also post them in my gallery here. So you have a reference, and then I'll talk to my friends at Scrapbook.com and see if there's somewhere else they'll share them as well. Because there was enough left over, but look at, I'm already pushing it. I'm going to finish maybe on time. I might run over. I hope I don't get in a lot of trouble. For your ephemera on this page, you are going to have the stack of books, a nice cold drink, the 2 pencil crayons, colored pencils. In Canada, we call them pencil crayons. And I think in the US, it's colored pencils, right? And they're going to go like that. We're going to layer our foam. Again, this is all popped up. Top of this is popped up. The red pencils popped up. And then I just popped up the top and bottom of the yellow one. We have out of your ephemera. This is out of the ephemera pack. It's popped up and it's going to be layered right here. Memories is going to be popped up. And it's going to be layered right there, like that. A nice cluster and stack, adding interest with all of your elements. Perfect, for sure, is going to be popped up. And that's going to go like that. Perfect memories. And then 2 of the foam, little foam tabs. And then we need to stamp 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 of the stars. So let's get that back. And then I will move. I'm going to have to move what I glued down. I got crazy there. So I want one right about here. So we'll lift this mat up. And I'm going to stick 1 star right here. Like that. We'll put 1 here. Like that. Another 1 up top. So just turning your stamp just to add interest, right? Maybe here, like that. 1 off the top of the page. And 1 behind your blue a little bit, like this. Adds a little interest. Just customizing your pattern paper. You are definitely going to want some little foam at the top of your clipboard. You could round the corners if you wanted on that. Like that. Put your ink away so you don't put your arm in it. And then just lay it where you're happy. I love it. And I love that memories and the arrow lining up along your striped border. Just adds a little interest. But like I said, pop dots, use your foam. The foam strips from Scrapbook.com is awesome. It's going to overlap a little bit. And then you want to fill in with your little banners or pennants, I guess they would be, right? Little flag pennants. There's 2 of those. Anything else off of here? Nope, the rest is stickers. Okay, so the little green one is going to go underneath the arrow. And it ties the green in. So that guy can go like this. and then the purple one right above it. And then you'll pop up with foam dots there. And then Captured and Dream Life are your stickers. Dream Life. And then Captured is in your, from the project pad. Or whatever you want to add. Like I said, I'm going to do 2 more layouts, 2 more doubles. You're going to get 2 bonuses out of this. Excuse me, sorry. And then you have lots left over to do cards with your stamp and die set. And I'm going to show you a card I made quickly. And then Captured. There we go. And here's a peek at a card I made. This stamp set is so much fun because you can stamp and die cut each of the petals. And I did them all on mixed media background. And it's a resist background with some ink and then the rest of the stamp set. So it's a very fun stamp set. So for my card makers, there should be a little bit of something for everybody in this class. And there's a close-up of that one. And we will make sure we get the finished layouts posted. So if you want to see them up close, you can to finish them up, because that was a little bit of speed scrapping, but I think it's worth it. I'd rather give you more. So let me turn the camera around so I can say a proper goodbye. But that was super fun. I'll be back in just a second. That was fun. It was a lot. I hope the pace wasn't, we had everything prepped. So it's just a matter of if you were organized and all your pieces were easy to find, you can do the things. And like I said, there's going to be 2 more bonus layouts because there's so much left in this kit. That project pad is huge. It is colorful. It's fun. Tons of stickers left. You can still make cards. I think I'll probably, with the 2 bonus layouts, I'll probably make cards. So I entice you card making friends as well. But I had a blast. I love those pages. I've made quite a few using cut and paste. And I can't believe we just banged out 3 more. And I love them just as much as the other ones that I made. So I'll make sure I post all of them so you have lots of inspiration if you bought 2 of these kits or you have anything extra. But huge thank you, friends, for spending this time with me. And thank you to Scrapbook.com. You guys are awesome for offering these free classes and getting people in this community excited to craft and to make and spend time together. So thanks, friends. I can't wait to see what you make. Make sure you post it, tag me. And thanks. Enjoy the rest of your SBC Fest. I can't wait to see what you guys are making. And I will be chatting and following you along with all the other classes and these amazing instructors. So lean in, have a great time, make all the things, learn new things, and we'll see you later.
Cody, we are back, but before we get into Vicki Boutin's class, let's do a giveaway.
Let's do it.
Okay.
We've got a lot of stuff, so if you're a scrapbooker or a card maker, this is the set for you to win.
It's amazing.
Yes, let's check it out. Okay, let's start with this one. So this is the Chamel Live the Dream bundle. You are getting tons in this bundle.
There's so much in here.
Oh yeah, paper pads, washi tape, these
embellishments,
stickers,
foiled acetate paper, 12 by 12.
A project pad.
Oh my gosh.
Oh
my
stickers,
gosh, it doesn't stop.
And paper.
Look how thick that is. You gotta turn it to the side so you can see how much paper is in. That's a lot of 12 by 12 paper.
Tons.
Okay,
so
is this one winner?
Oh, someone's winning all of this. Yours
all of this.
too, yeah.
Okay, so let's put all of this back in the box for somebody special to win.
Someone's winning this whole bundle.
Okay, someone's winning all of this plus this, you guys.
Yes.
This is insane. Okay, the next one is this one from Paige Evans.
This is the Happy Haven collection.
Well, oh my gosh, it's jam-packed. I don't know if we can take it all out. Let's see. There we go. Okay, let's start with all the embellishments. You're getting the 4 tassels with charms. You're getting
2 of those.
2 of those. And then you're getting a cute stamp set, 23-piece stamp set. You're getting these embellishments, 63 pieces of ephemera, 69 pieces. Whoa, times 2.
2, yes.
Times 2, okay.
These little stickers, they're little puffy stickers.
So cute.
21 pieces in there.
So nostalgic
85 stickers in here. And look at those borders and
with
edges.
gold foil on it.
Yes.
Lots of gold foil in this one.
And then you get 2 of
Oh,
those.
2. Okay.
And then you get foam stickers.
Oh my gosh,
Those
with
are
gold
good.
too.
Yeah. And then a ton
Oh
of
my gosh.
paper.
Jam packed. Oh, a pad too.
And then, yes, a project pad as
Okay,
well. There are stickers in
gorgeous.
here, gold foiling,
Oh my gosh,
then-
so much.
all of this paper.
Okay, who wants to win this? Okay,
Yes.
let's ask the question, Cody.
So you're getting both of these. One lucky winner will get both of these.
All of this.
And we want to know, are you a planner or a wing it and see kind of crafter? Which one are you?
I'm a wing it and see, but sometimes I have to plan. I don't know, Cody, these questions are tricky.
Yeah.
Trick questions, I can do both.
Yeah.
But what about you? What about you? Tell us in the comments, someone's gonna win, and we're gonna choose the winner when we get back or now.
Yeah, well, it'll be in the live chat before
Yes.
we talk about Vicki Boutin's class.
Okay, so be watching, it'll be pinned to the top.
Yes.
Congratulations to whoever wins all of this. This is a lot, plus that.
Plus this,
All
yes.
of it, you guys, that's amazing. Okay, we'll be right back. Okay, Vicki's class. We love Vicki.
Love Vicki.
Love, love, love.
She's always so inspiring, always has so many ideas.
So colorful, so cheerful, so happy, and I love this collection.
Oh, yes, cut and paste was so
Wow,
good.
so good. So many things jam-packed in her kit. I mean, you are loaded up with this kit, and I cannot believe how many layouts she got.
I know, it was like she was a machine. Just
Like, how many was it? 3 double-page layouts?
yeah.
So that's like 6 12x12 layouts. That's so many.
Yeah,
Wow.
and you got so much in her kit that, I mean, you could do so much more. And Vicki said that
Yes.
she's going to be doing more things on her YouTube channel with that kit too in that collection.
Yeah,
So
I mean-
definitely check out her YouTube channel.
Definitely. I mean, you could do layouts for days, Cody, like you said. And then one of the things that I loved was the color wheel. And then she used the 12x12 as her like guide to make a 12x12. Does that make
Yes,
sense?
yeah,
It was
yeah.
pretty cool how she did that.
Totally.
Yeah, really cool technique.
I loved it.
And then all of her gorgeous stickers, embellishments, like layered. She's the queen of layering and
Yes.
like mosaic. It just looked,
All
it
their
all
little
comes together.
clusters. Yeah, yeah,
beautifully.
yeah.
So we love you. That
Yes.
was amazing. And then we love that there were some scrapbooking classes. But not only were they for scrapbooking, you can do them for card making or any paper crafting project, which is great.
Oh yeah, I was already seeing like, okay, you could do the same thing with cards or tags, like
Yeah.
all the layers and
Yeah.
embellishments. So good.
So many things. So I hope you guys loved that class as much as we do. And then next, we're moving on to 2 amazing instructors.
Yes, we're gonna go to Marie Nicole's house, and then from Marie, we're gonna see Meghann Andrew.
Yes! All right, let's go, friends.
Hey everyone, it's Marie and I am so excited to be here with you for SBC Fest this time around. I hope that you have fun as we craft along together. We're gonna make a cute card in today's class and we're just gonna walk through the whole process. I'll talk through my thought process on creating and everything, and I hope that you'll just craft alongside with me. Now my class that you'll be watching has been pre-recorded, so that means I am now free to live chat with all of you as we watch the class. So if you have any questions at all, please drop them down in the comments and I'll try to catch whatever I can. I know sometimes that live chat moves pretty quickly. Now, if you don't know me already, I've been around on the internets for a little while. I haven't been quite as active lately because my life has just been so busy with my kids and my family, but I still love crafting and I still try to get my cards out there to whoever wants to see them. So you can find me over at YouTube at Marie Nicole Designs or on Instagram or Facebook. I'm around so you can kind of see where I've been and what I've been doing. Now, I got crafting, I think I would say like 14, 15 years ago. I've always loved crafting, but I got into card making specifically when I was first married and we moved across the country and we had only one car and my husband took it to work. So I was home all day and I needed something to do, and the card making bug just bit me and I've been crafting ever since. So that's just a little bit about me, but I hope that you guys have fun with SBC Fest. I hope you enjoy this class together, and let's have some fun and get started. All right, we are going to get started with our crafting here for SBC Fest. Thank you so much for joining us. I hope you're enjoying SBC Fest and you're getting a lot of great ideas and inspirations. Today for my video, I am going to be using these three products here, and let me just show you what they are. We have the nested stitched clouds. These are really fun. They are all these fun little cloud shapes, you know, in the sizes that go from the largest and they nestle down into the smallest. So I have used this quite a bit in different projects, and you can see here I've got little pieces back in that package because when I'm done with a project, if I have extra pieces, sometimes I just throw it back in the package so I can grab them and use it on another project later. So we have that one, the nested clouds. We have the sentiments here, which I think are great. This is the thank you sentiments 3. It's got thanks, love, hello, and thank you. So these are all of your general type sentiments that you would throw on a card. So you can use these for a lot of projects, just a lot. And I love how they have the sentiment with the little shadow outline that you can also cut, so you can layer it up together and put layers on your sentiments and make it just look really stunning on your card. So we're going to be using that for our sentiments. And then this is the fun set that we're going to work with. This has all of these fun dies. This is the cat die set, and there are 27 pieces, but don't let that intimidate you. There are a lot of pieces here, but it's really easy to cut out the shapes that build your basic cat thing, your basic cat. You can build that. Not hard to do that. And then everything else is accessories. You can accessorize this cat, and let me just show you all the pictures on the back. There is a cute little bride and groom, there's a little cowboy or cowgirl, there's a birthday girl, and some little fashionista cats. And I have to say, my daughter saw this set and she stole it from me right away. She stole it and took it to her room where she's got a lot of my craft supplies that go missing, surprisingly. She puts it all on her desk and uses it and makes her own little creations. So I had to go recover this from my daughter because she stole it from me, but I'm like, hey, we need that for a class, so I'm gonna take that one back. So we're gonna get started building a few fun cards today using these supplies. And the first thing we're gonna do is cut out some of our shapes for the cat, and then I'm going to show you how it goes together, just the basic cat face and how you can switch up their clothes. So to do that, you are actually going to grab the head piece along with the stripes and the little eyes. And here are some more pieces for your eyes. And here is your little ear pieces and your little nose piece. And this is the body. So this will make your basic cat, okay? So I'm gonna set this aside for a second and I'm gonna show you. So you're going to pick whatever color you want for your cat. You know, maybe you want it to be gray or black or white or brown or orange or calico. You could even cut this out of a white paper and then color it yourself. Do some ink blending or some watercoloring. Make your cat. And I'm going to show you how all those pieces go together. So I already have some of those basic shapes cut out here. We're going to go ahead and build a white cat. I don't know if you guys have ever seen that Disney movie Aristocats, and it's got the little white cat, and I always thought it was cool. Her name was Marie. So we're going to make her today. So you're going to grab your face shape, or your head shape, and then you want to grab a few of the pieces for the stripes. Now I went ahead and I cut out all kinds of different colors here and I put them in my little project tray so I have it on hand. But first of all, you're cutting out your head piece, and this is the piece for the stripes that go on the head. So I have all three pieces here, and let me grab my glue. Grab a few bottles here because sometimes my little bottles, they get clogged because I don't always take care of them very well. So I have to make sure I have another one on hand. But I'm just going to add a tiny bit of glue on these pieces. And then just stick it down. So this big stripey bit goes right on top, and then you have the two little stripes that go on the sides. Maybe I'll zoom you guys in so you can see a little bit better. So I'm going to put a little dab of glue on this side and this side. And where is my tool? Here we go. I love this little pickup tool. It's got a little wax end here, so you can pick up your really tiny pieces and just put it where you need it to go. It's super handy for some of these really tiny die cuts. Okay, so we've got those little stripy pieces on the side, like that. And then I do have a little face that's already started, so you can kind of see where I'm going here. Maybe my light is glaring a little bit. So I've got the stripes on. We're gonna put on those little ear pieces and then add a nose and some eyes. So first of all, we're gonna go for those ear pieces. Now those are in here as well. I always like to take this little die. This has the ear pieces and the cute little nose, which is a tiny little heart shape, and I think that's so cute. Where did it go? This one here, right here. And then it has these two little circle pieces, which you can use as sort of like rosy cheeks on your face. So I just go ahead and I cut this whole piece with pink because all of those pieces look really good in pink on your kitty face. So I'm gonna find those in here. So we have 1, 2 pieces for the ears. Here's our little cheeks. And a little heart nose. So we're gonna go ahead and glue those down too. So I'm gonna take my glue and just put a little dab where I need these pieces to go. So first off, we're gonna do the ears. Now on this die set, you can kind of see how those ears are supposed to go. You can see that they have this little end here that comes down that's kind of longer. So that is oriented this way. So the top of this triangle here is, and then the long piece of the triangle that kind of curves down, that is the bottom piece. So we're gonna follow the die, how it is there, and add those to our ears. Turn that a little bit. It's already looking so cute. Okay, just make sure I get that in place so it can dry properly. Now the nose, I like to put the nose on before I put the eyes on, because the nose, being in the center of the face, can kind of give you sort of a reference for the eyes on how to place them, because I found sometimes if I place the eyes too close together or too far apart, my cat looks a little goofy, which is fine. You can totally make a goofy cat, but if you want them sort of centered, I like to put the nose on first and then do the eyes. So we're gonna put that little nose on there. And I think that's even cute, just as is. Like, even if you don't wanna put the eyes on, but you just have a cute little, you know, kitty face, kitty shape, that is so adorable. Oh, I love it. Okay, so we have that. Now, here are some eyes. You have eyes like this that are closed on this die, and then you have these which you layer on top of this eye piece so that you can give one of your kitties some like long eyelashes, which are really cute. So we're gonna do the eyelashes now, but they also cut out the mouth on this little bitty die thing. So all of these pieces I always cut out in black because it's kind of like outlining the eyes and the mouth. You can do other colors too, but I like how they have thought through how to organize your dies. So all of them on here can be pink, all of them on here can be black, all of the stripes can be the same color. Some other die sets that I work with, you have a bunch of dies on one piece, but maybe you want them to be different colors, so you have to cut that several times. Well, these, all the same color pieces are on the same die, and I really like that. I think that's just handy. So I'm gonna add the mouth piece to our little kitty cat. And this is such a tiny, tiny little piece, very thin. So I'm just putting a tiny bit of glue down, and there's gonna be some glue squishing out the back, but I'm not gonna worry about it. One, this is handmade and I'm a human, so, you know, there's gonna be some variation in the finished product, which is fine. It's handcrafted, right? And two, the glue does dry clear, so you're not gonna notice it much anyway. So I'm just gonna try not to put as much as I, not too much, like I'm not trying to overload it, but you know, there might be a little glue squishing out the sides. That's fine. Okay, so now we have the face on, almost. We have to put the eyes on. Now here are the eyepieces from this little die. Now at first I thought this was a nose, but I thought that was a funny looking nose until I looked at the back of the package. So always look at the back of the package, because with the pictures on there, it can really give you a good idea on what that shape is. That's a bell. A cute little bell that you can put on their collar if you want to. I'll show you. Yeah, it's right here, see? There's a bell, and there's maybe, yeah, there's a bell there. So you could add a bell to their collar. So anyway, that bell I cut out with these eyes, and those eyes I cut out with white paper. But you could do different colors if you want different color of eyes, like green or yellow. Just keep in mind that that bell is gonna be that same color. So you might wanna cut that differently, separately, or cut it in white and just color that bell yourself with ink or a marker or something. So there's that. Now I've got these two eyes right here, and we're gonna use the long lashy pieces. So I'm gonna get those out, and hopefully you can see this black pieces of paper on my black background. Nope, that's not the right side. I have to get this one. Okay, now these eyes are kind of easy to add because you have a nice circle-y piece here that you can hide glue behind. So I'm just gonna put a little dot of glue on each eye, and then I'm going to add my eyepiece over it, and you can see how that perfectly just aligns with that background, and you get cute lashes on your eye. So there's that. All right, now that's not completely dry yet, but I'm going to see if I can pick it up. Maybe I'll use my tweezers. There we go. And I'm going to put it on my face. Not my face, but the cat's face. Just like that. And now you can see how you might want to tweak that face a little bit. Like I might want to turn that cat's eye a little bit so it's not so much at an angle. I mean, you could angle it around if you want. Just get it how you like it. Oop, now she looks like she's winking. Okay. It wants to stick because that glue is not completely dried. But I think that's looking so cute. But this will give you an idea of how you can change the look of the face just by the eyes, where you put the eyes or how you angle them or anything. So I like to put the rest of the face on first, the mouth, the nose, the stripes, the ears, and then put the eyes on last because then I can get it looking how I want it to. So I'm going to pick this up, put a little dab of glue, and then put that back where I want it to go and just tweak it around a little bit until it is in the right spot. And the same one with this side. All right. So cute, right? There's our little kitty head, kitty face. And we didn't put on the cheeks yet, but you can put on the little cheeks. Oh, that is so cute. Those pink little cheeks just make me think she's such a fancy, spoiled little cat. There's one. And there's two. All right, just gonna tweak those a little bit, get them where I want them to be. And there is our kitty face. All right. So I've walked you through the basics on how to put the face together, okay? The rest of the shape dies in this set are your accessories. So you can choose what you want to do. You can choose if you want a birthday cat, or, you know, if you're making a wedding card for somebody, or if you just want some crazy cats or some cool cats here, you can just mix and match all of these accessories, which I think are really cool. I think this girl, she needs a big bow. She seems like she's fancy and she needs a big bow. So we're gonna cut out this one. And I don't really know what color yet, but I think it needs to be pink. So I have been using my scraps to cut out a lot of these pieces. I have a whole scrap drawer in my desk, and I just throw my pieces in that drawer as I'm crafting. And so I can just easily reach in there and grab a color when I'm die cutting, which works really great for me. I know some people like to organize their scraps, and I have done that in the past, but I just find it's quicker and easier just to throw it all in a drawer and then sift through it while I'm crafting. And these dies are small enough that you can really get a lot of use out of your scraps if you use them for die cutting. So that's what I do. I try to reuse the paper until there is no room left on it for die cutting, and that way I don't have to waste any bit of it. So I am going to bring my die cutting machine here into the camera for you to see right now, but I won't have it in the video the whole time. Like if I'm going to cut something else, I'll probably cut it off to the side just because this takes up a lot of room. But I did want to cut it for you first, just so you can kind of see the process of die cutting, which I know you guys all know. You all know how to die cut, but I thought let's just see one die cut first, and then, you know, you'll understand what I'm doing off to the side when I'm cutting out pieces. So I am using my magic mat, which I absolutely love. And this has saved me a lot of these plastic plates, because instead of 2 plastic plates where your dies are cutting into and then they're cracking and all of that, this doesn't have to be cut onto at all. No. So you can get the pretty glitter ones like I do and just keep them because they're going to be fine. This is like a self-healing mat, like the thing that I craft on. You can see this side is really well used. So I just flip it over and I use the back side. And when I feel like this side is getting kind of used up, kind of warped, I just flip it over again and I keep doing that. So I get a lot of use out of these things. And I think it's fun that Scrapbook comes out with different colors for the different seasons and holidays and things. So we're gonna go ahead and cut out this pink bow. Now, since I'm just cutting one little die on the edge, I went forward and then I reversed it instead of running the whole thing through. But I don't always recommend that because sometimes if you have a bunch of dies in here, you run it through and then you run it back, your dies can shift on you and you can actually get it sort of a double cut, or your die can shift into your piece you're cutting and cut that in half. So it's always the best thing to just run it through once and then take it out the back side and then get your die piece. But if you find that you need to cut it again, you can always, let's say that didn't cut through completely. You can always get your die and line it up again into the grooves. Even if it's not cut all the way through, it's gonna fit back into those grooves. Fit it back in there, maybe even change the angle a little bit so it cuts a little bit differently, and then just run it through again. So no big problem. Sometimes that happens if I'm cutting like really thick cardstock. All right, so there is our little bow. Gonna move that back off to the side. And here is our little kitty face with a little bow. How cute is that? So cute, right? And if I wanted to, I could grab one of those little bells and put a silver little bell here on the bow for her collar. All right, so that's how you do a basic kitty face. So we're gonna go start building a card with these cute little cats. Okay, so I showed you how to assemble the little kitties, and now I have a bunch of pieces cut out. Now I already also showed you how the die cutting works and the different pieces. So I went ahead and I picked a few pieces of cardstock and I cut them out just so we don't have to do that all on camera. But here is what I came up with. We've got these cute little kitties. I've got this orange one here. I added some of the orange stripes to his head and gave him a face. We've got the gray one here with the black stripes and our white one with the gray stripes and her little bow. Now I added some colors that coordinate together. These are sort of softer brown toned colors, and so the guys are wearing some green shirts. They have the little collar here. You do have this little collar piece on your set and ties. So I cut them each a collar and some little cute ties, and we can put that all together and make them look like very distinguished gentlemen. So I've got this guy in a tie, and then we have our little top hat with a green stripe to match. So they are on either side of our little princess kitty here. And I have an idea that I want to try now with all of these little kitties. So I have all of these pieces cut out. I'm going to set them aside so we can work on our background. So in keeping with the sort of muted brownish earthy tones, I've got a piece of, I guess you would call it craft cardstock. And I'm going to use my nested cloud dies. You can see here we've got all the sizes. We've got the largest one and they all nest together down to a tiny little one. These are great. I love these clouds. I've been able to add them to a lot of different projects like baby cards or making a really fun starry sky with some clouds. Today we're not going to use them as clouds as much as we are going to make some windows for our kitties to peek through. So this is just another way you can kind of stretch your stash. You don't always have to use it for what it is. You can make it into something else. So I was thinking if I did something like this where I'm going to cut these each individually, and I'm even cutting it off the page, so we are getting sort of a partial window, and I'm going to layer them together here. Maybe cut those out separately and then cut another one down here. So we are going to be cutting a lot of holes in our background, but in my mind it works. So let's see what happens when we do this. I'm going to just kind of eyeball this and grab some of my mint tape to tape it in place while I'm cutting. I want all things to stay where it needs to be so I have enough room on my background after I get it cut. So I'm going to run that through my die cutting machine. Now this really is just going to be a window shape. That's all it's going to be. But if you wanted to use these clouds as clouds, the really cute little detail there of the stitching edged, I just really love that. Now you don't have to throw this away. You can keep it, pop it on another card. You could even pop it on the same card. Just put that on some foam adhesive, and that's actually not a bad idea. We could put a cat back here, a cat in the front, and then put another cat down here. So I'm going to set this aside. I may end up using it later. I don't know, but we're going to keep all the pieces that we cut out. Okay, so just for eyeballing it, say if I did put it there with the cat, and I cut another piece down here, another window, that would look kind of cute, actually. We can have a cat in front and two cats peeking out the windows, huh? Maybe I want that to be a little bit lower. Okay, I'm kind of liking that idea. Let's go with that. Then we get to keep some of that stitching on that edge also. So let's see what that looks like. If we end up not wanting a cat in front, we can always cut another window. Okay, so it's kind of funny to be building a background by cutting it apart, but hopefully it will all work out for the best. So here's my idea. We're gonna take, and here's our background. We're gonna put a cat in each section so that they have their own little section. They're gonna be peeking out at you. But we need a background piece. So now that we have our windows, we need to layer something in the back. Now I do have another piece of craft cardstock. This is a card size. It's just not scored and folded yet. So we're gonna pretend that this is going to be our card front as we're building it. I don't know if I wanna score and fold it yet, so we're just gonna do it this way. I like to lay out my cards before I commit to gluing anything down, just so that if I want to change things around or tweak things, I can. So let's grab our little kitties here and see how this is going to be looking. Let's say we put this little girl in front with her bow. And my idea, oh, you know what would be really cute is if this guy could be here, kind of popping out of that window with his top hat sort of larger than life sticking out also. We're going to put him down here right at the edge so we can even move him down a little. And we're going to put our little orange cat up here. Kind of want him to be tucked in behind that cloud shape. So it looks like he's really in the background there. Now the only thing I don't like about Miss Kitty here is that we can see the bottom of her body. I don't know if that makes a difference or anything, but I kind of like how the other ones look like they're tucked in. So I'm still deciding if I want her in front or if I want to cut another window for her. But here's the little ties. Otherwise, I think this is looking really cute. I like how this window is kind of sort of covering that guy there. Maybe we could do something, huh, to tuck her in. Or we could just put a sentiment here or something. We'll see. We'll see. What if we did cut another window? Would she fit in there? Yeah, we could tuck her little body in here. You know, I might actually go ahead with that window. If anything, if we end up don't liking it, we can always cover it up with us. So we can always go back to our original plan if we don't like it. So I am going to cut into this background again. Where's my piece of mint tape? I'm just going to use the same piece, reuse that, and throw this through the die cutting machine again. Okay, now that we have thoroughly cut up our background, we are going to see what this looks like now. So we're going to put little kitty here with her head peeking out. And her little bow. We're going to put this guy down here. Just align him with the bottom with his little head, and this guy up here. Oops. I'm actually really loving the characters kind of peeking out from behind these windows. I think it's adding a lot of dimension, and I haven't even put on my foam adhesive yet. This guy's hat, I think, needs to be turned in toward the center. That's what I think. And then, of course, they're going to be wearing their ties. Okay, I think I'm actually liking that a lot better. I like that their bodies are kind of tucked behind the window, so it looks like they're popping out to say hello. Okay, so I'm going to set this aside for now. We're going to glue our little kitties together so that they don't keep falling apart into pieces. So we're going to do this. We are going to assemble our kitty bodies. Let's see, where's my glue? Is this the right glue? Yeah, there we go. So we're just going to put a little bit of glue there. I think I want his head to be on a slight angle, not too much, just a little bit. So there's that. Oh no, before you glue down the head, you probably should glue his little collar on. So before that dries, let's do this. Put that on and then put the head on so that his collar doesn't run into his neck. There we go. And his little tie. Now you can also tuck the tie behind if you want, but I do like the pattern of stripes that I used, so I kind of want the most of it to be in the front, and I think that looks really cute. Now, so I'm grabbing some of my tiny foam adhesive pieces, and I apologize if my video cuts off as I'm filming. My camera just likes to stop randomly in the middle of a video. I always have to be watching it because I'll be making a video and I look up and it's not recording anymore. I don't know why it does that, but I'm keeping an eye on it so that we can record every bit of our project. So we've got a little bit of foam adhesive here, and we're going to pop this up right over his head. I think, whoop, that's a little bit too low, I think. Right there. That's good. Okay, he is looking so cute. I'm going to put his little green band on his hat. Gotta let that dry, but just so I can eyeball it out. Now I am thinking about doing something with the background behind them so it's not so plain, but for now I just want to kind of see how this is looking. Really cute. I'll probably end up having to trim his little tie off the bottom because it's sticking off the page, but that'll be fine. Okay, let's move that over to the side and let's assemble this little cat. And I'm going to put her bow on with some more of this foam adhesive so that she also has some dimension. These are really, really handy little foam pieces. They're so tiny. So I can even put one in the middle of that bow and you're not really even going to see it once it's attached. There's just a tiny, tiny little corner picking out, but if you don't know it's there, you won't even see it. So we're going to sneak her in here. Now these are not dry yet, so I probably shouldn't be doing all of this with them because her head is sliding around. I just get too excited. So I'm just going to put her on top and just set her there. But I do want to tuck her in behind once she's dry. Okay, that's looking so cute. Okay, now we're going to put this guy together, which isn't much. He's got the tie like the other guy, and then just got to put his head on his body. He doesn't have a cool hat. A little bit of blue. I'm going to have him his head is tilted a little bit this way. So it kind of offsets this guy down here. All right, and now his tie. Okay, let's bring our card back over and whoop. See, I'm just too impatient. Everything's sliding around because I'm not waiting for that glue to dry. So I'm going to just kind of lay him there. I think that looks so cute, but I think having this craft on a craft background, we don't see the windows very well. So I think we need some sort of contrast behind them. So whether that means I'm just going to use a white piece of paper or I'm going to decorate a background some way, I'm not sure. But let me grab a piece of white cardstock and let's layer this on top and just see what it looks like. Okay, that really helps those windows to stand out a little bit better. And our little cats. I want him to go behind, but I want his tie to be hanging out. So cute. Then she's gonna tuck in just here. All right, now I really like that. Now I just think she blends in with her background. So maybe we should add a little color in the background. I'm not sure. And then we've got this guy that we can just sort of pop right in the middle, I think. And I think that's looking really cute. I actually really love how this is turning out. I think she's a little bit low, but I don't think that's going to be anything too serious. It's like these little cat friends are just popping out to say hi. So we have to think about a sentiment and where to put it. One thing about my cards is I like creating them and then later on when I'm almost done I think, oh, it's a card, it needs a sentiment. So I don't always plan out my sentiments before I get started, which is probably not the best strategy. But with our little hello dies, I've got one here that I've been kind of playing around with. It's got some different color layers back there. This is that hello from the sentiment scent we have. We could just pop a sentiment up here where we have a little bit of extra space and that would work. So I don't know if I want that to be pink or some other color, but I think this looks like a really fun layout for our little cats. My only thing now is I think she blends in a little too much with that white background. So do we need a color? I don't know. Maybe we could layer some sort of a pattern in the background. We would want a tiny pattern so it's not too overwhelming. So let me see what I have. Scrapbook.com has a lot of different paper pads, and I have so many different kinds. That's really cute, and that really goes with the whole craft. Or there's the stripes, but that matches with their tie, so I don't know if I want that one. There's just plain green, or there's this yellow polka dot one, or a pink. That's kind of a different pink though than what she's got on her bow. So let's see what the polka dot looks like. Oh, look at that. I can just move them all over there. Okay, I don't know about you guys, but I think that polka dot looks really cute. It really does. It makes her stand out a little bit better. His orange with that yellow is just really cute. I don't think I want the pink hello. I think I want her bow to be pink, but I think the other colors are working pretty good together. So I want to use this polka dot for my background. It's just the right yellow, and it's got tiny little pattern, and I think that just makes that background pop a little bit more. So now that we're going to do that, and we know that we're going to do that, we are going to flip this over and add some foam adhesive to the back. Now I'm not going to use these super tiny foam adhesives because I'm going to have to use a lot of them. So I'm going to grab a different size. So Scrapbook.com has a ton of different foam shapes. I like these circle ones. They also have some square ones, and they're really easy to use. You just pop them out. And another thing I really like about them is the backing paper comes off so easy. I hate sitting there struggling with backing paper when I'm just trying to make a card. So the fact that it comes off easily is a win. Now I'm using my little tweezers, but I also do use my craft pick tool to just, dig them out and stick them here on my sharp end and then just stick them onto my paper. Sometimes my fingers are just too clumsy and they get in the way. So this is a handy tool for all the things. Now I have to think about how I want to leave some space around here because I want to tuck the kitties behind the window. So I want to leave some space there where I'm not putting foam adhesive in the way. Otherwise, I'm going to have a problem when I put my cats on the page. But I also want to put enough little foam pieces that I have a good support on the back of my card. I don't want it to get smashed or saggy in the mail if I ended up mailing it to somebody. So I really do want to put some foam adhesive on these corners wherever it needs a lot more support. And now that I think about it, I might actually want to put some of those tiny ones up here on this end. See, look at that. That is the perfect size. I love it. So now I'm just going to peel off that backing paper carefully. And I don't know about you, but I just peel off the paper and I just throw it to the side. And then later on I come and I pick it up. So when I'm crafting, my desk area actually gets really, really cluttered and messy. But that's all right. Okay, so I think I got the backing paper off of all of those. I'm going to line this up. As best as I can and just gently push it down. And I'm already really loving these cloud windows with that background and the foam adhesive. I think that adhesive for some dimension is already really cute. Now, since I put this panel on foam adhesive, my cats are gonna have to pop up a little bit. They can't just lay flat. So they have to go behind this one, but they want to pop up. So I might actually put some foam adhesive behind the tops of their head and then some glue on the bottom. So they're actually going to be attached at an angle. But I'm okay with that because I think that just adds to the effect of them popping out of that window. So let's go ahead and see how that's going to look. Okay, see, I have a piece of foam adhesive behind here where this guy needs to go. That is no good. Let's see if I can fix that. Okay, my camera stopped on me again, but I'm just resuming where we left off. I'm just getting this guy, eyeballing him where I want him to go. Now he does not need any foam adhesive because he can lay flat on that background, and the only thing that needs to pop out is his tie. So we're going to put glue on him, but this guy does need some glue here and some foam adhesive behind his head. So now that we know all that, we're going to go ahead and glue them down. I'm going to start with this guy. I'm going to put some glue on the back. And carefully layer him in. All right. Now, I know that with the liquid glue, it gives me a little bit of wiggle room where I can move him around a bit, get him in the right spot before he dries. I don't want to move him too much though, because I don't want to smear glue everywhere that we're going to see it. So I'm just going to move him really gently and then give him a gentle press down and let him dry. Now for this girl, we are going to put, I think, actually I'm going to go with tiny bits of foam adhesive here, and then that should be fine. That'll work. And then I'm going to put glue down here. So I'm going to take off that backing paper. And then I'm going to stick this right here. Okay, that is looking so cute. And then this little guy here, I'm going to glue him, and I'm going to put a little bit of foam adhesive behind his hat. Okay, so I'm actually going to get one of these bigger foam adhesive pieces and put it behind his hat, give that some support, and some glue. So we're going to stick that down right here. And that looks really cute. I'm really loving how this is turning out. Now you might notice that his top hat is kind of curved there. It does actually have another piece that's supposed to go on top. It's really tiny though. So I think unless he's glued down flat, it's gonna be hard to add that unless I can find some really, really tiny bits of foam adhesive. Now the good thing about this stuff is you can cut it. So I have a tiny scissors, so let's see if we can get a tiny bit. Ooh, that went flying. I don't know where it went, but let's see if it fits behind here. Okay, it's fitting. Here's the other piece. I'll line them up next to each other. And I'll admit this is a little bit tedious. Not my favorite thing to do. Cutting really tiny pieces of foam adhesive, but I think this is gonna make his hat just look so much better. So there we go. That one did not go flying. Okay, stop moving around. There we go. Now the challenge is to get the backing paper off without pulling off my foam adhesive. So I'm going to use one of my tools here again. Sorry if this is out of focus for you guys. I know my camera's focus is set for down here, so I'm trying to keep everything down here for you. But I do need to see to get that backing paper off. Okay, where's my tweezers? We're gonna try this. Let's see if we can do that. Okay, let's line that up and stick it down. Okay, I think we got it. It's just a little bit off. If anything, I can always remove it. I don't know if I like that because it just kind of looks a little off. Maybe I can move it a little bit. Oh no, now it's stuck down. Now it's stuck. I'm committed. Okay, let's see if I can move it a little bit. I gotta move this piece of foam adhesive. It's up too high, I can see it. Okay, let's try this again. You guys do not have to do this. Okay, that looks better. That looks better. Doesn't that look better? I like it. That looks cute. Okay, so we have the majority of our card done. Let's just put a little sentiment up top. Of course, we're gonna use one of the sentiments from the set today because I love that sentiment set. It's got all kinds of different sentiments on there that you would put on just like a basic card that you're sending to somebody. Don't like the pink. I think the pink on her bow is enough pink. Doesn't really match the rest of the color scheme we're going for, but there's a little pink in their noses and the bow, and I think that's enough. Don't really want any more pink, but let's decide what sentiment we want. We could do thanks. Let's see how that fits. I think that's too big. I think I just really like the hello because I don't know if I want to put love on there. It doesn't seem like a love card. It seems like these cats want to say hello. So I think we want to stick with hello. But the question is, what color should we make it? We could just go with black. Black goes with everything. A black sentiment goes with everything. I don't think I need the background piece, the shadow piece. I could cut that out of a little bit of vellum, but that does make it bigger. And I don't want it to cover up too much of my cat. I want the cats to really be the focal point. So I think I just want hello. And I think I just want it to be black. So let's just cut it out of some black cardstock. So I'm gonna just load it up in my die cutting machine. We could also do the green that's in their shirts, but I don't think we need to. I think we can just do black cardstock. Grab this. And voila! I think that looks good. I don't think we need much more than that. Now, if I want to pop it up a little bit, I could, and I think I will, cut out a few more layers and then just glue them together. I also have, you could put it down here. You really could, but then it's kind of in our little top hat guy's face, so maybe he doesn't want that. We could just stick it behind her ears. I don't know. Let's just cut a few more layers and then we'll figure out where we're gonna put it. Two, and we're gonna go with 3 layers because 3 is like the perfect number. almost lost that one getting it off of my die cutting machine. So I'm gonna take my little tool here, poke out those tiny little pieces in those holes, and then we are going to layer these together. It's going to just give it a little bit more thickness without having to use tiny pieces of foam adhesive like we did with that hat. And now that I think about it, I probably could have just layered up that little piece of the hat and that may have worked. But you know, hindsight is 20/20. So I'm gonna put dots of adhesive all along these. Okay. There's one layer, and let's do the second layer. That was almost too much adhesive, so I could really get by with a little bit less. And here's the top layer. All right, let's make sure. I like to just kind of push on the edges and slide any of it where it needs to be. I also like to kind of wipe away any of that adhesive that is really squishing out. And it is gonna dry clear, so I don't have to worry about that, but I wanna clean it up as best as I can. Okay, so it's got a little bit of dimension. I think we're just gonna put it right here. Right there, I think is the perfect place. So let's put a little bit of adhesive, and we're almost done with this card. Of course, I don't have it on a card base yet. And sometimes I don't do that with my cards until I'm ready to send them, just so I can save a little bit more paper and not have to put it on the card yet. But if I were gonna send it and I was gonna put a note on there to give to somebody, obviously you wanna put it on an actual folding card base, because as it is right now, it's just a card front. But the card is done. So if I wanted to send it, all I need is just a card base. There we go, so cute. This could actually come down just a tad, but I don't want to move it too much now and get glue all over the place. There is our cute little cat card all peeking through the windows. So I hope you really enjoyed this. I hope you got a good look at all of these dies and some of the other items that I've been using and got some ideas on how to use them. I think we need to do one thing to finish off this card, and that is trim his tie. So the way I like to trim things that are overhanging my card is I just flip it over. I line up my scissors with the edge of the card and I just trim it. That way I get a cut that is straight across because I'm using that edge of the paper as my guide. So there's our card. I hope you guys like it. I hope it inspired you and that you're enjoying this SBC Fest. Now, this is the card I made for this class using these products, but I did also use these cats to make a few other cards with some other items. So I'll give you a peek at those, just give you a little idea of what else you can do with these cats on your own time. So here's a little birthday card I created. One of these cats peeking out with the birthday hat on her head. I just cut a rectangle and folded down the top to make a box because you gotta put a kitty in a box, right? And then the little happy birthday banners in the background. I thought that one was cute. And a frame, of course, that's like their scalloped frame. This little adhesive back here doesn't want to stay down. The box keeps popping open. Okay, and then I have another one that I also made. This is a birthday shaker card, and you can see also I put a tie on this guy, and then this lady over here, she's very fancy with her stripy shirt and her bow and her hat. I don't know what that hat is called. What is that one called? I can't remember. But it gives you a look at some of the extra accessories that are in this kitty cat die set. So those are some other ideas that you guys could play around with if you like this die set and you want to go create with it. But otherwise, I think that finishes my card today, finishes my class for SBC Fest. I hope you guys enjoyed it. I hope you got lots of ideas, and I hope I see you next time. So have a great day, guys. Bye. And that's it. We did it. We crafted together. We made a cute card, and I hope that we had some fun. So thank you so much for joining me in my class. I hope you'll also stick around for the rest of SBC Fest because there are so many great crafters coming up and so many fun projects left to do. Have a great day, guys. Bye.
Hello, Scrapbook.com friends. I am so excited to be here with you. My name is Meghann Andrew, and today we're going to create a beautiful, springy, and love-filled card project. So let's go right down to the desk and you can see what we're creating. I'm so excited to share it with you. I am completely Twitter-pated by this card design. It's so fun, it's so cheerful and bright and happy. I think anybody would love to receive it. So while we create today, we're going to be using a stencil to do some ink blending. You've already done some die cutting if you did the homework that was in my homework video and guide. If not, and you want to create later with me, be sure to check out that homework video and guide on the SBC Fest page. There's a link there to find that. That will give you all of the steps that we took before class to get us ready for now, like die cutting and cutting an A2 size piece of this blue paper. We're going to be putting together those die cuts. We're going to be stamping our sentiment and just arranging this very cute card, and I'm super excited. So let's talk about the bundle. So this is my third SBC Fest that I've been teaching in, and I think this might be my favorite bundle yet. So we have the Happy Mail dies here. This is where we're going to get the mailbox and all of the pieces for the birds, including our postage stamp frame, which I just love this die set. It's brand new and it is just oh so cute. Then we have the outdoor stencil. This is such a cool stencil from Scrapbook.com because it has two different cloud sides. It has two different grass sides. Then you have the sun and the moon. There's so much you can do with this stencil. Next, we have the Valentine die set. And I specifically wanted to pair this one with our Happy Mail die set because of the folded envelope. I think that you can get a lot of use out of this folded envelope and it fits perfectly with our mailbox. We're also going to use this letter and this heart here, but there are so many things that you can do with this die set. Then we have the Wordfetti Best Day Ever stamp. What I love about this stamp is that it is perfect for both scrapbooking to put little phrases around your scrapbook layout or for card making. So you have lots of sentiments that would be great on a card. We're going to use love you the most. You can add love your smile, love this so much, hooray for you, count your blessings, you are my sunshine. There's so many great card sentiments on this one. And last but not least in this bundle is the Gelato Smooth Cardstock. Such a gorgeous array of colors. Now I did add a few more products, so be sure to find those on the SBC Fest page so that you can see that full list. If you've already seen that list and you've got your products ready, let's go ahead and create our card. I want you to start with a grip mate or any kind of grippy surface that will allow you to hold down your A2 sized white smooth cardstock card panel so that we can do some blending with a stencil. I love the Gripmate because there's plenty of room, and this is the larger size. There's plenty of room around the outsides to hold that stencil in place. So I'm grabbing my outdoor stencil, and we're going to start with the sun circle. I'm going to place that sun circle about 1/8 of an inch from the left edge of the card panel and about 1/4 of an inch over the top edge. And then I'm going to press that down to make sure it sticks in place. Now, it doesn't matter here what side that stencil is on. The great thing about this stencil is that you can flip it to either side. But what I am going to do is mask off that moon just so I don't have any mishaps. Okay, I'm going to grab a couple colors of distress ink. First is mustard seed. And the other thing that Gripmate is great for is for holding your mini inks because it can fit right on there. I also have wild honey. We'll be using that second. Grabbing my SBC brush here, this nice soft brush, and I am going to start to just apply my ink, my mustard seed ink, and tap off. I'm going to put my cap up here just so you guys know which color I'm using. Tapping off so that my ink goes on really nice and smooth. So we're going to start here, just an overall blend inside of our sun. I'm going to pick up my ink from the glass surface so that I don't waste any of it. So if you're using a new brush, it might take you a little bit longer to get that ink on there, but about 3 or 4 passes and I'm at a good place to where I like that level of color. Then I'm going to take wild honey, and I'm not worried about cleaning off my brush because I'm going to a darker color. I'm going to tap wild honey off a little bit onto my glass surface and then go around just the outside of the sun. Notice that I'm not going into the center of the circle. I'm literally just going around the edges. And this is going to give it that darker glow just around those edges. It's going to make it really look like a sun. I'm going to pick up that ink off of my glass surface. Now I'm not going around the top of the card, just around that curved sun portion. Okay, closing that up, I'm going to use a crafty cleanup cloth and some alcohol. Clean up that ink. When you're stenciling, you really want to make sure you clean your ink off of your surfaces so that you don't accidentally put your hand in it and then smear that onto your project. So look how crisp and clean that is because, you know, that stuck so perfectly to our Gripmate. Now clean off your stencil and be really careful that your cloth doesn't stick to all the grass edges. Okay. Then I'm going to move my tape and I'm going to cover up my sun. I'm going to move that stencil so that the sun rays are just below the sunshine and it's pretty even, right? So there's probably about 1/16 of an inch between the sun and the rays, and I'm going to press that down. Now I want to make sure that I don't accidentally get any ink down there. So I'm going to cover that up, and I'm also going to cover up this side just in case. Okay, now here, I'm going to start with wild honey first, closest to the sun. So I'm just getting those rays, kind of pushing my brush out from the sun outward. Okay, then I can clean off my brush, just give it a really good wipe. And the great thing about these cleanup cloths is that they have all that texture that really helps to get the ink off of your brush. Then I'm going to go back with mustard seed, the lighter of our yellows, and I'm going to go out from the ends of the rays back in towards that darker yellow. Once you see that you have kind of the coverage that you want, then you can close up your ink, wipe up your ink from your surface, and take off your stencil really carefully because it does like to stick really well to that grip mate. So fun. So now we have a really lovely yellow sun at the top corner of our card panel. I'm going to clean off my stencil again with some alcohol and my cloth, getting all that yellow off. Next, I'm going to take the short edge of the cloud stencil and I'm going to place it just up here at the top right corner of my card. There's no right or wrong to this. It doesn't have to be a certain angle. You just want to kind of color this top corner. Now, the thing that I'm worried about covering here are the sun rays. So I'm going to cover those up. I'm going to grab one of my favorite brushes for blending skies because it always goes on smooth. This is a Simon Hurley medium brush. And I'm also going to grab my favorite blue sky ink, which is Simon Hurley Stellar ink in Clear Skies. So I'm going to tap and then tap off. Tap and then tap off. It's really important to have not too much ink on your brush. I am going to start and I'm going to cover up more of these sun rays just in cases. Okay, I am going to start here. I'm going to cover up this side too. We don't want any mishaps. I'm going to start by kind of starting to blend before I get to my paper. So almost like you're blending onto your stencil. That's what I'm doing. And then I'm kind of pushing out from the stencil outward towards the corner of that card. Now, I don't want to go all the way because I don't want to cover that entire area with blue. I just want the most of the color to be focused around my stencil line. So you see how much darker it is at my stencil line compared to the corner. That's what I want. I want that really nice fading effect. It looks really great. Okay, so now what we can do is pick this up. Don't worry about moving your masking tape right now. And don't worry about cleaning it right now. I'm going to grab my ruler because I want to go down about 2 inches from the top of the cloud panel. So I'm going to lay my ruler down here. So 2 inches comes down to about the tip of the sun rays. So what I'm going to do is place it about 2 1/4, something like that, right around there. And you can angle it any way you'd like. So I'm going to angle it downward a little bit to get it away from that sun because when blue and yellow mix, you get green. And I don't want a green sky. I'm going to place that down. Okay, press that down on the side so that my stencil is in place. And then I'm going to just ever so gently go in on the left side here, add a little bit of blue, not going out far. Notice how small my circles are because I don't want to get into that sunshine area. Now, when I get out here to the right, I can go a bit further out and I can bring my circles out closer to that stencil line of the cloud that I did before. And that's what I want. I want to see the white, still want to see the white, but I want to kind of fade it out. I'm not re-inking. I'm just using a small amount of ink. You can even pick up what you have on your glass surface or whatever non-porous surface you're working on. Okay, so I like that light level of ink and I'm going to stop there. Now I'm going to pick up my stencil and look at that. Isn't that lovely? I love this stencil. It's so fantastic. Now I'm going to flip my stencil 90 degrees so that we're going to work on the long edge of the cloud. And we're going to go down about 3 1/2 inches Now, none of this is scientific. It doesn't have to be exactly 3.5 inches. Just eyeball it, do what you think looks best. And I'm going to place that right there. And we're going to follow the same pattern. We're just going to place our stencil, start out slowly by tapping off our ink and just gently adding some blue, focusing around where our stencil is and then fading out as we go upward towards the last cloud line. I'm going to get a little bit more blue over here. And then I think that that is going to look great. Okay, so let's take a look. And I love that every time we get a row done, you get to see another reveal and just see how beautiful it looks. Now for this part, we're going to clean off our stencil. So I'm going to grab my alcohol and my cloth because we're going to be flipping our stencil over. So I'm going to clean off all those edges. And I'm taking off my tape and I'm flipping my stencil over so that the cloud line looks a bit different. We're going to go back to the short side of the cloud after we flipped it over, and I'm going to go down about 4¼ of an inch. I'm going to tilt it the opposite way that I did last time, this time. So somewhere around there. Not science, just do whatever you think looks best. Now I'm going to cover up my sun here. And everything else is kind of off of the cardstock, so I'm not worried about it. Okay, we're going to start and we're going to go just like we did before and blend from the stencil line, fading upward. You still want to see those white clouds, so don't cover them completely. There we go, and I think that looks great. So I'm going to remove this. Okay, and then take off my tape and clean the stencil because we are done with our clouds and our sky. We just have to cover up that bottom edge of the card. So I'm going to put my stencil back. I'm just going to close this up so I don't put my hand in it. And this is the best way I found to pick up your paper from the grip mate, is just to peel off the grip mate from your surface, and then your paper comes in this again. And I'm going to put this aside for right now. Now when I'm ink blending and focusing on edges of the card, I really like to have a slick surface to blend on. And so that's why I took off my grip mate and I want to blend right on my glass surface. You might have like any kind of non-porous surface that is slick that you can do the same thing with. So I'm going to blend just the bottom edge and kind of coming up to the sides a little bit with my Clear Skies ink. I just find that my brush moves so much smoother and you get such a better blend onto that edge of the card when you're on a slick surface. I don't want this to be too dark, just like we did before really. Okay, gonna get up the rest of that ink and finish up here. And there we go. That's my completed sky panel. So using one stencil, we created that whole sky. Isn't it lovely? Okay, so now we can put away our ink. We can put away our yellow. We're gonna get out more ink later, but we are done with our yellow, and I'm gonna put away my brush and clean off my glass mat. Next, we are going to use our postage stamp frame from the Happy Mail dies to die cut our sky panel. What I like here is when my sky is in that upper left-hand corner. So I'm going to put that corner right on the inside of the edge of my sun. And I'm going to place my mint tape right there on the edge and do the same down here at the bottom. Just place that in both corners. And then I will die cut that using my nice and clean new magic mat. I love when I get a new magic mat and it's nice and clean for my crafty project. Okay, let's pop that out. I love that edge detail. It looks so fantastic. For our pre-class work, we did a little bit of die cutting, and we also cut an A2 size panel of the light blue paper from the Gelato smooth cardstock. So that's what I'm going to use to mat my panel onto now. So this is where you might need to stand up. I always like to stand up to make sure things are nice and centered. Okay, that looks perfect. It always takes me a few seconds before I'm brave enough to push it down. All right, so our back panel is on. Now let's grab our folded card base. I love that Scrapbook.com has my favorite Nina card bases already folded and ready to go. And I'm gonna grab my bone folder and really press that down. Now my favorite tape for making sure that whatever's on the front of my card really stays on is this 3/4 inch tape here. You can tear it, but I never do. I always cut it. Okay. One more. Always put about 3 pieces here. Just beware that this tape, once it's down, it is really down. It will hold your card together. Your front panel will never fold off of your card base with this tape. So you have to make sure that you have it in the right place. So I'm going to stand up again. And I start at the top left corner, hold that down, and then make sure that my other 2 corners are good before I press it all the way down. Okay, so there is our card base all ready to go. Next, I want you to bring out your die cutting machine. This time I'm using the Platinum Scout because we're going to be cutting the mailbox, and it's just perfectly sized for that smaller die cutting machine. Now, I didn't have you die cut this in your homework because I wanted to show you a little trick how to make the etching that says Happy Mail with the envelope and the vines stand out a bit more than it would if you just die cut it. So I want you to grab the medium pink cardstock from your Gelato smooth cardstock. And we're going to grab our mailbox die and this mailbox opening die. Put my die set aside. Okay, so I like to cut just a piece that's big enough for whatever I'm die cutting. So I'm going to trim that down. I'm going to grab some mint tape and hold this in place. You can do top and bottom, left and right, however you prefer. First thing before I tape it all the way down that I'm going to do is I'm going to flip it upside down like so. And I'm going to grab picked raspberry ink. And I'm going to, let me place this down. I'm going to take my picked raspberry ink, and this might be a little bit scary, but just trust me. Just trust me on this one. I want you to just lightly, while it's flat, wipe the picked raspberry ink over that Happy Mail etching on your die. Okay. Now you'll notice that it goes kind of all over the place, right? So I'm going to take my cleanup cloth and I'm just going to wipe around the outside of the design. I'm not going to worry about, getting all of it because you're not going to notice it as much on the flat surface as you do when it is etched. So now I'm going to close this and try not to shift it. Just close it gently. Put your tape on to hold it in place, and we're going to run it through just like that. Okay, so you'll notice that it's cut here. What I'm going to do is pull off one piece of my tape. So maybe the bottom one. I'm going to hold it in place, keeping this piece of tape on the top here at the top edge. I'm going to fold it over the back. So that means that's going to keep my paper in place exactly where it was before. So now my paper can fold like that, and you can already see that that Happy Mail is a little bit darker than the cardstock, but we're going to do that same thing one more time. I'm going to just wipe the surface of this insignia just like that. And if you have a full-size ink pad, just do your best to use just the corner of your ink pad. Then I'm going to do just a little simple wipe around the edges like that. And then close it back on itself just like that. Put my tape back on, fold it over so that will hold it in place, and then run it back through. So we're just adding a little bit of ink to that etching to help it to stand out on our die cut. So now you can really see that that darker pink ink is down into the etched surface, and it helps you to be able to read it a bit better. Before we take away our die cutting machine, because I was jumping the gun here, I want to die cut my opening for the mailbox. So I'm going to place this die right here, that little rectangle die, about 1/2 inch from the top edge of the mailbox, making sure that it is centered. Okay, so just look from left to right, make sure that is centered. I'm going to place my mint tape there to hold it in place, and then run that through. Carefully remove that mint tape, and now you have your mailbox with the etching and the opening. Now we can take away our die cutting machine. Okay, now we're going to be putting together our die cuts by adding some ink to them to really help them to stand out. I'm going to go a little bit closer so that you guys can really see what I'm doing. I'm going to grab my grip mate just to put it on the edge here to hold things in place, because I will be using it with the smaller die cuts like our bird's wings and such, but it's also a great place to put your ink as well. Okay, so I'm going to take picked raspberry again, and I'm really heavily with my smaller blending brush, going to add some darker pink to the edges, the bottom, left and right sides, and I'm even going to do a little bit at the top underneath where the top of the mailbox is going to go. You could definitely go darker here, but I don't want it to be too distracting. Okay, so I'm going to go down from the bottom too, because we're going to place a darker pink topper on here. And I want you to be able to see a little bit of that darker pink shadow below. Okay, so just like that. Now I'm going to pick up this ink pad, wipe up my surface to make sure that nothing that I don't want to be pink turns pink. And then I'm going to grab what I've die cut, and this is the top of the mailbox. This right here is the top of the mailbox. We also want the mailbox opening, which looks like that. We die cut that out of the light pink. I want the backer. This is the one that I die cut out of the playful dark gray, and the post as well. So these are all of our mailbox pieces. So let's grab our opening frame here. And I'm just going to add a little tiny bit of glue. This is Artiste glue that I have in my tool here. And I'm going to place this right on the outside edge of that opening. Don't know what I would do here without my reverse tweezers. They are your best friend when you're gluing die cuts. Now, you can really see the lines of the opening from the die cut etching that we did before. So I want you to kind of line that up based on those lines to make sure it's nice and straight. And I'm going to get up any spare glue there too. All right, now we can put on our mailbox top. This was done with the dark pink in the Gelato cardstock pack. And again, if you didn't prepare before class and you're just watching today, click over to check out my homework guide and video where I walk you through getting ready for class, because you may have just ordered your kit and want to do this later along with me. Okay, so the mailbox opening frame and the top are on. Next, we're going to grab our 1mm foam strips. Love this product. This is what it looks like. Premium foam adhesive strips. And I like to kind of cut mine and then take them off. So I'm going to take this on the back side, turn that around, pull up the strip slightly and cut. I think it's a lot easier to handle when you cut it before it comes off of the backing. Then I'm going to cut some longer pieces for the sides. You want to make sure that you leave the opening of the mailbox clear below it, because we are going to be sticking a letter inside of there. Okay, this one's bending, so I'm just going to straighten that out. There we go. And then I'm going to cut a couple of small pieces for the base. So nothing just below, but you want to make sure that you don't have a saggy bottom to your mailbox. So make sure you go all the way down. Okay. Okay, now I'm going to back this on the dark gray mailbox piece. And that's just so if you see anything inside of that opening, it's going to be dark. All right, there's our mailbox. Next, we're going to grab our mailbox post. And for this, I'm going to ink blend with Vintage Photo. I'm using the same Gina K smaller blending brushes because they're much easier to use with your die cuts. Just ink blending the edges left and right, and that helps the mailbox post to look more rounded. Okay, flip it over. For this kind of a blend, because I'm coming in from the sides, I like to do it directly onto my glass mat instead of on my grip mate. Okay, that looks so much better. Now I'm going to wipe off my surface, put that Vintage Photo away, add some alcohol here and really give that a good clean. Now I can take my glue, add some glue to the top of the post here, and adhere the top to the post. And I'm using that envelope here as the guide to what the center of that mailbox is. So the envelope, I'm centering the post in the middle of that envelope. There we go. Look at how cute that is. Isn't that adorable? Love it. All right, I'm going to set this aside in my tray just so I don't get anything on it. Okay, next we're going to grab our 2 white envelopes. Now these are from the Valentine die set, and that is exactly why I wanted to include this die set in my kit, because I really think that it goes so well with Happy Mail. I'm going to also grab my dark pink heart and my light blue heart. Those are also from the Valentine die set. Okay, so for these, I'm going to grab my bone folder. I'm going to trim just a teeny tiny bit. So when you fold in the sides, okay, the bottom half of the envelope feels a little bit tight, right? And this bottom half is the one that is straight right there. So what I'm going to do is with my kind of detail scissors, I'm just going to trim a little triangle on the side pieces. Just like that, okay? You see that? And that's going to help it to close a little bit easier because it has a little bit more room, just like that, okay? And then I can I'm going to take my tape first to get this adhered really well. I'm going to adhere the inside of the side flaps so that those can go to the middle, and then my bottom flap as well. And I'll turn this over and just give those little notches a little quick trim right on those bottom corners. And then the top, I will fold down and then use a bone folder to really press that down to get it nice and flat. Now I can take my scissors as well and just trim here and here at those top corners, and then I have a very cute little envelope. Now to hold it all together, I will take my glue here all the way to the edge and just fold that in and give it a good press for a few seconds. Now I want you to grab both picked raspberry and tumbled glass ink. Love both of these colors so much. So the closed envelope that we just created is going to be the tumbled glass envelope. Now, I don't know what was on my brush before, so I'm just going to give it a really good wipe to make sure that I didn't have a darker blue on here, because I want this to be a really light blend. So I'm going to tap, tap, tap off, and then just go in ever so lightly to give this envelope a tiny bit of color. I tried these with just white and they just looked too stark. They needed a little bit of that shading. Okay, perfect. That's exactly what I wanted. All right, so put that aside. Then I'm going to put a little bit of glue right on this bottom V of the envelope and add my blue heart. There we go. And I'll put that aside to dry while we create the next envelope. So this envelope is going to be the one that holds our sentiment. So we're going to keep it open at the top. So what I want to do is the same thing that we did before to give a little bit more space to our side flaps. So I'm going to do just a little snip, snip. This just helps it fold a little bit easier. Okay, I'm going to fold these edges in. Oops, inside goes first. Trim this just a tiny bit too. Okay, fold the sides in and then fold the bottom up. But this time we want to make sure that we don't get any glue or adhesive on the inside of the envelope, because we are going to be slipping that paper in. So I just put adhesive on the edges of those side flaps and then I'm pushing that closed. Just like that. Okay, now I'm grabbing my pink brush, and I know that I just used a lot of picked raspberry before with my mailbox, so I'm going to give that a good wipe to make sure I don't have too much ink on there. And then I'm going to ink blend, oops, some blue there on my desk surface. Okay, ink blend just a little bit of that pink around the edges. Just like that. Okay, perfect. So soft and just really lightly. Now I'm going to take my glue and just put a little V below the opening of the envelope, because I'm going to place my heart right there, just right below that opening. Okay, so there's both of our cute little envelopes, and I can put those aside, and now we can start to build our birds. For the birds, I want you to grab Saltwater Taffy Distress Ink and Uncharted Mariner Distress Ink. Okay, so I'm gonna grab my bird wing, my light pink one, and my bird body. And I'm going to use a coral brush for this. And the first thing that I want to do is make that single wing really nice and dark, because it is on the back side of the bird, so it's in the shadows. So we want it to be darker than the bird's body. Okay, now I'm going to take that same color and just give my bird a little bit of a shadow around its tummy. I'm going to move this wing a little bit because I want to get the back side of his wing over here, or her wing, like that, kind of down along this bottom edge. Okay, now I can grab the wing here. I'll put some adhesive just on the bottom edge and place that wing right there. So this bird is in flight. And I'll let that dry on the mat while I place the other pieces onto this bird. So this bird has the forked tail that we cut out of the dark orange cardstock. And this bird also has the larger bird breast out of the dark orange cardstock. Then we have the tiny eye and beak pieces, and this is the easiest way that I've found to adhere these. So the hardest part for these is just making sure they are the right way around. So once you get them the right way around, keep them that way, and then place your glue onto the die cut. So put a little dot right where you want the eye to be, and then put a little line right where you want the beak to be. And then you can use your tool here to put these on right on your glue dot. That is the easiest way by far. Okay, then you can use the other side to kind of push that in place. There we go. Okay, so once that bird is done, I'm going to put this aside so that it can dry. And then I'm going to grab my dark blue bird. I'm going to put him over here because I have some of that saltwater taffy ink there. I'm going to put his wing up here because I want the wing to be, again, much darker. So I'm going to use Uncharted Mariner for this one. I'm going to go directly to the die cut. No tapping off here, just making it really nice and dark. Now I'm going to do the same thing on this bird, make his breast area darker. Okie dokie, that looks great. Now we're going to put this bird together just like we did the other bird. This bird is, I guess you would say, alighting, like landing onto the mailbox. So he still has his wings up too, but the difference is he has his feet down, whereas our other bird did not. So I'm going to grab my feet. Oops, let's see. Here's my feet. I'm going to put my feet down here. I really find that the grip mate is handy for these little dies too, for just keeping everything in place so things aren't moving around while you're adding everything together. So I'm going to put him just like so onto his feet. And then we're going to do the same thing, put his light orange breast on. Now I am not a birder or a bird aficionado, but I would call him a robin. He has his little robin red breast. I'm not sure what the other bird would be, but it lives in my imagination, so it can be whatever I want. So for this one, we have the bird's eye is closed. So I'm going to put a little bit of an arc right there and a little line for his beak. I'm going to pop his beak on just like that. Oops. And his eye is kind of stuck right there, so I'm going to get that on. And then you can just use the pointy end to move everything in place. Now, don't worry too much about a little bit of extra glue. You can try to take your pointy end and get some of that up, or you can just touch it lightly with your finger. Okay. So now we have both of our sweet little birds ready to go on our scene. Before I do anything else, I'm going to use some water and clean off my GripMate so that those inks don't stick to the surface. And then after class, I will put it in some dish soap and give it a really good scrub. Okay, now it's time to get everything in place on our card front. So we are at the finish line, my friends. I'm so excited. All right, this is where the magic happens, when we really build our scene up. So what I want you to do here is to place your mailbox kind of from the third arch from the right. If you can see that there's 1, 2, 3 arches, and then we're going to place our mailbox there. We're going to put it about 2¼ inches from the top edge. So while I'm adhering, I can kind of put that in place, and I can keep my ruler there. And I'm going to get my mailbox in place first. And you want to go down a little bit on your mailbox post so that it can adhere to that back panel. I like the fact that the post sticks down past the edge of the postage stamp. I think that's a cute little detail. So I'm going to place this here, go about 2¼ inch because I want there to be room for our bird. And just make sure that is straight. If you have to stand up, gauge it on the right side, however you want to do that. Or if you want to take out a T-square, you feel free to do that as well. Okay, so our mailbox is in place. Once you know that's firmly in place, you can open up your card panel, grab your scissors, and trim off that mailbox post. And I can put my ruler away now. Now we're going to take our blue envelope, and I am going to stick it in, and it has a little bit of a glue booger there, so I'm going to get that off before we stick it in. Okay, so what I'm going to do here is put a little glue on the inside of that mailbox opening because I really want this to stick in place. Then I'm going to put some glue on that top edge of my envelope, about 1/4 inch from the top. I am going to stick the envelope in, and this is exactly why I wanted this die set so badly in my kit, because it just fits perfectly in that mailbox opening, and there are so many things you can do with it. So I'm going to hold that in place just like that. Okay, and I can feel that that's really got it now. Okay. All right, now we can take our dark blue bird, and he is going to be landing just on that top right edge of the mailbox. So his feet are going to be on the top of the mailbox, but I want his body to be lifted up. So that means we need to grab our foam tape. I'm going to use 1mm foam tape here, nothing too high. You will still need to use the extra postage stamp to mail this though, because whenever you have foam and rigid elements, you really need to add that extra postage. Okay, so I'm going to get that in place, pull that off, and then I will add a little bit of glue to both of his feet so that those stick to the mailbox, and just rest him right there. So he is just landing on that top edge of the mailbox. Now it's time to put this aside, and if you want to grab an acrylic block to really hold that envelope down for a couple of minutes, that might be a good idea. So we're going to grab our stamping platform, and I'm using my rose quartz misty here, and I have my GripMate, a second large GripMate, in place in here, because this part is important. You really want to make sure that the letter that we die cut, and this is from the Valentine die set, is going to stick to the surface, okay? I'm going to zoom in because this is kind of tiny and I want everyone to be able to see it. And I really want this to be straight too. Okay. All right, so I'm going to grab my Wordfetti stamp set. This is Love You the Most. It's the top stamp that I'm using here. There are so many that you could use, but I'm going to use Love You the Most. But I have to split this up into 2 lines. So Love You will be first. I'm going to place Love You about 1/4 of an inch from that top edge and make sure that it's straight, okay? So the best goes off on the right, the most goes off on the right side, and I'm gonna pick up my stamp there. Then I'm going to grab my Scrapbook.com black ink and kind of close the door of my MISTI so that I can see where I'm placing my black ink. And you can do it from this side too if you can see it a little bit better. We are just inking up Love and You. Now, if you want to mask off the other half of the sentiment, feel free to do that. I'm just inking up those 2 words. And then I will stamp those. Cute. I'm going to get that U a little better. Okay. Perfect. Now, it's really important here that you clean off your stamp. So I'm just using an alcohol-free baby wipe here. Clean off your stamp really, really well, because we have to move that stamp. And we don't want to get any weird ink marks on here. So now I'm going to line up the most in the center just below Love You. Okay, and then close my door. Then ink up the most only. And if you want to, let me show you how you can take your tape. If you want to, you can cover up Love and You like that. Ink up the most. And this way you don't have to worry about selectively doing it. So I'm giving you options here. Then pick up that mint tape. And Love You does not have ink on it, so you can stamp the most. Isn't that so cute? So now we've added that to 2 lines so that we can place that in our envelope. Okay, I'll clean that up later. Okay, so here's our card front again. Okay, I'm gonna go out just a little bit so I can show you what I'm doing here. So I am gonna take some glue now that I have my sentiment ready to go, and I'm going to glue my sentiment into that envelope. So added some glue there on the inside, and I'm gonna slide that sentiment right in there, just like that, so it's hanging right out. Okay, and I'll press that down to get that really glued in there. Here's my example card. I'll put that right here so you can see what we're doing, because these kind of have to go on together. So then I'm going to grab some foam adhesive, and I'm going to put my foam adhesive just on this right side here, because that's going to be hanging off of the mailbox, but the left side will be actually laying on the mailbox. So we're going to glue that side. I'm going to place this at an angle, and actually I'm also going to put some glue on my foam adhesive too, to make sure that I have some of that wiggle time. If I get it in the wrong place and that glue's on there, I'm going to be able to move it. Okay, I'm going to place this on the mailbox just right at the base of the mailbox, about a 1/16 of an inch from the bottom at an angle, just like that. So cute. Now, my bird kind of looks like he's almost carrying the letter, and so I want him to be on the edge of that envelope. So I'm going to also put some foam adhesive on this side of my bird, trying to get part of his wing too, so that it's, you know, kept in place there. And then I'm going to put some glue on this side. I will also take off the backing and put some glue on my foam tape as well. And I want him to be at an angle kind of facing the other bird, coming off of that corner ever so slightly, just like that, so that the tip of his face is on the left side of the envelope. Isn't that adorable? Oh my gosh, I hope you guys love that as much as I do. Now, let's put a few sequins. I'm using Gina K's clear quartz sequins. I know these are a favorite of Laura's because they are just so shiny and pretty. And I'm just going to put a couple on here, 3, because I don't want to distract, just to add some little shine. So I'm going to put one down here underneath of my bird, one up here on the top edge of the mailbox, and one down here on that right edge. So we're going to use one medium one, oops, small one up here, a small one over here, and a medium one, if I can grab a medium one right down here on the bottom. Okay, and then I can just use this side of my tool to place those down. And that, my friends, is our finished card project using my SBC Fest bundle. Isn't it just lovely and so, so cheerful? I love it. Thanks so much for joining me as we created this sweet card using my SBC Fest bundle. If this is your first time hearing about SBC Fest and you want to create this card with me on replay, head to the SBC Fest page to get all of the details about the pre-class work we did there. Thanks so much to my friends at Scrapbook.com for inviting me back for another SBC Fest. I'd love for you all to follow me everywhere on YouTube. I'm live every week at Meghann Andrew Creates, on my website at Meghann Andrew, and on Instagram at Meghann Andrew. And as an added bonus for you, I have some bonus cards on my website too. So head over to meghanandrew.com to increase your fun with this amazing SBC Fest bundle. I hope you guys have so much fun today in the rest of your day here at SBC Fest.
All right, it is giveaway time again, Cody.
The best time.
Woo! Okay, what do we have?
Okay, we have a lot.
A lot. Okay,
so
this is good stuff.
Let's get into it. This is our small stack and sort tray. You get 2 of these.
Ooh, everybody's using those in their classes too, which is great.
Yes.
You're getting the SBC domed foam blenders, 2 of them with refills.
Yes, then the stitch scallop block frame.
Oh, large honeycomb A2 die, cottage die set. This is a lot of dies.
Yes, flutter.
Ooh, nested zigzag frames. This is a fun one.
Speaking of fun, scoops of fun.
Love that. This is a favorite. Lots of people love that one. The nested stitched labels, 4 pieces.
So good. The mini grip mate.
Ooh, that's a good one.
Yes.
That's a good. Ooh, the new 3D embossing folder. This is the ethereal.
And this is the quilted stars.
Oh my goodness sake. Ooh, that goes with the scoops of fun.
Scoops of fun, yes, pairs perfectly.
So background builders, this makes some fun backgrounds for ice cream and stuff.
Yeah.
Sparkles. Ooh, with my class, the heirloom 6x8 paper pad matches that class.
And jelly bean, perfect for spring.
Oh, a must-have, a stamp chamois in the sky blue.
And another must-have is the magic mat.
Such a good one, the pink one.
Yes.
Love that. Okay, how do they win all of this? The question is...
Who do you make cards for most often?
Ooh, who do you make cards for? I think birthdays. I do a lot of birthdays, a lot of thinking of yous. That's a hard question again, Cody.
Hellos, yeah, but
Yes,
like
hellos, family members, friends, neighbors.
you could also, if you make, a surplus of cards, you could always send them into Cards for Kindness.
That's right.
Yeah.
That's right. We do that too. We make a lot
Yep.
for that. So yeah, love it. Put your answers in, and then the winner will be pinned to the top, and then we'll be back to hear about
Meghann and Marie's class.
Yay! Okay, we'll be right back. Okay. Oh my goodness.
Yes.
We are going to start with Marie Nicole Cody.
Yes.
Amazing techniques. So love her story of how she got into crafting and card making, which is great. And then the kitty cats.
The cat, yes.
The cats.
Even if you're not a cat person, those cards are just so good. The cat
Yes.
dye is so good.
It's so cute, and it's so many ways to use that cat dye because it has all of the little accessories for the cats,
Yes.
which is fun.
She had bonus cards to show too. So good. And I
So
think
good.
she might have a video with those coming to our YouTube
Ooh.
channel very soon.
Ooh, we need to check that out. That's awesome. Okay,
Yes.
well, I love that she used the cloud dyes for windows for the cats too, which was very clever.
Yes, because if you bought her kit, you may be thinking like, oh, I could see how
Yeah.
this is gonna go. I don't think what she did was what you thought.
Totally different.
Yes.
And like I loved how she problem solved through the process. So you could hear her problem solving and changing and doing different things with the window and the cats. And oh my gosh, it was so fun to like be in her head for a minute to see
Yeah.
how she works.
Totally.
Love that. And then let's see what else. I love that she got 3 cats on one A2 card.
I do too. Yes.
I wasn't sure that that would be a possibility, but the way she put it up on there and collaged them, it was so cute.
Yes, so good.
Love how people think outside the box.
Yeah,
like
and
her.
just seeing her problem solving real time and okay,
Yeah.
if this doesn't work, I have a backup
Exactly.
plan. Like
Yep.
it was so cool. And just like as she was moving the sentiment around, like
Yep.
then you could see for yourself like, oh, when I do this, I like it down there.
Yes,
So,
yes.
it
So I
was
love that
great.
she talked us through the whole process.
yes.
Okay, and then Meghann.
Meghann.
Oh my goodness, Meghann. I could get lost in those clouds.
Yes, I was gonna say she got to play with that new outdoor stencil.
Yes, from Scrapbook.com. We're so excited about
Yes.
that one. And Meghann got to debut it. So
Yes.
exciting for her.
So fun.
Yes, that was a good one. And then I loved that she did such a cheerful card with the mailbox and the birds and how she pulled it all together. It looked so good.
Yeah, and I love that she took
Yes.
the ink pad and then almost like like letterpressed it
Yeah.
on with the die, and then she had the hinge. That was so
Yes,
smart.
that was clever.
Yes.
Very, very clever. Love watching her process as well, and how she comes up with everything. And that card was amazing. And I love how she ink blended the birds. They were so
Yes.
cute. And that little tiny mail
Yes, the
envelope. The little
yes.
tiny envelope was so darn cute. And then you get so much in her kit too
Oh,
that I
yeah.
know she didn't even use everything as
Yeah.
well. So there's so much still you can do with that. So
Totally.
love that.
Yes, and I love that she also customized her stamp.
Yes.
Instead of using it as a strip, she then,
Just a few words.
Yeah.
Yep.
Yep.
Don't forget to do that, friends. That's such a great tip.
yeah, so good. I always
Oh my
forget
gosh.
that.
So many great tips between Marie and Meghann. I loved both of them, loved their classes. We can learn so much from each of these instructors.
Oh, I know.
So much. So
Yes.
I'm loving it. And it does feel like overload. Like, I hope you're keeping notes, because that's what we have to do to remember everything that we're learning.
Yes, and if you maybe joined late, just remember that you can use the coupon code PARTY at checkout today at scrapbook.com. We have so many deals going on at scrapbook.com/coupons.
Yes.
We also have that freebie, the strawberry bunch die set.
Yes. Oh, should we show that?
Yeah, let's show
Let's
it.
show that one more time, you guys. Make sure you're grabbing your freebie die. This is the strawberry bunch, and you get all of these pieces. It's 8 pieces, and it comes with the strawberry, the leaves, the little florals, and more leaves. So cute. So make sure you grab it. And there's so many like dimensional things on like
Oh,
the
yeah.
strawberry. I can show it close up. On the strawberry, there's dimensional piercing and embossing. This is a cute one. You can do so many things with it.
I was gonna say what we could do is almost what Marie just taught it, or Meghann just taught us, and we could maybe try putting ink on that and then getting it
Yes.
impressed.
Absolutely, using the ink to put it on there and stamp it.
Yeah.
Yep, love that. Okay, our last class of the day.
Yes.
I'm kind of sad that it's already to the end, but super excited about this last instructor.
Me too.
And we all know who it is.
Yes, Gina K.
Gina K. Are you guys ready to go be inspired by Gina K? Let's do it, Cody. Let's jump right in.
I'm ready.
Here we go.
Hello everyone, I'm Gina from Gina K Designs, and welcome to my class today. I'm so excited to be an instructor here at SBC Fest. This is my second SBC Fest, and I'm so excited for today's class. This class is a technique-based class, and it's all about inking techniques. And I'm going to show you a couple different techniques that you can do with ink pads and dye-based ink products, and I think you're going to have a lot of fun doing these today. Now, just a quick little bit about me. Like I said, I'm from Gina K Designs. Gina K Designs is a small mom and pop craft company located near Milwaukee, Wisconsin, and we are a family-owned and run business. It's me, my husband Tom, our 2 daughters, our future son-in-law, and a wonderful staff of about 40 people. We're here in the cold Wisconsin air, and it's the perfect climate for crafting, that's for sure. So before we get started with today's class, I'd just like you to say hello to my husband, Tom. Come on in, Tom.
Hello.
How are you doing today?
I am better than horrible, much better than horrible. That's my catchphrase here in the dead space.
Definitely. So Tom is back there in the dead space. He's got all the controls going, and he can switch my cameras around and make sure that you guys get a good clear picture and good clear sound of everything that we're doing today. So thanks for being here, Tom.
Okay, let's do it.
All right. So to get started, I want to show you our class kit. So this is the class kit. It's called Textured Silhouettes. So this kit has a full 6x8 stamp set of all silhouette style images. It's got 3 greetings, and then it's got 2 texture stamps. Now these can be used as little backdrops for behind these silhouette images, or they can be used for inking techniques, and that's what I'm going to show you today. Then it also has a full die set, and I actually popped my die set onto one of our magnetic boards. This is a great way to store stamps on magnetic boards if you happen to have some. It's a great way not to lose your stamps, but this die set cuts every single one of these images out. And then we also have a stencil here. This is called Elegant Ovals, and I'm going to show you a fun way to use this stencil to create a beautiful backdrop. You can use it just the way it is, or you can use it the way I'm going to be using it in today's class. All right, now we did have a little bit of homework to do. And so most of you probably did the homework, but if you didn't do the homework, it's totally fine. You will have time in class to cut out a few things if you have to. But what I had suggested was to cut 3 A2 card bases. Now these card bases measure 4 1/4 by 11 inches, and they're scored at the 5 1/2 inch mark. And we're going to cut out 3 of those today if you haven't already done that, because we're going to make 3 full cards. Then I have some panels here. Now I cut my panels using our Master Layouts 2 die set, and I want to show you what that looks like. This is our Master Layouts 2 die set. Our Master Layout series is really interesting because it allows you to cut panels to create different card layouts. So if you're a scrapbooker and you think about a big scrapbooking layout, well, these Master Layouts do tiny layouts for cards, and we have different ones for different size cards. This is one of our sizes that works great with A2. And what it does is it cuts out a stitched panel, and then it cuts out a layered panel that perfectly nests together to give you that simple black border, which we love, right? We love a nice black border. Now, what's nice about these is if you're more of a scrapbooker than a card maker, you might like these for actually cutting out your pictures and giving you a little fancy edge, or to cut out pattern paper and using those behind your photos. So there's lots of ways to use this if you're a scrapbooker as well. And then there are other dies in here that cut out smaller panels, which could be for either smaller photos or different pattern papers and different layers that you can layer onto your cards, and also sentiment strips. So this is the one that I decided to use today, but I also gave you the measurements to cut these panels if you didn't have this die set. And I'll just go over those measurements again because all 3 cards use the same exact measurements. This panel measures 3 1/2 inches by 4 3/4 inch. And we've cut 3 of those. And then this panel measures 3 5/8 inch by 4 7/8 inch. And we've cut 3 of those. So this was all part of the homework. But again, if you want to cut these out as you go, that's totally fine. I just wanted you to have those measurements up front so you would know what I was doing. And when I grab these panels, I'll also say the measurements again. This way you'll know at the time if you're cutting along as you make the cards. Then the other thing I asked you to do ahead of time was to stamp all 3 greetings from this stamp set and cut them out in, well, stamp them in black ink. Of course, you could change that up if you prefer something different, and then die cut them with the coordinating die set. Now, if you didn't do this process first, that's totally fine, because the bulk of my class is all about the inking techniques, and the assembly you can do at your own pace. So if you're more of a watcher, a visual learner, you might just want to watch my class and then go back and rewind and watch it again with the pause button so that you can do each step as you go. That's the beauty of this SBC Fest, is that all these classes are recorded and you get to save the recording and you can watch them whenever you want. Now, there was only one more other piece I asked you to cut, and this is not a Gina K Designs die, but this is from today's SBC Fest class. This is from Laura's class, I believe. I think it's Laura's class. But this is the Treasured Garden set. So if you bought the whole box, which I did, I admit it, I loved that. I loved every class. So I'm so excited for every class that's coming up. And I asked you to cut one of the biggest frame dies from Treasured Garden, just one in black. Then the other product we're going to use today, die-wise, is we're going to use this die, which is 1, 2, 3, 4, the 5th biggest one, or the fifth, yeah, the fifth one up from the smallest, or the fourth one down. We're going to be using this for a card today in class, and we'll be cutting that together. And one more product that I'm going to be using today is this. I couldn't pass up using this beautiful stencil. It's also part of the kit, and it's called Outdoors. So this is all part of that big box that you were able to purchase. And I wanted to make sure that you guys got to use these in class today. Now, if you don't have these, there is other things that you can do. You can take any die. It could be an oval, it could be a rectangle, and substitute it in for the part of my class where I use this nested vintage label set. And you can use any circle or square to duplicate this part that I'm going to cut out. So if you don't have these dies, or you only purchase certain kits and you ended up not with these, that's totally fine. You can wing it with other things that you already have in your stash. And if you have my cloud stencils from my Gina K Designs collection, which would be our Sea, Sun, and Sky stencil, or our beautiful backdrop stencil, you can use that stencil to make clouds. And if you don't have a cloud stencil at all, you can even just take a pair of scissors and cut some puffy line going across a piece of cardstock and use that as an edge to make your clouds. But this is a knockout stencil, so if it's still available, I highly recommend picking up some of these things from today's SBC Fest classes because they're pretty amazing. All right, well, let's get started with talking about some of the inking techniques. Now, I have several different inking techniques that I want to go over with you that I think would be fun to just do on a piece of paper together. So I'm going to get a piece of cardstock here, and I thought it would be fun for us to just play with these techniques, just to stamp each one to see what it looks like. All right, so I highly recommend an acrylic block, a bigger acrylic block. It could be, just big enough for one of these stamps to fit on. So it might not have to be that big. It could certainly just be a square. And then a little bit of a smaller block. So I'm going to use, I think I'll use this one here. This is our square block, one of our square blocks. These are the Gina K Designs comfort blocks. They have these rounded edges, so they're pretty easy to hold, and they have a little divot in them, which makes it kind of good if your hands are a little bit weak from arthritis. They have that divot in there so you can grip on there and you're less apt to drop them. Okay, so the first technique that I want to teach you today is called the kissing technique. Okay, so we're just going to use the flower to practice the kissing technique. So we're going to take our flower stamp and we're going to put it onto a block. And then I'm going to use both of these stamps, but I'll start with this one. This is that one that looks a little bit like a bunch of bubbles or a bunch of dots. And I'm going to put that here on this stamp. All right, so with the kissing technique, what you're going to do is, well, there's two ways to do it. You guys are going to laugh when you hear the names, but it is kind of funny, but the names are just, yeah. So the first one we're going to do is called the kiss on technique. And that is where we're going to stamp this stamp in one color, and then we're going to kiss color onto it from another stamp. So the stamps that I'm going to use, or the colors that I'm going to use for this today, are going to be sea glass, and I'm going to use some tranquil teal, okay? So you always want to use the lighter color on your solid silhouette stamp, and you always want to use the darker color on whatever texture stamp you're going to use. And remember, you can do this technique using background stamps, any kinds of little stamps that have line art type images on them, like thin lines and things like that. You can use those all for the kissing stamp. And you can use any silhouette stamp you have for the this part of the technique. Now, the difference between a line art image and a silhouette image is line art images are generally images that you stamp and then you color in. Let me grab one real quick here. Okay, for example, this is one of our stamp sets from our collection. These flowers here are line art images. You can see the outline, and then there's space inside where there'll be no color. That is where you would color. You would use either markers or pencils or ink. Silhouette images are like these images. They're solid. There's nowhere to color in there. You're actually stamping them in color or in black instead. So we want a silhouette image, and then we want something that has some texture. So I'm going to start with some sea glass ink, and I'm going to ink this stamp up with sea glass. I'm actually going to ink it up a second time, but I just want to get some ink on there. And then we're going to use a color called Tranquil Teal. Let's see here. Let me get this one. I got a brand new Tranquil Teal pad just for the class today, and sometimes they're a little bit tight when you first open it. So I'm going to ink up this stamp with the Tranquil Teal. This is that bubble texture stamp. Okay. And then once again, I'm going to ink this up really well with that sea glass ink, and then I'm going to kiss color onto it by touching the silhouette stamp to the textured stamp. Now I'm going to stamp that image, and you can see you get that super cool pattern. That's called kissing on. So we've kissed color onto the stamp and created a texture. So that's a fun way to use your silhouette stamps, because it's different than just stamping it in plain color. It looks beautiful stamped in plain color, as you can see here. Beautiful stamped in plain color, but this just gives it a little bit more interest, okay? So now I'm going to clean this stamp so that there's no color on the stamp at all. Now the second technique I want to show you is called kissing off. So we're going to kiss off here with this next one. Now I'm going to use a darker color for this. So I'm going to use the Tranquil Teal this time. I'm using the darker color. And then I have no color here on this stamp at all. So what I'm going to do is ink this up with the dark Tranquil Teal. Let's take a look at what this stamp looks like when it's stamped with the dark color. Okay, so now you see that's with the dark Tranquil Teal. Now, let's stamp this with Tranquil Teal. And now instead of adding color, we're going to kiss off the color. So we're going to press that down onto the stamp to remove the color. Now I've removed some color, and it creates this really cool swirly pattern into the stamp. So you can see here I've kissed off, here I've kissed on. Isn't that fun? So you can try all kinds of cool techniques using your silhouette stamps and finding different pattern stamps that you want to use. Now I'm going to take this stamp off the block, and I'm going to grab this one instead, because I want to show you another cool thing that you can do with the stamp that was in your kit. I know I'm going to get very inky today, but this is an inking class, so let's just go with it, okay? Now, this stamp is very cool because it's got stripes. So you can certainly stamp this as a little background. And when I say stamp it as a little background or a backdrop, what I'm talking about is you would stamp this as a nice light backdrop. And then you would take another stamp, like a leaf stamp, and you could ink that up in a darker color. And then you could stamp that on top. And that just gives you a pretty little backdrop for your stamp. But because this stamp is on an angle like this, there's a really fun little technique that you can do. What you can do is you could take that solid stamp, stamp it with your lighter color, and then you can stamp this. So we're going to ink this up with the lighter color, and then we're going to stamp it. Then we're going to ink it up again, and then we're going to turn it a quarter turn, and we're going to create a cool little crisscross design, and then we're going to stamp that. And now you have a cute little plaid flower, which is just so fun. So imagine if you had big chunky alphabet letters, and instead of just stamping those big chunky alphabet letters in solid color, you could have plaid letters that matched the pictures in your scrapbook layout. Or if you had, you know, some beautiful leaves and you wanted to give it a warm kind of fabric-y look, you could create a crisscross plaid kind of pattern on that solid leaf image. So that is a couple different techniques that you can do. All right, so now I want to show you something else fun that you can do. Hopefully you guys are playing along and trying some of these techniques. Now, you don't always have to use textured stamps. There is another fun technique that you can do, and you can do it with water-based markers. So I just grabbed a Zig marker. This is called Marine Green. And you can use any water-based marker that you have. You can use the Colorista markers, or you can use the Scrapbook.com water-based markers, any water-based markers that you have. And then you could take a stamp, like this leaf stamp, and you can stamp that in a light color ink. So I'm going to use our Apple Mint ink for this. Apple Mint is a beautiful, very light green. And you can see what this is going to look like. I'll stamp this once for you so you can see how this looks. It's a beautiful light green. But if you use a water-based marker, what you can do is you can ink this up with that light green, and now you can take this marine green, and this technique is called thumping. So thumping is when you press the marker just all around the stamp to create other colors of texture. Okay. So now this gives you a really cool watercolor look. Then you want to huff over the stamp, all of these terms, right? You want to huff over the stamp, and that's breathe moist air over it. So you're going to go like that, and that reactivates that ink a little bit, and then it creates that beautiful watercolored look. That's so pretty. Now we're going to create a similar look today using a stamp on our first card. But I wanted to show you all those techniques because I think it's so much fun to take a stamp set like this with all of these different textures and be able to play and create all of these different kinds of looks with the same silhouette stamps. And I'm sure right now your brain is going 100 miles a minute thinking of all the different stamps that you have in your collection that are silhouette stamps and how beautiful you can turn those silhouette stamps into these beautiful textured designs. Okay, so for our first card today, look at me, I'm already so inky, but that's okay. For our first card today, we're going to use a sticky mat, because we're going to do just a little bit of light ink blending, and then we're going to do one of those inking techniques. So I'm going to take one of those panels that measures 3.5 inches by 4 3/4 of an inch, and I'm going to put it down on my sticky mat. Now, one of the items on the suggested list of products was the Masking Magic strips. Now, if you don't have Masking Magic strips, you can also use Scrapbook.com's mint tape, or if you don't have that, you can use some sort of thin washi tape, something like that. But what we're looking for is something that measures 1/4 of an inch. So we're going to use 1/4 of an inch Masking Magic strips. There are 3 different sizes in this pack. We're going to use the middle size. So we have 1/2 inch strips. You can see what these look like. These are 1/2 inch, so they're kind of big. Then we have the 1/4 inch strips, which is this size. This is what we're going to use now, this size. And then you have some sheets of 1/8 of an inch strips, and these are super skinny, like that. And they're very similar to like a thin washi tape. Now I know Scrapbook.com has mint tape in the 1/4 inch because I checked their website and it looks like they have that. So if you have that, that will work fine for this technique. So what we're going to do is we're going to take these 1/4 inch strips and we're going to place them right along the edge of this panel. And again, this panel measures 3.5 inches by 4 3/4 of an inch. We're going to go all around the entire perimeter here. Okay. And then once we do that, now if you're using a sticky mat like this, I like the sticky mat because it holds the cardstock in place, but if you don't have a sticky mat, you can use a grip mat. You can use a glass mat and then just be taping the piece of cardstock down. So it's fine if you don't have a sticky mat, but I tend to always gravitate toward my sticky mat whenever I am doing any kind of ink blending. And I'm going to do a little bit of ink blending on here. And I save these for other techniques and other projects that I make. Okay, so I am going to use that sea glass ink again. And I'm going to use a blending brush. And I'm going to just ink up around the perimeter and then come in just a little bit until I almost leave it white in the center. So we're just going to create a little bit of beautiful ink blending all around the outside. We want to make sure that we have enough so that when we pull this Masking Magic off, or if you're using the mint tape, you pull your mint tape off, you're going to have a white border on the edges. It really makes this whole card and the whole technique really pop. And then I'm coming in with that same blending brush, kind of going around and around and around and getting that ink all the way into the center. But I'm leaving it a little bit white in the center. So you can see it's kind of white in there in the center. All right. So now what I'm going to do is I'm going to use this leaf stamp right here, this one, and I'm going to use the bubble stamp. We're calling this the bubble stamp, this one right here. It's the bubble stamp. So I'm going to put the bubble stamp onto my acrylic block, and then I'm going to put this stamp onto a smaller, different acrylic block. Now we're going to do the kiss-on technique. So we're going to ink this up using the Tranquil Teal ink. You can use any teal ink you want. And then we're going to use, let me grab my card here. We're going to use, we're going to stamp this stamp using some grass green ink. And then we're going to stamp the bubble stamp using the Tranquil Teal. So we're using grass green and Tranquil Teal. So what I like to do is, just for the sake of not mixing up these ink pads, I just like to keep my Tranquil Teal ink pad close to the stamp. And then this ink pad maybe on the other side or down below somewhere so I don't mix them up. So we are going to be inking this up with the green ink, the grass green. You can leave your stamp on there. And then I'm going to ink this stamp up with Tranquil Teal. And this is going to give us that cool watery color look that we got with the thumping technique. But the thumping technique, I do that when I don't have a cool stamp like this. Okay, so I'm going to kiss on. And remember, when you kiss, you want to hold the stamp there for a second and allow the ink to transfer. And then I'm going to stamp that right into the center of the card. And look at that beautiful pattern we have in there. Such a cool texture. Then I do like to have something like my tidy towel just to quickly wipe that off. This way I won't transfer any teal that may have gotten on from this stamp onto my clean stamp, my green ink. And then I'm going to re-ink this block again, right here, this bubble stamp, and I'm going to do another one. Now, you want to make sure that you're not just stamping all in the same direction. We're trying to make our own background paper here. So you want to turn the stamp as you go. And you also want to make sure that you stamp off of the edge a little bit. You don't want to stamp everything all inside. It'll give you more of a pattern paper look if it appears as some of these images are cut off. All right, so now we're going to keep doing this. We're going to re-ink our bubbles, and then we're going to stamp the silhouette leaf and kiss, hold it there for a second, and stamp. These are so pretty. I just love this look. It makes you feel like a watercolor artist, like you actually hand painted these with watercolors and all the beautiful colors are just doing exactly what they're supposed to do, which never really happens for me in real life when I try to watercolor. Okay, kiss on. Remember to hold it there for a second. And stamp. And as you can see, every time I stamp, I'm stamping in a different direction. And I'm going to stamp this a total of 5 times. I've got 4 here, but you can see my basic layout is 1 in the middle, each corner, and then I'm going to fill in the rest with other stamps from this set. Okay. Teal is definitely an inky, dark color that I always get on my fingers no matter what I try to do. Okay, and we'll do this one right up here like that. So now we've got our 5 main images. And now what we're going to do is we're going to fill in with one of the other stamps. Now for this one, we're going to clean this stamp and we're going to do the kiss off technique. I'm going to move these. I have several tidy towels here because I do get so inky. So I have several tidy towels. Now I'm going to close up this Tranquil Teal ink pad so that I don't mix things up. Now the next image that I'm going to use here is going to be this leaf image here. This one right here. And I'm going to fill in a bunch of areas using this one. So, again, I'm going to put that on my block. And now this stamp is clean. It has nothing on it. Okay? So now I'm going to stamp this with the grass green. And then I'm going to kiss off like that to create a little bit of texture in that stamp. See the little bubbles in there? Okay. And then I can ink this up again. I don't have to clean it. And I'm going to pick a different spot on here. So I don't have to clean it every time, just every once in a while. So I'll pick a different spot to kiss off. And again, leave the stamp there for just a second so that it can transfer the ink from this stamp onto that stamp. You see this cool texture you're getting? It's so fun. Okay, so we'll ink it up again. I'm going to turn it this time. Like that. Oh, I love these cool little textures. So I'm going to take this and I'm going to clean it because now I've got green ink there all over it and I don't want to kiss more green ink on. I'm kissing off right now. Okay, so again, kissing the color off. And now I'm going to add a little bit of ink up there. And you could do this all over Just fill in all those little areas. Don't worry if you get it on the masking magic. We're going to be peeling that off. That's not a problem. We're going to put a little something right up here. Let's do, we'll turn it this way. There we go. Okay. So now I think we have enough leaves on there. And now we're just going to do some straight ahead stamping. So we're going to use the 2 dots from this stamp set to fill in. And I put 2 different size dots in this stamp set because when you're making backgrounds, sometimes you need just a little something. And I think it really is nice to have like just a tiny stamp that you can fill in some space. They're kind of like busy dots. You'll see this in your pattern papers too, your pre-designed pattern papers. There's like little textures and little things. Well, dots always work great for that. So I'm going to go back to the grass green. I'm going to put a dot here, put a dot here. I'll put one here, I'll put one down here. So you kind of get the idea, right? Put one here. Okay. Now I'm going to get the bigger dot stamp, and that's this one right here. And I'm going to use some sea glass ink for this. So I think we're done with the green here. I'm going to use some sea glass. And we'll have some bigger sea glass dots that we can put in and around here to fill in any of those empty spaces that it just feels like it needs something. And don't forget to like stamp some maybe off. It's fine to do that. I could do one here, but then I could, do I need to add more? That looks pretty good, I think. They're going to look different every time, but it's just really to fill in those areas. All right. So now the peel and reveal. I'm going to put this stamp back on my stamp sheet so I don't lose it. And the peel and reveal. So let's take the masking magic off. And that just gives that perfect border. There we go. All around the perimeter. Look how pretty that is. Looks like a postcard. It's so nice. You could put a nice big greeting on there. You could put a tiny greeting on there, whatever you want to put on there. But it is such a nice background panel. So you can save these Masking Magic strips too if you want. You can probably save some of your mint tape as well. So I store everything in these plastic stamp pockets, and you can just tape them right to that so you can use them over and over again. My only suggestion is if you're going to use them over, that you use them in the same colors, because if you start mixing certain colors like, you know, orange with this, you're going to get brown, because Masking Magic, and I think mint tape is probably similar, it's not super porous, and you don't want it to be porous because it would leak through the paper, and we don't want that. So if you're going to do that, just make sure you stick in the same color family or colors that wouldn't blend to mud. All right, so we're going to get that black panel that we cut to 3 5/8 by 4 7/8, and we're going to layer these two panels together. All righty. This is what I love about the Master Layout series, is you always get like the perfect cut. You know, you don't have to worry about it being a little wonky anywhere. But of course, I know a lot of you are really good with a paper cutter. So if you're good with a paper cutter, you can certainly cut those perfectly as well. And then we're going to take one of the card bases and we're going to mount this panel onto that card base. All right, so now we have that nice wide frame and that beautiful card. I love this look. I mean, it's perfect for just about anybody on your card making list because it's great for guys, it's great for gals, it's great for, you know, all different ages too. I mean, it's so beautiful. Okay, and now we're gonna pick a greeting. So I have my greetings here, and I thought that thinking of you would be a good one. I actually think this layout would make a really nice sympathy card or something that you could send to somebody as a card of encouragement because it's very soft and peaceful looking. However, you could pop a birthday greeting on there and it would be a really nice birthday card too. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to use some foam squares. And the foam squares that I'm using are these, the Gina K Designs foam squares. They come in 1/4 inch and also 1/2 inch. I have some open packs of those here that I'm going to use. And I'm just going to go ahead and put a couple of these foam squares on here. Let's get one here and here. And then when it comes to these kinds of areas, what I usually do is I usually cut the foam squares in half. You see how I cut that in half? And then you can use a skinnier one like this. And actually, it's probably going to be easier for me to put that on with my tweezers. So I've got 2 of them there. And we'll just place that right there like that. Okay. And then I'll remove the liners. And then we'll pop that right onto the card. And I'm just going to place it right about here. Okay. And that is a super simple, clean, easy card to make. But look at all the texture you get in there. You see all of those beautiful little dots, and then here it looks like watercolor, 2-tone watercolor, all just from stamping, doing that kissing technique. Now, optional for this card was some of the pearls, and I've got a couple other jumpers in here, but these are the gold, silver, and black metallic pearls by Gina K Designs. You could use these. You could use our black metallic dots. You could use any black sequins or black embellishments that you have in your collection at home. And I won't do that today. I'll just show you on my sample card that I made. I just popped them in there. I mixed them in just to bring a little hint of black into the pattern. And that kind of plays off of this black border and also the black ink. So it brings a little bit of black into the card. So that's just optional. You don't have to do that, but it just jazzes it up a little bit. And if you're like me and you love adding bling to just about everything, this is a nice little touch for that card. All right, so there is card 1. So now we're going to do another fun technique, and it's called rock and roll. And we're going to use ink pads for this technique. Let's see what colors we're going to use here. I have some sun-kissed coral. I should have had Tom open all these pads. I got some new ones because I wanted them to be really vibrant and fresh, because most of my ink pads I haven't re-inked, and I never like to re-ink right before I make a video, so I grabbed new ones for this video. So the colors I have here are sun-kissed coral, I have red velvet, and I have faded brick. All right, so what we're going to do is we're going to use the flower stamp. Let's see here. So there's only this big flower. There's this little one too. I didn't use that in my class, but you could also mix flowers in very easily to a design like this. And instead of using dots, you could have used the flowers in there if you want. So I'm going to use this big rosy kind of flower. And I'm going to grab a piece of white cardstock because we're going to stamp 3 of these the same way, and we're going to do the rock and roll technique. Now, I have some ink stands here. I've got 2 of them. And I'm going to put the sun-kissed coral first, because this is going to be my first color. And then I'm going to do some red velvet as my second color. I just want to keep them organized in the order that I want to use them. So there's my 2 colors there. And then for my final color, I'm going to use the faded brick. So I'm just lining them up in the order that I want to use them. All right, now I'm going to just push this out of the way. But you can see I do this so that I can see the lids, because the lids tell me the color, because these 2 look exactly the same. And that can happen with a lot of colors. Okay, so I'm going to start by inking this up with sun-kissed coral. Then I'm going to roll the stamp onto the red velvet. That's the rock and roll technique. All right, so I've got this inked up. Now I'm going to roll it onto that red velvet. And then I'm going to roll just the very edge onto the faded brick and stamp that. Now, can you see it goes from the lightest color to the next color down to this very, very fadey color? Now, I'm going to show you another way to do this if you're not comfortable with stamping everything all at the same time. Because sometimes with newer stamps, we can struggle a little bit getting a nice clean impression the first time. So if you have a stamping platform, this is the time to get it out. All right, so we're going to put this stamp here, and we're going to, or this paper here, and I'll put this right here. Try to face it in the same direction. Now, for this one, I'm going to take the sun-kissed coral and I'm going to ink it up and stamp it. Now, if you want more solid color, you can always go back and stamp it a second time. Maybe it didn't stamp perfectly the first time for you and you wanted to give it a second pass. That's fine. Now I'm going to take the red velvet and I'm going to just put it on the edges. Can you see that? How that's just going around the edges. But it's coming in just a little bit, not just totally tipped. Coming in just a little bit onto the petal. And then I'll stamp that. You can see now you're getting a little bit of color there, a little bit more color. And now I'm going to go with the faded brick and I'm going to go just along the edges. Now you can just choose 2 of these colors. I really think the sun-kissed coral and the faded brick alone would look really good. Or you can even go down darker, a shade darker. And if you get any color where you don't want it, let's say you don't want to go in quite that far, you can take a blending brush and you can just pull some of that color off. Like that. And now you can stamp that and you can get that real dark edge. You see that real dark edge? So you might like this technique better because it really brightens up the whole flower a little bit because you can really control how many times you stamp the first color and how you're stamping it. But if you don't have a MISTI, I wanted to show you that you can do this kind of hand motion with the block and the flower, roll it along the edge to get the color just around the edge of the stamp. So let's stamp 2 more of these the same way that I just did this one. We're going to start with sun-kissed coral. Looking good. We could give that one more little coat. And now we're going to add some of that red velvet. And that's coming in a little bit more. And I don't mind that that's coming in a little bit more because I want that fade. So now I've got that little bit of texture too in there, which I love. And then we're going to take the faded brick and just go around the edge. And we can clean that off again with that blending brush because I went way too far here and I want to get rid of some of that. So we can pull that color off and just keep it real close to the edge. Okay. And then that just brightened up. That makes the center look so bright when you do that. So this is the rock and roll technique, another inking technique that you can use. And again, like, wouldn't this be fun with big alphabet letters to just kind of change up the way that they look rather than just stamping them in that solid plain ink? You can add texture, you can add depth and dimension. This is kind of like a no-line coloring look because it kind of resembles using something like Olo markers or Copic markers or any kind of alcohol marker where you're going from your light color to your darker color to your darkest color. So it gives you that kind of look. And again, that red, get that red in there. And now we'll edge it with the faded brick. Oh, I think I did that one much better. I don't need to clean anything up. As you do these, you'll find that you get like more skilled as you go, right? Because you get a little practice in. So as you're doing your flowers, you'll see they start to get easier and easier and easier. But I love using the 3 colors. You can also use, like, if you have trios of ink, like our light carnation, medium carnation, dark carnation, our light, medium, and dark lilacs. We've got color combinations like that that work really nicely for this technique as well. But any 3 colors that you put together are going to look pretty good. All right, now I'm going to put this aside and I'm going to get another white piece of cardstock because we're going to do some leaves. So now the leaves I am going to do just with an acrylic block. And I'm going to use apple mint, which I showed you earlier is that very, very light green. We're going to use that color. And then we're going to use some fresh asparagus, which is a very dark green. Now again, you know, I made some suggestions for colors, but you can use whatever colors you have in your collection. You're not bound to these colors. Just use what works for you. Find a light green and a dark green that'll work well together. So we're going to use this stamp, this one right here, and we're actually going to do these as well. So I'm going to do 3 of these, and then I'm going to do 2 each of these. So I'm going to start with the apple mint, like that. And then I'm going to rock and roll on the fresh asparagus. Just rock it around like that and stamp. And this gives me a textured look. And I'm cleaning my stamp each time. And again, I'm just doing this kind of spinny motion around the edges. That one is a little bit lighter. So each one's going to look a little bit different. Stamp in the apple mint, and then I'm kind of holding it this way so you can see the motion. So I'm tilting and like going around the perimeter like that. And it just gives you a little bit of brightness in the center of the leaves. We can do a couple more and then just pick the best ones. That's a cool one. I like when some of the leaves look like a different color. So just play with them. You know, you can do as many as you want and see which one tickles your fancy. I love that one too. I think we have enough there to pick from. Okay, and now I'm going to use these 2 other leaves. These are different from each other. One is a little shorter and fatter. One's a little taller and thinner. So we'll start with, and also if you have smaller acrylic blocks, for these smaller images, the rock and roll technique will be a little easier to do. So I'm going to use one of our very small ones. This is our 1.5 by 1.5 inch block. So I'm going to stamp it and then just roll it a little bit. There's one. And I'm using the tidy towel to clean it each time because I don't want that fresh asparagus to transfer back onto my light apple mint here. 2. I think 2 is good. And then we'll do 2 of the shorter, fatter one. One. too. So you can see how much different that looks than just straight ahead stamping. You get a little texture because the colors mix together in weird spots, and you know, the variety of colors there, from that light apple mint to that very dark fresh asparagus. And same here with these. It brightens up the look of those colors. Sun-kissed coral is a gorgeous bright color, but when you add that dark perimeter, it just makes it look even brighter. Okay, so now that we have those done, we're going to get the die cutting machine out. And we're going to do a little bit of die cutting here. We're going to cut out these flowers and leaves, and we're going to cut the center of one of those pieces of white cardstock using that Scrapbook.com die. And again, this die, if you don't have this particular die by Scrapbook.com, if you didn't get that class, don't worry. You can use either an oval or you can use a rectangle to kind of replicate what I'm going to be doing. All right, so for these, I'm going to try to cut a few out at a time. And if you have a magnetic mat, you can use that. If you don't, you can use a little bit of, the, did I just put that on the wrong one? I think I did. You can use a little bit of the mint tape, or you can use some of the masking magic. So there's two different dies here. One will cut out the skinny leaf, and one will cut out the one that's just a little bit shorter and fatter. And then I'm also going to cut out one of these at the same time. This will just make our die cutting a little bit faster. Alrighty. So we'll cut those, run that through. Hope everybody's doing well out there. And remember, don't worry if you can't keep up. If you're just having fun trying the techniques and just kind of oohing and eyeing at all the beautiful different colors and patterns that you're getting, that's totally fine. This class is really a technique class with cards. You know, some cards happen at the end. Totally fine to enjoy the process, and don't worry about rushing. You can always go back and make the cards later. You can always go back and rewatch the video for any parts that you miss. So never any pressure. That's what I love about these classes, is you just can go back and refer to them over and over again. And when you have a class like this that has so many different inking techniques, I mean, by now you may have forgotten a couple of the techniques I showed right at the beginning, and that's totally fine. You can go back and check those out again later. Okay, and we've got one more to cut. So I'm just going to cut that, and then I'll pull all the rest off, and then we'll cut out those 3 flowers. Our little die cutting machine, our Intracut Mini, is also good for these kinds of dies. You can do all those little tiny dies while you're sitting in front of the TV. A lot of times I do my die cutting right on the family room floor on a football Sunday, or a baseball Sunday, Saturday. We're getting into spring now. No more football. Okay. So we've got the leaves all cut out. I'm sorry for my inky fingers. They're a little distracting, but not terrible. I bet we all have inky fingers, so it's good. So now we're going to cut out the flower, and it might take you a second to figure out the right orientation for this flower. But it doesn't take too long. Okay, now we'll cut all 3 of these out one at a time. And then if you haven't cut your piece of white cardstock and you're just watching, but you're maybe doing your homework now, you can cut one more white piece of cardstock if you hadn't done your homework. 3.5 by 4 3/4 of an inch, because that's what we're going to use to cut that die cut piece out of the center. 2, and we just need one more. I don't think I had them all. Oh, I did. I had them all positioned fairly the same way. That makes it easy. Sometimes the die cutting gods are in your favor. Easier with the MISTI to get them all in the same direction than using an acrylic block, that's for sure. Okay, so now we have our flowers. Now, like I said, for the homework, we were cutting a panel 3.5 inches by 4 3/4. Mine was cut out using Master Layouts 2, just because I wanted that little decorative edge. But again, you don't need to do that. And we are going to use this gorgeous die, not this one. We're going to use that gorgeous die, but we're going to use the other gorgeous die. They're all kind of stuck together here. This one right here from Scrapbook.com. It is their nested vintage labels. And we're going to create a little opening here. All right, now this, you're definitely going to want to use your magnetic mat, or you're going to want to use some Masking Magic or mint tape for this, because you want to make sure that it's straight and you've got it in the center. I think that looks pretty straight. Yeah, it looks pretty straight. Okay. And we're going to cut that center out. I love this die. It's so fun. Scrapbook.com has a lot of very cool Scrapbook.com branded die sets. Beautiful. Look at that. Isn't that fun, that opening? And then you can save this piece for another card that you're going to do down the line, because I just really wanted the frame. Okay. Now we're going to have a little fun with that stencil. So what we're going to do, the suction of that die cutting machine, we are going to get a piece of cardstock and we're going to cut it down smaller than this piece. So this piece measures 3.5 by 4 3/4. So we're going to cut one that's 1/4 of an inch smaller all the way around. So we're going to go 3 1/4 inches by 4.5 inches. So 3 1/4 by 4.5. And that way, when we layer this on top, we don't have to worry that we don't have to line everything up perfectly. And it'll actually be pretty easy to line up on the back when we're taping it down, because we can try to center it that way when it's upside down. Sometimes I like to do it that way. Okay, so I'm going to put this on my sticky mat. You can use anything, any mat that you want for your stenciling. And we are going to use the Elegant Ovals stencil. We're going to line that up onto this piece of cardstock so that it looks even. Let me get my little pick and stick tool as my pointer. That it looks even from here and here. That's pretty close. And then here and here. It's pretty close. I think that looks pretty good. Okay. And then we're going to use sea glass ink. Let me find my sea glass. Here it is. Some sea glass ink. And we're going to use kind of a light hand. And we're going to ink this whole thing. I'm not using a super heavy hand here. And when I do any kind of ink blending, I like to go in both directions. We call this like waxing on, where you're going in one direction, and then waxing off, where you turn and go in the opposite direction. So counterclockwise and then clockwise. That just fills in all the little white spaces that you may have missed in the first pass. and it kind of makes the edges around the stenciled images more complete. You might notice that if you're only going in one direction, that one side has like a dark edge and then one side doesn't. By going in both directions, you get that pretty look. Okay, now we're going to use apple mint ink. And we're going to take this stencil off and we're going to turn it so that it looks even top and bottom and side to side again. Okay, and what I mean by that is it's close to the same spot up here than it is down here. It might be a little low. And it is a little bit harder to see once you have a stenciled design on there, but just do the best that you can. And then I'm going to use a green blending brush, and I'm going to ink up some apple mint, same way, using somewhat of a light hand. And I'm going to do the apple mint going all across this whole design. This is a very interesting stencil. It looks really pretty when you crisscross it like this. Okay, let's go ahead and take that off. So it just has a prettier feel to me when it's like mixed like that with the two colors. And mix any two colors that work well together by choosing colors that are close to each other on the color wheel. So for example, if you wanted to do blue and purple, that would work. If you wanted to do red and orange or yellow and orange. Try to stay away from colors that are opposite on the color wheel, like purple and orange, because everywhere that they overlap, it's going to turn brown. And I have some videos on my own YouTube channel that talk about color and color theory and stuff like that, but any video on color theory will kind of give you the right, like what to mix and what not to mix. And if you have a color wheel, just take a look at it. If it's across from each other on the color wheel, it's probably going to make brown. Okay, so we've got that cool look with that stencil. And now what we're going to do is we are going to get that black panel that measures 3 5/8 by 4 7/8. We're going to get our frame, and we're going to put our frame right over this. Now, remember when I said I like to turn it upside down? I'm going to turn this frame upside down, and I'm going to put some tape around it. Because I centered the stencil, everything should be fairly centered on this panel. So now I can look at this and I can try to center this cardstock on the back. And that should look pretty straight. And it does. It looks pretty good. Okay. And then this whole panel is going to go onto my black panel. Okay. There we go. Just move that over a little bit before it sticks permanently. There we go. Now this whole thing is going to go onto one of those card bases. And remember that card base is 4 1/4 by 11 inches. And then we scored it at the 5 1/2 inch mark. Luckily I have a backup tape runner right here. Okay. There we go. Now we're going to do a fun little layout with these flowers. So I like to do the layout first. Just get my flowers laid out where I want them. Let's see. Do that, that, and that. I like to turn the flowers in different directions so they aren't all facing the same way. And then we'll put some leaves here. Some leaves here. Some leaves down here coming out. And we can move the whole thing down a little bit. Move the whole thing down. And then these, I'll take one of the shorter, fatter ones with one of the skinnier ones, and I'll pop those right here. And I'll do the same thing down here. And that just gives me my layout, how I want it to look. All right, so that's how I want my layout to look. So pretty. So what I'm going to do is I'm going to leave the flowers where they are, and I'm going to start by adding a little bit of tape runner to each of the leaves and tucking them in first. Holding my flowers down as I go. This way I know where I want everything to be sticking out of the flowers. Another thing you can do, what some people do is they use something like press and seal, and they'll put that on there, and then the whole floral design will stay where it is, and you can put foam squares all over the back. Or you can take your smartphone and take a picture of it once you get it right. Then if things shift around, you have your picture that you can refer to. So for these two, I'm going to put tape on the back of both of them. Then I'm going to angle them together like that, and then I'm going to tuck them in behind the flower. Same with these two. Alrighty, there we go. Now I'm going to use our larger foam squares to pop these flowers up, just to give it a little bit of dimension. So I'll start with this one. One big foam square here. One big foam square here. And then one right down here. And aren't the fades and the texture in those so pretty? Then we already cut, stamped and die cut our greetings, so I'm going to use the hello friend. And I'm only going to put foam squares on this part here because part of this is going to rest on this popped up flower. So I'll put some foam squares right here and here, and maybe this little half one here, and then I'll put a little tape right up here. And then using my tweezers, I'm going to just overlap that a little bit onto the flowers, and there we have our finished card. Oh, that die shape is so pretty back there. Now, again, the optional black embellishments that I recommended, you can see I added them to this card. So you can choose to do like a little triangle of black embellishments with either black sequins, black pearls, black rhinestones, whatever you have, black pop dots, not pop dots, those little enamel dots, those kinds of things, anything like that that you have in your collection. And you'll notice on this card, see, once you make a card, you know where you went wrong, right? So on this card, I was over this way too far with the whole floral design. So for this card, I moved it closer to the center, which allowed me to put my second set of leaves on this side over here, and then my greeting here. I feel like this one is more centered than this one. But you get the idea, right? So either way, I don't think my friend would mind that they weren't perfectly centered, but okay. All right, so we have one more card to get through, and this one's a little bit easier because we're only going to stamp one stamp, and we're going to stamp on a stamp. So it is similar to the kissing technique, except we're going to use the Misty for this one. And what we're going to do is we're going to use sea glass And we're going to use black ink. Okay, so I'm going to get a piece of white cardstock here. And I'm going to place that white cardstock right here. And then we're going to use this image. This one right here. This is a beautiful image. Now, if you want to add to this image, these flowers fit right on the ends. You could pop them in there and they look really pretty if you want to make this a flower image. I'm thinking of it more like a wildflower and weed kind of image, so something that you would see maybe in a marshy area. And I'm just going to go with that for my card. But you can always add flowers and pop them up however you want to do it. Okay, so what we're going to do here is we're going to stamp this with some sea glass ink. We might have to stamp it more than once just to get a nice solid image, just because these stamps are kind of new. Sometimes it takes more than one pass just to get them totally inked up. Okay, so that looks pretty good. Now, I'm going to close this up, and then I'm going to get the dot stamp, the bubbles here, and I'm going to put those on an acrylic block. So I'm going to put those on a big block here, like this. Then I'm going to take this black ink, and I'm going to ink this up really well, making sure that it's totally inked. Looks pretty good. Get a little more ink on the side there. There we go. And I'm going to stamp it right on an angle onto this stamp. So I'm stamping on a stamp. Give it a minute to transfer. And now I'm going to stamp that stamp right over that design for a really cool graphic look. Look how cool that looks. Your friends won't know how you did that. They'll have to ask. You'll have to be the one to share the new technique with them. So that's another way to do the kissing technique without having that kind of shaky moment where you're trying to hold one acrylic block to another acrylic block. Using the MISTI and stamping it first to get a nice solid image really does make a difference. Okay. So now we're going to get a piece of white cardstock and we are going to use that cloud stamp. And we're going to use sea glass again. And let me get the cloud stamp. I'm sorry, not the cloud stamp, the cloud stencil, the outdoors. And we're going to do some beautiful ink blending down this panel. So I'm just ink blending right on the stencil itself and going across. And then I'm picking this up and I'm moving it. I'm shifting it a little bit so that it's not in exactly the same spot. That's what really makes it look like clouds. And of course you can turn it to get some different clouds. You can turn it each time. But this is just giving us that beautiful cloud look. I absolutely love this stencil. It's so pretty. We'll go with this one again. And if you want even other positions, you could flip the whole stencil over, clean it, and flip it over, and then you get almost like two different patterns from the first two that we've been using. Okay, I think that's going to be plenty of clouds, but I'll finish it off. Why not? Okay, so we'll put this aside. And then while I have my stencil out here, my stencil mat, I'm going to get that final piece of cardstock that I cut 3.5 inches by 4 3/4 of an inch. And once again, I'm going to use the elegant oval stencil the same way that I did before. I'm going to do that crisscross design on it. And I'm going to go all the way down the cardstock first with sea glass ink and a lighter hand, not super heavy-handed. This also looks really nice with grays, tones of grays, because if you use like a super light gray, it can almost give you like an embossing folder look to it. Very soft. Okay, so that's good. Now I'm going to switch to my apple mint again and turn it again, lining it all up and adding that apple mint. Okay, I'm just holding the stencil down here. And you can see these colors together, they're so pretty, and they make a third color. Because you've got your turquoise showing through in certain areas, or that sea glass. You've got your apple mint showing through where it's been stenciled over the white. And then you've got that third color by the blend between them, which is kind of that bluish green. There we go. So now we have our background. So now all we have to do is a little bit of die cutting and we can assemble our card. So let me get the die cutting machine back out here. And we're going to start with the clouds. All right, and that's where I want to use the beautiful die set Treasured Garden. Now I had you cut this one out with black, but we're going to cut this one out with the clouds. Okay, so let's go ahead and do that. You don't have to be perfectly straight here, but you do want your clouds, I mean, you don't want to go like on an angle. So just kind of get them kind of straight like that. And then we can go ahead and cut that out. Now, this die is amazing because it gives you a little frame. And if you wanted to, and if you have a little more time, you could cut this tiny frame. You'll see what I mean when I pick this up. This tiny frame. You could cut that out of a coordinating color, like maybe tranquil teal or turquoise sea, something that's a little bit different than either the white or the black panel that we're going to be using. Because we already cut the black panel and that's going to fit perfectly on there like that. Isn't that so pretty? But if you wanted to do that in a bright teal color and then have your clouds on the inside in a different color, that would look beautiful. But I also really like the way it looks even when they're the same because it gives it just an interesting finish instead of just one panel. You can see where it's cut and it just makes it look like a pretty border. All right, now we're also going to cut this one using the coordinating die from the Textured Silhouettes die set. So let's get that all cut. Okay. Here we go. Beautiful. And then we'll assemble this card. Okay. Look how pretty that is. I love how it cuts out all the like innards. That's really fun. You can see them in there, just pop those out. But I love dies where all the inside bits and pieces fall out too. Okay. So it is time for card assembly for our third and final card. All right, let's get all of our pieces here. Here's my greeting that I chose for this one. This is the one that we asked you to do as homework. And then we've got our black panel. All right, so what we're going to do is we are going to layer these two panels together. Like that. And then we're going to put that onto our white folded card base. And that card base measures 4 1/4 by 11, scored at 5 1/2. And the black panel, once again, measures 3 5/8 by 4 7/8. Now, what we're going to do is we're going to center this one. It's really hard to center this one by itself. I like using this one as the guide. So we'll put some tape back here. And we'll perfectly center it. This is easy to center. You can see where it's centered perfectly. Okay, that was easy. Now, this is easy to center because we just have to make it touch the edges. So I'm going to use some Connect glue for this. It's a lot of glue. I just refilled this glue bottle. And I cleaned it too. You can clean the tips of these bottles just by taking them off and soaking them in hot water, and then just use a pin, and you can get all the, glue that dries up along the way. It's real easy to get it out. And then I think that it really makes you happy when your glue bottle is all nice and clean. All right, we've got to find the right spot though. I want it to be the right spot. Here we go. Okay, so I'm going to pop that in there. I guess I didn't need to make it the right spot. Maybe it would have been more interesting if I didn't make it the right spot. I didn't think of that. I didn't think of trying that. I should have tried that. I'll try it on another card. Okay. And then once you have that where you want it, you can use a big acrylic block to hold everything down. I have a bigger block. I'm just going to do that for now to hold that down. And now for this, I'm going to put some foam squares on the back. So again, I'm going to use the small foam squares. I don't need a ton of them, just a few. That should work. And then if you want any smaller, skinnier ones, you can always just take your scissors and you can cut a row of skinnies and use a skinny one. Sometimes I use the tweezers to get those off. But you could like put one here. Get that off of there. Okay, that'll work. Okay. So now what we're going to do is we are going to take this and we're going to pop this up with foam squares as well. So if you have foam tape, that might be easier for you. I'm just going to use 5 foam squares. I'm going to put them in 4 spots here and then 1 in the center so it doesn't sink down. And we're going to put that right in the center of the card. Looks pretty centered. Yeah. There we go. Okay. Now we're going to pop this onto the card. I could probably put more foam on here, but since I'm getting close to my hour and a half here, I'll do a few less foam squares. Okay, and then this is going to go right here, just like this. Okay, and then the birthday wishes, we're going to just snuggle up to the design and have it just go right to the edge right there. So I will do that again with some foam squares. I can actually, is this going to be too big? Yeah, that's going to be too big. We'll use small ones. Do one here, one here. I'm going to do a little halfy right there. And then for the rest of it, I'm going to use tape because it's going to be resting on top of this that's already popped up. There we go. And then I always like to use my tweezers. I feel like I can get things straighter this way. So I'll just put that right there. There we go. And like with the other cards, let me push all my junk out of the way here. Like with the other cards, that optional, putting the optional black embellishments on there, that's what that will look like if you add a little triangle of black embellishments. I think it just steps it up a little bit. So, but it's totally up to you. So there is my final card. So let's take a look at the cards again. Oh, and I did want to tell you, I actually have like 3 minutes left here. So I wanted to tell you, if you like doing embellishments, you really should try this. This is the Matte Connect glue. What I love about the matte glue is you don't have to worry if, see how I just did a big blob like that? I will wipe that away and it'll dry completely matte. So you don't have to worry if, you know, glue oozes out around the outside of your embellishments or you get it somewhere that you don't want it. That's the Connect Matte Glue, and that's what I use for all my embellishments. I love it for embellishments. I also love it for paper as well, but I really love it for embellishments. I use our regular Connect Glue mostly for our paper. But oh, I have a sequin in there too. I have all kinds of jumpers, but that's how easy, and you'll never see it. It'll dry completely matte and you'll never see it. So I'm going to put out the ones that actually have the embellishments in case you want to do embellishments yourself. So you can take a look at all of those cards again. There you go. We did it. We made it. Well, I hope you enjoyed this class, and I hope you took away lots of fun tips and tricks for inking techniques. Try the kissing technique, the thumping technique, the stamping on technique, and all the other techniques that I shared today. And make sure if you make some projects, tag me at Gina K Designs so I can see what you made too. I love seeing your projects out there on social media. I'd like to do a big shout out to Scrapbook.com, to Cody and Laura, and the whole team at SBC for inviting me to be part of SBC Fest. This was so much fun spending this time with you today, and I hope you have a wonderful time with the rest of the classes and happy crafting. All right, everybody, stay safe and healthy. I love you all so very much, and mwah, I'll see you again real soon. Bye-bye.
Okay, no surprise there. An amazing class from Gina.
Yes, as always.
We love her. We love her techniques. We love that she used these fabulous products that you can only get at Scrapbook.com.
Yes.
Ink blending techniques, her stencil, her stamps, her dyes, everything we love about Gina, and she did not disappoint.
No,
Beautiful
never does.
cards,
Yes.
beautiful techniques. We can always learn something, so wow.
I know, and now I'm like, okay. Well,
Yep.
I gotta
Let's
get crafting.
crafting.
Yes.
Let's get to crafting, Cody. We need to get to crafting and then practice all the things that we learned today because we learned so many fun new techniques.
7 classes, super
Yes.
inspiring. So much fun.
So good. And I'm really sad that it's ending.
I know.
We are so grateful to all of you for joining us. We're not done yet.
Oh,
'cause we
yeah,
have a
don't go
giveaway.
anywhere. Yeah.
But I do want to give a special shout out to all of the instructors. We know with their busy schedules that they put time aside and a lot of thought into the classes that they prepare for SBC Fest. So we are so grateful to each and every one of them. And we want to continue to do this and keep coming out with new SBC Fest. So we are just so grateful for the instructors.
Yes.
And
we're
all of you.
I was going to say, we're so grateful for you
Yes.
too for showing up for SBC
Yes.
Fest. You know,
Yes.
showing up, showing your support, giving this video a like. It seriously
Yeah.
means so much to all of us here at Scrapbook.com.
It really does. And we all couldn't do it without all of you. So
Yes.
thank you very much. And our community is amazing. Everybody is so supportive and so kind. So we want to thank you all for that as well.
Definitely.
Okay, Cody. It's
Okay.
sad.
I know.
I'm sad. It just always seems to go by so fast and so quick, and we're to the end.
I know. I'm very sad.
Look, I'm hugging myself. I'm so sad. Okay, well, should we do one last big giveaway?
Let's do it.
Okay, let's do a $100 gift certificate to Scrapbook.com. That's some fun shopping.
Yes.
Because we all need more stuff now.
Oh, totally.
After crafting, I'm like, I saw things I wanted to get and need
Yes.
extra. So what's the question?
What aha moment did you have today?
Ooh, that's a
What
good one.
technique did you pick up? Let us know in the chat.
Yes, let us know in the chat right now.
Yeah, and while you guys are putting your answers in, we also want to remind you that you can use the coupon code PARTY at checkout to save and
Yes.
find all of the deals going on for SBC Fest weekend at Scrapbook.com.
Yeah, and always check out that coupons page.
Yes.
There's some good stuff always listed there. We'll
Scrapbook.com
help you out.
/coupons. Yes.
We will help you. We will help you find the good deals.
Always.
All right, friends, this has been amazing. I mean, anything else, Cody? I just am just so overwhelmed with gratitude. So
Yeah.
that's how I feel.
If you are new to Scrapbook.com, be sure to join our live streams.
Yes, every week we go live on Tuesday, Wednesday, and Thursdays, and Mondays we have premieres with amazing, talented designers.
Yes.
We get to see and learn more. So all week at Scrapbook.com, we have something fun going on.
Something fun, something inspiring.
Yes.
So,
And like Cody said, make sure to give this video a thumbs up, share it with your friends, share your pictures from Scrapbook SBC
Yes.
Fest with us in the gallery and on your social media, and tag, they need to tag,
yes.
hashtag.
Hashtag SBC Fest in the category section. And then be sure to
Yes.
also tag the supplies that you use so that those appear on the product pages.
Yes.
Because we want to see what you make with the SBC Fest kits, and we want to see what you make all the time.
All the time, we really, really do. And so thank you all again. This has been so much fun. Okay, we're gonna choose a winner.
Yes, it'll be in the live chat right now.
Yay, congratulations to $100. Oh my gosh, how fun.
Yes.
Okay, any last parting goodbyes? I know, it's always
I
hard.
hate it.
This is such an awkward goodbye because we don't want to go. We'll stay here all day and chat.
Seriously. Well, we could do that, but we'll also be here Tuesday, Wednesday, Thursday. So.
We will. So
Yes.
if you had so much fun, make sure you let the instructors know how much you love their
Yes.
class. They are amazing, and we are so grateful. So friends, until next SBC Fest, we will
We'll see
see
you.
you all soon.
Bye, everyone.